first chapter of the Hartford Regional Qualifier has concluded, and only 9 players remain undefeated headed into round 9. Out of all those players, none of them are our returning champions. Only moments from now, this entire hall will be filled with Riftbounders from across the globe, but only 8 protagonists will ascend to the single elimination phase. 37 legends remained in this story, all fighting for the title of main character. So don't go anywhere, Riftbounders. The dramatic conclusion of this epic tale starts right now. Right now and right here, I'm Barrett Bryant, joined by the wonderful Kangas to give you a wonderful hello to day 2 of the regional qualifier in Hartford. What was your favorite thing you saw yesterday?
Favorite thing I saw yesterday? Well, first, before I answer that, I gotta say between the two of us, we got an average haircut, so props to that. Favorite thing I saw yesterday? Oh, that's a good question to start it off with. We saw a couple of really cool matchups. We saw Diana deck lists that were very unique. The Vex offensive list might be the most creative one that I saw. I was like, I think the last one of the day, but it was this one. Typically think of Vex as the whole deck. Instead, this one was like, no, I'm going to run the Angars. I'm going to run the Aurelias and try and fight in aggressive early on. So I love the creativity that duelists have brought with their deck lists. Sometimes they're throwing us for a loop.
And throwing us for a loop, you know, we're going to talk about some of our favorite players that have been coming to every single one of these regional qualifiers across the year. We call this our Loyal Poro list. These are players, no matter their results, they have come to every single event so far this year, and you too could join this list potentially in the future. But we've got people like Talion who have been at every single one with varying close top cuts, even people like J-Rad who have come here and had an excellent time. I had the pleasure of finally meeting him in person yesterday. And then, of course, we got to talk about some of these other players. Alan ZQ, Prismaticystem, Desiden, No Veggies, and Villionaire really staying true to the regional qualifier scene and then also showing up.
You might notice a lot of these names also very consistent high performers. So maybe a correlation between going to every event and also doing well at the game. If you play the game a lot at competitive level, it turns out you might get some results.
Exactly. So thank you to all of those players that are still even in this hall today. But that's not what our viewers are here to look at. They want to see what's going on here at day 2 here in Hartford. 9 undefeated players coming into today, and a pretty diverse legend spread as well within those 9. So we're going to talk about our metagame breakdown.
Yeah, and we just saw last week in Utrecht, again, a very diverse top 8. It feels like we might get a similar one for this event as well. It's a lot of undefeated so far, but here's the conversion rates that you see. Master Yi, still very popular deck. The rumors of his demise were greatly over-exaggerated here, but Diana and LeBlanc still very respectable new additions from Unleashed.
The LeBlanc one, I think, is actually the one I'm mostly surprised about, because I think every single time I watch this LeBlanc list, it sometimes struggles a lot during the Swiss rounds, but 33% for the conversion
very good.
Is a good look for that deck, because I know a lot of people want to be playing it, but it's very hard to pilot, I feel, sometimes, and the matchup dependency.
And it's one of those ones, I think, because it's the last Unleashed regional qualifier, we're starting to see people master the deck, because you're right, it's a hard one to learn. A lot of different branching decision trees you go down, a lot of different ways to build the deck people were experimenting with, and I think most people have figured out baited hook is the way to go for LeBlanc. So now that we're kind of settling in on that, the highest conversion rate on the screen here, it might have surprised me a few weeks ago, not as much today.
Yeah, and we have to, of course, make a shout out. You talked about last week with our 8 unique legends. We've got Azir here, good representation. Victor as well, legends that we saw even convert. Those are our 2 finalist decks from last week, still showing up here with 16, 13 respectively for Azir and Victor. And those are like the token generation. You know, they feel like there's never a weak point in the game, but they can somehow sometimes draw their deck in the reversed order, where if you just don't find the units early on, or you don't find the equipment for Azir's side, you can maybe run into a bad game, because if you have Arises too early, there's not much to do. But doing a good showing here, moving on to some more of these legends, anti-conversion for 29%, and that means it's not just a Prismaticism. From what I've heard, the record to beat right now for the Annies is X and 1, and there's a ton of them at that record.
Really? I saw Prismaticism post last night a photo with one other 7-1 Annie. I didn't know how many there were in the field, but I know that he's aware people are coming for his best stuff. He wants that 6. Have you seen the full 5 on his chest? He's got the chain he's walking around with.
I actually have a personal photo on my phone when he was handed it in Utrecht, where I took a picture. And then, of course, they used a similar one for the best of on that article. But other ones that we have to talk about that were even in last last week, of course. We have Rexai once again being represented in day 2, and I believe, and one of them is even undefeated. Darius as well, one of those legends that we had. And Volibear, actually having 19% is pretty high in my opinion.
That is pretty high. Low population rate at 27, only 5 making it to day 2, but still decent conversion rate. The big one I want to point out is Lux. 4 Luxes making it. This was one that a lot of people were like, is it good? Is it viable? Can you pull it off in the actual regional qualifiers when the pressure's on, the time limit's counting down? Obviously 4 players were able to get it. I don't know if all of those are on the Limitless Lux, but I would guess, because that seems like the best way to play the deck.
I think that's what a lot of, especially North American players as well, are gravitating towards. So I 100% agree with you. I would put money on that there would be all 4 of those.
That was Grenton's deck to win.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
And also you think about Josh, about Kha'Zix, who was on the last slide, another high representation. So I'm excited to see some of those lists. And one of those Luxes is one of our undefeated decks as well.
Ooh, yeah. Imagine going undefeated on Limitless Lux. What's the average game time compared to anybody else in the field? I feel like I always see those Luxes go to the full hour. You know, it's really, really tough to play fast with that deck just because you have to draw so much, but really cool when you do pull it off.
But it works out because you said draw so much, but not getting draws in the tournament is also key for a control style deck like that, because I always think when a Lux deck makes it to those untimed rounds, if they make it to top 8, I think that deck is unbeatable.
True, and also if they're even in overtime, it's one of the few decks that can win beyond the you have to win by 2. Sometimes that's just impossible. It's really hard to do in overtime when you only have 2 more turns. Lux is like, oh, 2 turns? Perfect. I'm able to get there. I'm actually able to get the full combo off.
We're going to check out some of those names, though, that are making in our standings. So we're going to go through a couple of pages here. Obviously going to show off all of our players that are currently 8-0, going from Miro down at 9th all the way up to Vexer. And like I said, the diversity of these legend spread. We've got Ezreal, Diana, Rexai, Rengar, Master Yi, and a Lux on that spread. And of course, the Pike.
The Pike's very exciting. The Rengar, I think, is it's not who we might have expected to be on it, but I think that a lot of people are respecting the Rengar a lot more. Rexai again making a really good run on a day 1 here. That was one of the big surprises. That and the Darius were the biggest surprises for me in top 8 in Utrecht. So happy that at least one of them is finding a lot of success as well.
I'm just happy that Order is finding a spot into the format, and that Rexai is. And we even got to watch Something Must Work yesterday. So really expertly piloting that, and also had to beat Prismaticism to do so.
Ooh,
moving
that's
on
a
to
tough opponent.
Yeah, next page, of course, Kaisa here to play as well. Azir here is Cactus King. We got to see on the stream yesterday as well. June, you're technically undefeated Kha'Zix right now at 7-0-1. Had the pleasure of showcasing that deck in round 1 yesterday. And then Vex, of course, we talked about on 5-Up.
Vex, first off, this version of the Vex is not the typical version of Vex. I highlighted it earlier if you didn't catch the beginning of the show or the last feature match yesterday. It's kind of like an aggro Vex. I wouldn't say it's pure aggro because you have the ability to hold still. You are playing a lot of the stun spells anyway, but you're on the Aurelia Fervents, you're on the Kha'Zixes, you have your on guards, which I would never expect in a Vex list, because typically you think you get multiple on one battlefield, but it lets you punch a little harder, play it a little faster. I loved that. And also June on the Kha'Zix. Man, this deck is so slept on. Yeah. One of, if not the strongest individual, signature spells in the game. It's Charm and it's Ride the Wind in one. That's crazy.
No, I agree with you. I always have the fun conversation, a little thought experiment for everybody at home. What do you think in a vacuum is the most powerful signature spell?
And it's an interesting conversation.
Or Moonfall, right? And I don't think it's really close. But we've got our next page here. I Miss My Cue, returning Master Yi player here as well. I don't know how you miss an Alpha Strike. That one's a point click.
That seems unrealistic, honestly. Maybe they made the name when they're playing Ezreal.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And then they switched to Yi because it's a little easier to land your Q.
But that's where a bunch of these Yis are lining up here at this 7-1 area. Another Rexai, of course, with Zolt here. Here's some of the Sivers rising up. We've talked about Dazzling Aurora, and there's, of course, a little bit of new tech that we had the pleasure of also seeing in round 1 yesterday of these Baron Nashers and maybe even these Dead Balloon Predators being added into this Dazzling list. So glad to see that representation here, but I still don't know how I feel about where Dazzling Aurora is going to end up at the end of today, because our first slide, not a high representation.
Yeah, Dazzling Aurora is one of those decks. I will always be a doubter on it for doing particularly well at these long events. There's so much variance. You eventually will run into a game where you just don't see the Aurora early enough in 2 of your games out of 3, and that will almost always be one auto loss. Most Ezreal and Aurora players I talk to at these events have similar stories. They're like, yeah, I just didn't see it for 2 of the games. We saw that on stream yesterday with the Lee Sin Aurora deck, which with the Calm Rooms, you're not actually able to get the draw power as much, but I feel like it's really hard to get an Aurora into top 8 specifically.
Now, some more legends that are represented still in the running, of course, being X and 1. We got Bat Smack with Teemo, which we had the pleasure, I believe, as well, having on our stream yesterday. We've even got extra ones, more Kai'Sa representation, which I'm really excited for because I feel like that legend is another one that we've kind of stopped talking about, mainly because people are maybe doubting the Fury domain. But like you said last week, we have Pike, Pike, that's an undefeated status right now. We've got Darius and Rexai that made it in yesterday. But the people that we want to start talking about, we've got some spicy players now on this list. Prismaticism still in the running at X and 1 on that Annie, of course, and even Jeff Jones, who I think we had the pleasure of doing some interviews with. So
legendary card game player.
Yeah, it's so we have all these incredible names, but it's now taken us so many slides to get to them, and I've got a special treat for you on this next one as well.
Okay, is it better than Carmen Handiego?
Yes, I mean, maybe, I don't know, as I don't know the pleasure, but here is the most stacked page at 7-1 right now. Diwali, Alan ZQ, Colin Kaiser, and Gonkra all here, and returning champions, as well as, highly competitive players really coming in clutch and still in the running, but way further down than we're used to seeing them.
Yeah, it's never guaranteed because we don't know the full math yet, but typically X1 is going to make that top 8. X2 is where that bubble starts to appear. So all of these players are in the pressure seat, and you saw how many names were before these legendary players. If any of these guys drop a single series today in 5 rounds ahead of us, suddenly their top 8 run is on the line, and I know that all of them are still chasing kind of legacy at this point. It's a competition between these guys that have been able to consistently get top 8 in multiple events.
Well, and I think the most exciting thing to look out for, at least in these next 5 rounds that we have before we cut to tops, what if those players get paired into each other?
Yeah.
And they are a win or basically might lose your running situation. So that's what we're going to be keeping an eye on, of course, which means that X and 1 bracket is something we're excited to see, but we still, of course, want to highlight our undefeated players because there will eventually probably only be one of those by the end of the day today. Yeah. But that's it for the standings right now. We want to talk about and have a specialization of the best ofs right now. And one of the ones that we talked about and one that we've been talking about for a long time is Volibear.
Yep.
For everyone at home, if you're a fan, of course, of Challenger TCG Billionaire, he's not here in day 2 today. And it is, not going to be represented inside of this list, but there is still a representation of 5 Volibear players still in contention to go home for that best of, which means we'll see a new one in a very long time that we haven't had.
Yeah, I mean, Billionaire, the Volibear legend, and I'm curious, I'm assuming most of these, if not all of them, are on a Dazzling Aurora list. But the thing about Volibear is there are a few different ways to build him. I'm loving the pure Dragon Volibear. I know it's not the competitive way. That's my for fun party deck right now. But then you can also just do more of a mid-range style. You can go for the Aurora. You can do the high-end Aurora, or you can do the kind of middle bridge Aurora where you're playing the Ferris Forerunners and the Rengars. There's so many different ways to build Volibear, and I think that that's making a lot of people excited to try it out. And it's tough to see Billionaire not able to make the run for another one, but it leaves opportunity now for somebody else to finally claim the bear.
In the similar conversation, we have to talk about another furry friend, Rengar. Now, Sam D. Sherman has had the biggest performance on Rengar recently, of course, back in finals appearance Vancouver, where he'd lost to Alan ZQ, taking home the 2nd regional qualifier.
But he's not in first place right now.
Not in first place because we have the undefeated one on Mom Sky that we highlighted on the standings earlier, and even still, there are quite a few more, 4 more in fact, to still be competing for this Rengar. So it could be Sam, it could be Mom Sky. The race is anyone's game. No. 5
it can't be Doogie. Got excited.
Again, another situation where there's a player that took home a best of and got 2nd place with a legend that I think no one was really talking about, making that finals appearance, and it could not be Sam Sherman again.
It could not. And again, this is a legend that a lot of the best units created in Unleash or released in Unleash were things like Rengar, things like Vi, things like Kha'Zix, Vex Apathetic. But when you have access to it as your chosen champion, it really increases the ceiling of what some of these decks can do. Yes, it's not going to be as much of a surprise when you're against a Rengar, but still the fact that you just have access to this, like, if you're going 2nd, turn 2 play, just drop the Rengar at a battlefield, it will win you games on the spot in certain matchups. Some of the slower decks just can't deal with it. Things like Vex that are trying to hold really struggle with it as well. well, unless they get their Vex Apathetic specifically out to a battlefield, let alone Ahri's. Like, good luck if you're an Ahri player out there. So I love Rengar, and I love what it's doing to the meta.
I just think the ambush mechanic is so
fun.
It flourishes in a deck like Rengar, obviously with the repeatable might that you get to give away to your units, but it just incentivizes for you doing this thing, and we saw exactly even players like Prismaticism take home regional qualifier wins on his Annie list because of being able to play reaction speed units instead of using spells.
Rengar was making waves before Rengar Legend even came out. But let's talk about the next one here, because we also have the best of Lux still in contention with an Undefeated.
Yeah, 4 of these here, but Relivia, like we said, one of the undefeated Luxes right now. And like you said, more than likely that almost all of these lists in some capacity are doing some sort of this Limitless Lux that we've been talking about. Of course, it's going to be so hard to maintain that 8-0, especially because you're going to be going against these other incredible players that are playing other legends. And from what I've seen as well and what we've been talking about, a lot of aggressive lists, which mean there's an opportunity where this Lux doesn't have enough time to set up and get what they need to do to actually pull off their combo.
I think it's part of why things like the Pike deck are seeing so much success, is because there's a lot of Aurora out there, and there's enough of the slower decks like Lux. Any of these rushdown decks like the Rexai, the Darius, the Pike, they actually excel against these really slow decks. Like, what is Lux realistically supposed to do against a Rexai that's like, sweet, I'm just going to keep spamming 2 energy units and just conquer every turn and maybe hold a couple of points as well, but I'm just going to score to 8 well before you're ever able to get to your combo. That's where Lux is going to struggle, so it's very impressive that the Luxes are still here with us, because I thought that these were going to get chewed apart.
I think so too. And speaking of getting chewed apart, I want to see what Relivia actually went against. So we're going to take a look at the Swiss run for Relivia so far, and even at the tail end of the day, Irelia in 6, 7, and 8 rounds, but still having to take down some Aurora lists.
Aurora is probably the best matchup for Lux. In fact, I would say I would guess it's like a 90% win rate for Lux, because Aurora is also going to play very slow and win very slow. If you're an Aurora player, you do not want to sit against the Lux. The surprising one is beating the Rexai.
Yeah.
In my mind, these are fast decks. I called it the honest aggro deck yesterday. And then 3 Aurelia. Aurelia has the potential to play very fast. Sometimes it's only with 1 Scuttle Crab, but you can move it in, give it ganking, send it over, ready it again. You know, all these things that the Aurelia can do. So beating 3 in a row, that's very impressive.
Even for me, for the Irelia decks, it's the deflect keyword, right?
You know, defy as well.
Yeah, it's just like it's trying to already slow down what the Lux deck is doing to get to those runes to pull off the combo when they find more cards. But at the same time, I guess if you can toe that line, like I think Relivia has been doing all weekend so far, is, you know, just giving away enough points and then finally coming in when it matters and either ruinish or destroy the board and then set up your combo and get where you need to be.
I will say, I think another reason why I don't expect Lux to go super far and make top 8 today is because you get 5 more rounds of Swiss, and once you're 8-0, you're against other 8-0 players. The competition's only going to get better, and the chances of matching up against somebody who's either tested against Lux or just understands fundamentally the game well enough that they can theory craft the win line, it's going to get harder to beat those types of opponents.
Speaking of harder to beat, we got to talk about the Mind and Chaos decks inside of the room. And I'm not just talking about Diana. We're actually here to talk about Ezreal. This is a crazy and alarming stat right now, because I think this tells a very unique story of what's been going on across Spirit Forge and now towards the tail end here of the Unleashed season. Ezreal has an 84% win rate over the Diana decks right now on the same domains, which makes sense when I sit here and think about it.
Yeah.
More control-oriented, not so reliant on going into showdowns, wants to keep their units alive, whether returning to the hand, has all the same technology, but Moonfall doesn't do as much work against a deck that doesn't necessarily care about a lot of their units, or they'll just bring them back to their hand. Exactly, and while they're removing your units, they're gaining card advantage and eventually tire out these decks. So much so that even players that have won on Ezreal, like Alan ZQ, have lost to Ezreal decks in the past at other events since making the conversion to Diana. I think that's such an incredible change and dichotomy of these two decks, but the same colors.
One of the more popular ways to build the Ezreal right now is with the Pack of Wonders. You're returning your Ezreal back to your hand, the Fizz, stuff like that, so you don't really care about the enemy's Star-Cross as well, because you're happy to have them back. But here's a deck list we can take a look at, or rather a matchup.
This is Vexar's run currently as one of the undefeated Ezreals. So again, what are we winning against? Boom.
Yep.
Two of these Dianas towards the tail end of the day, and still has an incredible time against these other decks that are even, you know, we talk about LeBlanc. Yeah, there's Doogie there. And then, of course, I look at LeBlanc, who I think also is really good at playing this long style of a game.
Yeah.
But Ezreal is so much better at doing it, at least when it comes to the idea of resources.
And this is an ideal matchup, I'd say, for Ezreal. LeBlancs do not like to play against the Chaos Domain because Gust is a very popular card. And that turn 1, they send a unit in to try and conquer, Gust it back. LeBlanc's like, all right, well, that's probably the game. You're not really going to be able to do much after that if you don't get that initial Reflect token. I mean, you obviously can still play, but like it really sets your pace of play behind.
And then on the other side of this conversation, Diana. So we're going to take a look at Evans or him, their run so far on Diana. And it's going to be, or sorry, this is Linsanity's run.
Linsanity.
So in Linsanity's, as we swap it, there it is.
There, okay.
Aspirant's Climb, Evans or him, also playing Diana, and had to beat up 4 other Dianas, which just speaks to this conversation, I think, a little bit, because if these were Ezreals, I think this looks completely different.
Yeah, but if anybody has ever played a Ezreal mirror match in Spearforge before the ban list came out, a lot of people call it the Miracle Ezreal. I think that this is probably comparable in complexity. Like the Diana mirror is very, very complex and a very hard one to win because you really do have to out-skill and out-knowledge your opponent a lot of the time. You know, if you see the same cards, which oftentimes you're going to, it's about, you know, finding the right lines and the right ways to outplay and usually be the reactive use of the Star Cross as opposed to the proactive use of it. Very patient play is rewarded in that matchup.
Good shout out here, too, for the round 3 against Ganushka, only because the Azir deck specifically, and I don't know if it's something similar to Squirtle's list like we saw win last week, but we have seen other Diana decks right now kind of struggle against that Azir matchup. So good to see that there are still some of Dianas out there that can take it down.
It can get tough because Azir just goes so wide. You just get so many units that Diana's really good at dealing with like 1 or 2 units at a time, but once that Rise hits the board, you're like, ooh, boys. So yeah, curious how those matches went.
Well, speaking of matches, we've done enough talking. The players want to see some games at their tables. The viewers at home want to see those games being played. So we're going to send it over to the casters to get us ready for round 9.
Barrett, Kangas, thank you so much for that great show opener. We are back for day 2 of the Hartford Regional Qualifier. Thank you at home so much for tuning in and joining us once again. We saw so much exciting action yesterday, and today the stakes are higher. Only one player will lift that trophy at the end of the day. Will it be a former regional qualifier champion, or will we claim a new champion here in Hartford? I'm Josh Snyder. I'm joined by Charmer. We'll guide you through the action today. And if yesterday was any indication, I think we could be in store for something special.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the matchups today because day 1 is when legends are played. Day 2 is when legends are made. These are the players that have been performing well throughout the event. They know how to navigate the matchups, but it's also the situation when the pressure is on and they know that they have to continue winning to secure a spot in that top 8 and potentially cement themselves in the history of Riftbound. I would like to just say, personally, as we are looking through the player lists, I'm rooting for you, Stark, because I picked Sivir to win this event, but also my oldest son is named Stark, and today is Father's Day, so if you're watching, Stark, happy Father's Day, I love you.
Yes, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. You as well, Charmer. But yeah, no, that's awesome. I really love it, and I love to see the diversity of the undefeated legends coming in today too. But I believe we've got a vote for you at home on which match you want to see being featured here in round 1. So here we go. We've got Mom Sky, who I had the pleasure of interviewing yesterday with Rengar, versus Brady Ken with Ezreal, and then match B, look at this, Darius and Irelia.
Yeah, Asip Tofu on this Darius list is very intriguing to me. I'm a big fan of just slapping a bunch of might on the board. I'm also a big hook enjoyer, but it does right now look like it's a close vote with a lot of people rooting for Mom, Sky, and Brady Ken to grace us on the broadcast. Get those votes in, chat.
Absolutely, and it should be an interesting matchup. Looks like the Rengar match edging out this Darius match here, but I'm excited to see either one. I think the Darius is quite explosive. It was really cool to see Darius finally get a top cut appearance last weekend in Utrecht. And who knows, maybe we could see Darius in the top 8
All right,
once
it does.
again. But Mom Sky.
Look
and
like
Rengar versus
Mom
Bradykin.
Sky wins it. So I'm still excited to see this, and there's a number of reasons why. First and foremost, we just saw that impressive statistic where Ezreal is winning a lot of matchups against Diana.
Yeah.
However, I think that Ezreal is as good into Diana as it can be, but struggles into the rest of the field. I think that's why so many players like Alan ZQ, like Diwali, like so many others have been moving to Diana because Moonfall is very good into other decks. So I want to see how this Ezreal navigates against a Rengar without a Moonfall.
That is a great point, and it's going to be an interesting matchup. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Rengar deck list from Mom Sky. This is a deck that wants to score points quickly. It can flood the board early. We've got a total of 12 plays that you can make on turn one. Lots of cheap units here. Great curve on the 3-cost units as well. Just a deck that wants to be very aggressive. There's not a lot of tricks in the deck. It's got that thrill of the hunt, but a deck that wants to be aggressive with its units, get on the battlefield quickly.
Yeah, the tricks that do exist are typically things like the ambush or even just the Pike as well, because the Pike can enter ready. The Kaisa can also enter ready with the accelerate. Darius is a pseudo ready where if you play Darius, you play your second card of the turn, that becomes ready. So those are really the true tricks. They're just not done at action speed or reaction speed outside of that thrill of the hunt that you mentioned. The thing that jumps out to me, though, is, again, while this wants to play early, some of the early stabilization tools like Irresistible Feyfolk potentially lose value into this Ezreal matchup because, again, some of the units that you're playing early as Ezreal are either going to be returned to hand or are a bit more expendable as opposed to decks that want to stick might early and fight with the Rengar.
And something else that I want to point out here is that Brynhir Thundersong, because in this matchup, that could be very interesting. We know these Ezreal decks are more control-oriented. There's a lot of spells, so this Brynhir could be very interesting in trying to close out the game and keep Ezreal's options very limited. And you can Thrill of the Hunt that Brynhir back in if you needed to.
Well, we're going to take a look at the Ezreal deck list now from Bradykin, and we're going to see some of the ways that they plan to slow down the Rengar. Of course, 2 main deck Vex Apathetic, that is likely going to be an all-star in this matchup. But other ways to slow things down include the Pack of Wonders combo. We saw this yesterday, utilized incredibly well from Pike, but this Pack of Wonders is still in Ezreal, and look at this, also running the list, 2 copies. We saw Pack of Wonders work beautifully with that. The nice thing about the list in this Ezreal deck is it counts as a choosing of enemy units, and because you can use it every turn because it's a gear that stays on the table, it gives you so many more consistent ways to activate your legend ability and draw those extra cards.
Yeah, that is a great point. And something else worth noting, we've got that Bewitching Spirit as well. And the Rengar deck is not a deck that is able to draw a lot of cards. So that Bewitching Spirit could be problematic here, paired up with that Pack of Wonders, that way to essentially just continue recycling that Bewitching Spirit and shred your opponent's hands.
Well, we're going to see if that Bewitching Spirit makes the impact, because we're going to be jumping to the game now. The game is ready. We're going to be joining the players at the table, and I am again very excited to see how this matchup plays out, because we saw the impressive stat of Ezreal into Diana's, and I do think Ezreal has a good matchup into other lists. I think something like a Rengar will be the true test of how well it can do into a broader field, because it wants to do things every turn. You have to have the answer as the Ezreal player essentially every turn.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Going to have to pour out the removal quickly and efficiently, as Rengar is going to be quite aggressive. Mom Sky, Bradykin, round number 9 of 13. Pack of Wonders early for Bradykin as he starts things out, getting that pack online. We talked about how important it will be to this Ezreal deck.
This is actually a fantastic start for Bradykin, because this is going to enable most of the game plan. So being able to kind of pick and choose what you're developing going forward is really important, and that Flourish is going to be important as well.
Absolutely. That Kinku Initiate earlier for Mom Sky, not getting the draw there, no other units in play. to get that might needed to draw a card, and the Deadly Flourish not only clears Mom Sky's board, but also gets that gold token to help offset some of these power costs later. As we go back over to Mom Sky, we'll once again look to develop these plethora of units that we can find in this deck.
Yeah, I think Mom Sky's just taking some time here to figure out which units you want to develop, because you do lose some value as a Rengar player when your opponent isn't playing units, because your ambush units lose their kind of surprise factor, and it feels like a waste to just develop them without using the ambush. That being said, I think that Mom Sky also wanted to go wide on that turn, opting for lower might instead of just playing one big unit like the Kai'Sa that we saw.
Absolutely, being able to go wide is strong here. Try and avoid that one-for-one removal as we see Bradykin playing that Ezreal, discarding and drawing a couple cards. And we are going to see the Bellows Breath repeated, and that is going to clear that back line. Wow, great start here for Bradykin, just cleaning up this board each and every turn, and this is exactly what Ezreal wants to do.
Yeah, that Bellows Breath repeat is something that has been a nightmare for opposing players ever since Spirit Forged. Obviously, during the Miracle days, there was a lot of cost reduction tricks, but I think people sometimes just forget, as players have moved on to Diana, that Ezreal is still capable of these very efficient plays with the repeat spells.
Kai'Sa, Survivor coming out for Mom Sky, accelerated. Moving into Emperor's Dais, getting that first point of the game. And that is going to be the turn. Back over to Bradykin. Ezreal and Pack in that back line. Up to 7 runes.
Now, I will say, I liked the play from Mom Sky the previous turn of just accelerating the Kai'Sa at this stage. Everything you've played has been removed. You're starting to run low on cards. Ezreal has already activated and drawn 1 card. You see the Pack of Wonders. So at some point, you need to not only score points yourself, because that was the first point scored in the entire game, but also you just need to refill your hand. Like, you need those cards. Now, I will say there was potentially an argument to be made about, after the Conquer on the Dais, just bouncing your own Kai'Sa back to prevent her from dying to removal. There could have been a play pattern where the Rengar just keeps accelerating units to the Dais and then returning it.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Could do that.
2 blue for 5 purple.
With that new ruling on Emperor's Dais, you can bounce that unit for no energy. You would not get a Sand Soldier token at that battlefield, but nevertheless could be effective at just continuing to cycle the accelerated units. As you mentioned, Kai'Sa is able to get that card every single time she conquers. So you go in, you get that point, you get the card. But right now, it's 3 might to 3 might at this northern battlefield. And let's see if there's any reaction from Mom Sky.
Oh, thank you. My apologies.
Judge just giving a reminder that the Ezreal Legend is readied, and we are going to see the Thrill.
Going to which battlefield?
So that Thrill is going to banish Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I was going to say that you don't have to announce where the move goes until it resolves, and you do want to make sure it resolves, because Ezreal can run hard bargain.
Let's see where this Kai'Sa goes. Can put it on either battlefield. Could try and sneak this extra point here at Sigil of the Storm.
Yep.
All right.
Getting that additional might.
Finishes first. I pass focus. I go to 1.
All right, so Bradykin will get on the board.
Showdown, you have focus first.
We'll see if there's any response at this southern battlefield from Bradykin to this 5 might Kai'Sa after that
I'm in a stack deck.
Pride Stalker trigger. Bradykin going to dig for some options with that stack deck.
And Mom Sky, I think, decided to go to the Sigil, both because of the points, but also because you are trying to force a big spell like a Star-Crossed if they want to stop that Conquer. A lot of the Ezreal stuff kind of caps out at either 3 or 4 damage. So by playing Thrill of the Hunt, getting the Legend trigger, you go up to 5. It's going to require something like a Star-Crossed to interrupt it.
Star-Crossed, great spot here, because not only does it bounce the Kai'Sa back to Mom Sky's hand, but Bradykin will be able to reutilize that Ezreal Prodigy and dig for more cards here in the near future. Getting an extra card as well off the Legend activated ability, because Bradykin did choose units twice that turn.
Yeah, I will say the good news for Mom Sky is right now, the cards in hand is still pretty high. So far, Bradykin has not been able to kind of win the attrition war. The downside is the score is 1-1. And the later this game goes, I think the more that it obviously favors the Ezreal player, because we already have the Pack of Wonders, and as soon as Bradykin kind of assembles the rest of the combo pieces, Mom Sky will not be able to keep up with the value. So again, I like this play. You accelerate the Kai'Sa, you get the points. It was just returned with the Star Cross. I will say once again, there is maybe an argument to be made about returning it with the Deus, but at the end of the day, leaving the Might developed is still going to force a response. Oh, is going to take my advice. Okay.
Yeah, just thinking that one through, but we'll trigger that Emperor's Deus. So Kai'Sa being bounced back for no energy, but no Sand Soldier created. Inferno does come down. It's 2-1 for Mom Sky as we go back over to Bradykin. And you're absolutely right. Bradykin with this Ezreal list has the inevitability in the late game. So it's on Mom Sky to put big pressure here.
Yeah, I do not hate this from Mom Sky at all. The reason I like just keep accelerating the Kai'Sa and then bouncing it is unless Bradykin has an answer in the showdown step or forces them to go over the top of something with some sort of hold, which we know the Ezrealists don't do very well, you're essentially just going to score points and draw cards every turn by playing the Kai'Sa to the Deus, rinse and repeat. So we are going to see
that flourish. Okay, so once again, Bradykin, he's not leaving any units in play. I don't think Mom Sky has started a turn with units in play.
Well, and again, that's why I like this idea of just continuing to rinse and repeat this Kai'Sa onto the Deus.
Yeah.
In many ways, what you're doing is you're doing a build my own Pack of Wonders, right? Mom, can we get Pack of Wonders? No, we have Pack of Wonders at home, and it's Emperor's Deus plus Kai'Sa.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Let's rinse and repeat the Kai'Sa Survivor back into Emperor's Deus. This would be the third point. Indeed it is. 3-1 the score in favor of Mom Sky, drawing another card off of Kai'Sa. So very nice here, that Kai'Sa getting some really good card advantage. So does mean that the Bewitching Spirit wouldn't be quite as valuable right now, as this Kai'Sa just continues to get some really nice value for Mom Sky.
Now, there is another Kai'Sa in hand, so at this point, if Mom Sky wants to leave that, I'm okay with it, and that's what Mom Sky is going to do. And the reason for that is because now you want to force Bradykin to keep responding to what's out there, but still have the Kai'Sa next turn, because what's happening right now is every time Bradykin answers the units, you'll notice that Bradykin is also expending energy, which means he's not conquering himself. So Mom Sky is just going to try to collect points and force cards out from Bradykin, and then eventually get to a point where if you're at 6, you can set up a double conquer for the win. But this is, I think, a solid game plan from Mom Sky. This pickup of a list is huge for Bradykin, though.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Naming the Void, so the list will give Kai'Sa -2 might.
Naming the Void, minus her to 1.
Yes.
And replaying the list because it gets bounced back with the Pack of Wonders, so that's -4 might on Kai'Sa. Does still have that 1 might thanks to the buff from the Pit Rookie that came out last turn from Mom Sky, but now Stupefy being played as well.
Okay, so this is kind of signaling a Bellows Breath. I would expect that to be the play here.
1 damage to each.
And it is Bellows Breath repeated, taking out both of these units.
It is not a it's not a response yet. It's an activated ability.
Little confusion there. So Bradykin had definitely targeted more than twice. It was already online just from the list bounce and replay, but Mom Sky not correct. It is a trigger. It's not a trigger that you have to take when it happens. It is just online, and then you can exhaust the Ezreal as a reaction at any point for the rest of the turn and draw the card.
Well, the trend continues for Mom Sky, once again starting the turn with no units in play. Bradykin has successfully dealt with this board each and every time. Just asking, how many cards do you have in your hand?
Over and over.
Yeah, if the player's kind of comparing hand sizes and realizing they're both doing the same thing, which is, you know, playing cards but then drawing cards, rinse and repeat. Again, this pickup of the list, though, I can't express how big this is for Bradykin. Mostly because it means that for 2 energy and that pack of wonders, like exhausting every turn, you can give something -4 and draw a card. And that is going to be every turn. Now, you can't do it at reaction speed or action speed. It has to be on the turn of Bradykin. But that means that Mom Sky almost has no way of keeping anything alive long term.
I'm going to Eclipse her.
Now we see that Kaisa
Nice predict.
coming down, the second copy moving into Emperor's Dais, looking to conquer once again, but Eclipse will give Kaisa -4 might.
It can go bottom.
Yep.
And the predict going through, Bradykin shipping that top card of the main deck to the bottom.
You regain focus. Do you do anything with it?
And looks like focus is being passed back over to
will Gust her.
Bradykin. And Gust is going to attempt to bounce Kaisa back.
So we'll see if there's another response here.
Just Inferna. So
We're going to Inferna here at the Emperor's Dais before Kaisa is bounced. So that leaves a unit there at Emperor's Dais. And Mom Sky will successfully conquer up to 4, halfway home here in game 1.
And that's the power of the Inferna card, because yes, you've got the assault, but the ambush also means that when your opponents are trying to use these 1-for-1 removal options during a showdown, you can ambush it in for the low cost of just 2 energy and kind of secure the conquer point. So Mom Sky, I think, had a wonderful turn there. This is going to be an uphill battle, but because they were able to still get the point and end the turn with might on the board, they're once again going to force Bradykin to spend some sort of cards here. The downside is that the cards are just going to be replenished. Again, this pack of wonders plus the list, or pack of wonders plus Bellows, or whatever the case may be, you're always going to be able to draw an extra card per turn if you're Bradykin.
Yeah, this combo is just absolutely crazy here. That pack plus the list, and with Ezreal getting that card. But now the Bewitching Spirit comes out as we see Mom Sky discarding the Determined Sentry, and a second pack is down as well. Bradykin replaying the Bewitching Spirit, shredding that hand for Mom Sky as we see Inferna discarded as well. And Bradykin with Ezreal just slowly taking away all of the options from Mom Sky.
Yeah, we are essentially a turn and a half away from Mom Sky playing strictly from the top deck because of 2 pack of wonders and the found Bewitching Spirit. If Mom Sky does not have a way to deal with the Spirit, and this is a window of opportunity because there is no energy available to Bradykin. If you had some sort of targeted removal or a way to get rid of it, then you would buy yourself some time until the next Bewitching Spirit is found. But now that it is online, Mom Sky has to know I either need to score 2 points now and 2 points the next turn, or just understand I'm playing from the top deck for the rest of the game. So we're going to see this Kaisa come down. It will likely once again go to the dais.
Yep, you go to 5.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get that card.
Cycling
Draw.
the Kaisa. And we desperately need cards now that this Bewitching Spirit is online. So up to 5 goes Mom Sky.
So I think what you're looking for here, if you're Mom Sky, is something like a challenge where you could use that to get rid of the Bewitching Spirit with your Kaisa. But I don't think I saw one in the hand of Mom Sky. There are some in the main deck, but I have not seen one pop up yet.
Mom Sky still has 5 ready runes, 4 cards in hand after conquering there with Kaisa.
Mom Sky has to be thinking, I'm so close to getting into position, because the other thing we have to remember is Mom Sky does have that Bryn here in hand.
Yep, that's
and
absolutely right.
That's a great way when you're trying to get to that double conquer turn from 6 to 8 to kind of ensure that you'll be able to make it happen. The problem is, again, with that Bewitching Spirit and double pack of wonders combo there, will Mom Sky have enough cards in hand to kind of protect it? So I actually really like this just sending the Kai'Sa in twice, you're going to draw 2 more cards, but you're also, again, very importantly, going to be at 6 points to set up a threat of a double conquer. Bradykin is in a great position to try to stabilize here, but because he is so far behind in points and because he lacks the board presence right now, he's got to make sure that he plays perfectly for the rest of the game.
5.
All right.
Absolutely. Momsky up to 6. And really all thanks to Emperor's Deus being able to bounce Kai'Sa back for no energy there. Again, it's not a part of the cost to finalize that trigger on the chain. So Kai'Sa really being used to great advantage. And now Momsky in striking distance. Let's see what Bradykin has for us here. Still only 1 point, but just trying to slowly get through these threats and get this in-game state deployed. Thousand-Tailed Watcher is the play for Bradykin. And it is going to be accelerated into the sigil.
I got a 2. I recycle a rune.
Kai'Sa goes down.
I will go here. Passing.
And now Bradykin moving into the Emperor's Deus with that Bewitching Spirit. And he'll take advantage of being able to bounce the Spirit back. Up to 3 points for Bradykin. He reinforces the southern battlefield.
List to hand. Pass to you.
And just going to pass it over with 4 runes up. So Momsky will have to be aware of the possible interaction here.
Interesting.
Now, that was a very well-timed Watcher from Bradykin because it doesn't just get rid of the opposing units, it does represent a large amount of might. So that plus the Ezreal on a battlefield is going to make it that much more difficult for Momsky to get a double conquer. And because of the way that the Ezreal deck plays, if Momsky instead just takes the Deus and tries to pile on might there for the hold, Bradykin likely has a number of answers, has probably drawn half of the deck at this point, so it can pick and choose whatever you want. There's also anything that's already been played, like a Starcross, for example. You know that you have to account for Bradykin likely having Fizz in the hand, so you can get those back. So Momsky, even though they're at 6, I don't think they can rely on going to 7 and trying to hold. It has to be a double conquer, but that 10 might that is on the sigil right now is a lot to go over. And then when you factor in, of course, the 4 energy available for Bradykin, you're also still playing around cards like Starcrossed from hand.
Definitely a tough situation here for Momsky.
Triple discarded, though. That's the question.
Just trying to see what possible units he has available. We know that Kai'Sa is still an option. But as you mentioned, holding's going to be extremely difficult. He hasn't been able to keep any units in play at this point.
So the interesting bit is I just heard Momsky say, I don't know what I want to hold through a triple discard. So I think Momsky is understanding I can't double conquer this turn. So whatever I do, assuming Brady does a triple Bewitching Spirit the next turn, what am I going to have left after that? So just trying to navigate not just this turn, but also the following turn and the effects of it. And so that's why we're seeing just the Fey Folk come down, the rest of the cards held in hand to protect from the Bewitching Spirit.
Yeah, the double pack of wonders with the Bewitching Spirit, just crazy. And we're going to see the Spirit at the southern battlefield as the Hopeful gets discarded. It's down to just 4 cards in hand for Momsky.
Pack, replay, Spirit.
And so this is exactly what Momsky was worried about, where you're seeing Bewitching Spirit come down for the 2nd time this turn. Gonna get rid of the Ferris Forerunner, and here comes Bewitching Spirit number 3. So Momsky properly identifying. Oh, we're also
going to Starcrossed instead. Looking to bounce back that Fey Folk. I think Momsky here trying to figure out, okay, how many runes am I going to have to play with next turn? Has the Darius in hand. We know about Kai'Sa.
I think this is a very good play from Bradykin. Even though it looks unassuming, it's just 1 might. The Fey Folk is something you want to get off the board if you can help it. because if it were to drag the Ezreal over, it might make breaking the might on the sigil that much easier. So you don't want to have a situation where the Faithful pulls one of the units to the dais and then you ambush in something like a Rengar or another unit, you get that victory, and then Thrill of the Hunt to the other side.
How much time is left in the round?
This is definitely a heads-up play from Bradykin to identify the ways that they could break through this battlefield, and instead of being greedy and going for the guaranteed triple bewitching, instead played it twice and then opted for the Star-Crossed and then still leaves energy up for responses.
Yes.
Rengar Trophy Hunter, the chosen champion for Momsky, still sits in that chosen champion zone. 11 runes for Momsky to work with here. Do we finally see the chosen champ making an appearance?
Rough.
It's kind of a difficult situation. Rough is how he describes it.
I'm worried about the round timer because we're already past 20.
Here comes the Trophy Hunter down into the Sigil of the Storm. Can be played
All right.
the battlefield where those enemy units are located. That's a 7 might chosen champion.
That's right, because of the legend trigger. Jumps up to 7, so potentially trying to just trade with this Watcher. You know, thinking about cards that Momsky hasn't seen yet. Not only has he not seen challenges, but I don't believe I've seen a punch first roll through yet either, which would have been likely very welcome here.
And it is just going to be the trade. Watcher for the Rengar. Momsky will look to develop further, was contemplating another ambush there. Does have Nidalee in hand.
I was going to say, it doesn't have to be an ambush. It can just be this Darius. It's the second card played, but it sees itself, so this Darius will essentially enter ready as a 7 might unit. And that will start to threaten
There's the Star-Crossed to bounce that Darius back that tried to take over Sigil. Strong play for Bradykin.
5 cards in hand.
We go back over to Bradykin's turn once again.
Channel.
No units for Momsky.
Okay,
we'll
so
have to plan once again.
The good news, if you're Momsky, is that's the 3rd Star-Crossed. The bad news is you're going to have almost no cards left in hand, and there is still fizzes you have to worry about. Now, the fizz cannot be done at reaction speed, so you don't have to worry about those Star-Crossed interrupting you during the showdowns. There are still plenty of other removal options at action speed that Bradykin will have access to, but that is at least a big hill that you have now climbed and crossed over by getting through all 3 of the Star-Crossed at reaction speed.
Well, there we go. It was the triple Bewitching Spirit turn with the 2 Pack of Wonders.
And he has it.
Here it is, Darius and Kaisa. And that is going to allow Momsky to conquer both, accelerating the Kaisa. Darius, the second card played. He's readied up. He can go and conquer. A double conquer turn for Momsky. What an opening game. Because it seemed as though Bradykin had that inevitability. But Momsky was patient and found the time to pounce.
Well, like I said, the good news was you got through all the Star-Crossed.
Yeah.
So that meant that while they were still available through a fizz, there's nothing at reaction. It also was a turn in which Bradykin had to expend all of their energy, so they had nothing up. You knew that you had the window. And I think that the important piece here is Momsky correctly identified what the game plan was from Bradykin, went with those Kaisas on the dais early to keep the hand up, because otherwise you wouldn't have had that ability to play 2 cards that late in the game. The Spirits would have stripped it significantly sooner. So this was a great game navigated from Momsky.
Here we go, game 2 of our round 9 feature matches underway. Bradykin started out with that stack deck as the Faithful comes down for Momsky, and it is met instantly with that deadly flourish. Irresistible Faithfolk no more. Gold created for Bradykin.
Just chuckling at some of the player banter there. Brady said, "Your best friend is gone," and Momsky said, "That's unbelievably rude."
Yeah, that's just too much. Here we go.
All right.
Double unit play for Momsky. Pit Rookie will buff up the Grim Apothecary.
I will play.
There is something that's going to be really important for this game 2 of the series that we need to pay attention to. That is the timer. Because Bradykin knows these games go long as the control player, and this is an aspirant's climb game, Bradykin trying to get some additional time to make sure that the combo comes online. This means that if this runs long, they might have a hard time finishing game 3. So I expect, and we're kind of seeing it now, players to play much faster in the early going. The one other thing that I would like to mention is that the dais is gone. That was a big part of the victory for Momsky in game 1. You do have Seed of Power. You can still draw cards off of a double conquer, but that's much harder to do against a deck like Ezreal than simply going to one location over and over again.
Are we going to be rude and gust me?
Apothecary down to the aspirant climb, and there's the gust. When Pit Rookie moves into Seed of Power.
I will stupefy the Apothecary trigger as Legend.
Nice little combination here for Bradykin to stupefy that Apothecary to get the card off of that Ezreal Legend. It's kind of slowing down some of the momentum for Momsky. Denying that extra card off of Seed of Power.
Yeah, and again, that's going to be very important because the only reason Momsky was able to take game 1 was from having so many cards in hand from that Dais and Kaisa combo. Seed of Power, again, you can draw cards from, but you have to be present at both battlefields. That was something that Momsky did not do often in game 1, and I find it being very difficult in game 2 already with the early gust.
We see Pit Rookie being replayed.
Play my Monk.
And the Monk here actually going to get a card. We do have 5 might between those other units on Momsky's side of the board.
Channel 2.
Yeah, the Kinku Initiate has been such a wonderful addition for body decks with Unleashed. Body decks prior really struggled to find any sort of card draw, and while this is conditional, it doesn't require a power, and it generates might, so it's everything you want if you're playing body as a domain.
Ooh, watch out, we've got Thousand-Tailed Watcher for Bradykin. Each of these units for Momsky, -3 might for the turn. Does he have that Bellows Breath?
Bellows on the 2 guys
He does. Bellows Breath is going to target these guys on the back line.
Yeah.
Momsky's board threatened here. The back line is down.
That's
swing in here.
huge for Bradykin.
Massive. As Ezreal can move in now and threaten to clear the board once again.
7.
Just 2 runes left open for Momsky. Does have that Thrill in hand.
Yeah,
He wants to keep a unit in play.
It's such a powerful card that it feels sometimes bad using it in situations like this. However, as you pointed out, you're not just keeping a unit in play, you're also scoring another point this turn and then another one from the hold, because you know Bradykin has no other options right now. All of the runes have been exhausted. Oh, instead is just going to do here. So saying, I would rather get rid of the Ezreal instead of scoring an additional point. You will get the hold still. You'll go from 1 to 2. But you had the option to go to Seed of Power, score there, and then go from 2 to 3. I think Momsky said, I'm tired of this Ezreal reducing your costs.
Absolutely.
Let's just get rid of it now.
Reducing those additional costs and also potentially generating extra cards if it gets bounced back. Here comes Kaisa Survivor, the MVP of game 1 for Momsky, moving to Seed of Power. Will score to 3, and we're going to draw 2 cards here, 1 off of the Seed of Power and 1 off of Kaisa.
So knowing that the Kaisa play was coming, I now understand why they decided to just get rid of the Ezreal. Now, if you're watching at home and you're saying, okay, well, you could have still sent Apothecary to seat and then sent Kaisa over the Ezreal and then still got rid of the Ezreal, right? But the difference here is you get to draw an additional card by having the Kaisa conquer the seat. If the Apothecary was already on the seat and you conquered the other side, you only get the draw from the Kaisa.
Now we go back over to Bradykin. He's staring down 3 units for Momsky as Thousand-Tailed Watcher is going to start a showdown with Kaisa. That's 7 might to 5 might in favor of Bradykin.
Show me the -4.
Here comes that punch first. +5 might would be the number on Kai'Sa. And it is Eclipse that will give the Kai'Sa -4. So the Watcher has enough might to break through and conquer for the first point for Bradykin here in game number 2. Both of these players looking to remain undefeated here in Hartford.
So I will say I'm very impressed with Momsky. As we listen to the player comms, every time he does something or goes into an interaction, he's already predicting what Bradykin's going to do. In that instance, if you were listening, he said, show me the -4, and there it was. And earlier, he was like, you're going to be rude and gust me now. And then Bradykin gusted him. So he's very clearly used to this matchup. Perhaps maybe used to it with Diana being across the table, but it's still something where you can tell a lot of reps into this card pool have been played.
And now Bradykin able to develop the Vex
6
at that northern battlefield with the Thousand-Tailed Watcher. So this is a little bit of a problem for Momsky. Each of these units being played will be stunned while Vex is at the battlefield. Another Kinku Initiate will come out, getting a card, buffing up the Apothecary off that Pride Stalker trigger.
Now that's actually a very important buff on the Apothecary. There's only one energy available to Bradykin. That makes the Apothecary go above gust range. And now by playing a second unit, you have the option to go in and get rid of the Vex. Yes, you're going to lose your unit, but getting rid of the Vex is so important that this is a very worthy trade.
Absolutely. So we get the Vex Apathetic off, but Gust is going to bounce back that Pit Rookie.
Yes.
Okay. And you have 8s going to 10, so...
But something that has been pretty
Bellows,
rare
I guess.
for Momsky.
I'm good.
Yeah, playing around that Gust, making sure you get rid of the Vex. I'm so impressed with the way that Momsky navigates this matchup. Whether it's making sure that there's enough cards in hand for when the spirits are going to be impactful, to making sure that you get rid of the key cards at the moment that you need to.
Sugar as Legends.
Against my rabbits.
Bellows Breath, taking out that irresistible Fey Folk, a damage to the Initiate. Able to draw off that Ezreal Legend once again. Here comes
another Watcher.
Another Thousand-Tailed Watcher for Bradykin. And that is going to be enough to take out the backline for Momsky. As the other Watcher moves back, it's 3-2 going back over to Momsky. Board wiped and staring at 2,000-tailed Watchers in the backline. That is not something you love to see.
Yeah, and if you're watching at home and you're kind of curious about that interaction, maybe you're new to Riftbound, the damage put on the Bellows Breath stays and does not clear until a combat happens. When the Thousand-Tailed Watcher comes down and gives the -3 might to a minimum of 1, that means that the Kinku Initiate goes to 1 might and then has 1 damage still on it, which is enough to kill it. So you do not have to die from the damage right away. You can combine it with minus effects like that. It's a neat interaction if you're new to Riftbound, so keep an eye out for it.
Sabotage coming out for Momsky as we look at a double star-crossed hand. Bradykin.
It's a double star-crossed hand, but also this is the second time this weekend on a broadcast that we have seen that Angler Beast come in from people's sideboards. That scary fish is apparently the new tech for maybe dealing with some of these go-wide decks. Again, maybe predicting popularity increases from Azir or Victor after their performances in Utrecht.
Yeah, that Angler Beast so good against the tokens.
I mean, you're looking at right now, it's going to likely come down and just bounce this board.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, because both units developed on the back line for Momsky. Just 2 might total right now after that buff from Pit Rookie. But Bradykin has the Thousand-Tailed Watcher moving in. He'll score a couple points.
I trigger Seat.
The Vex reinforcing the Aspirant's Climb, a card off of Seat of Power. And Bradykin into the points lead for the first time in this match. And there's the Angler Beast. The Pit Rookie and the Sentry back to Momsky's hand. And look at these battlefields. 12 might and 11 might, respectively, represented at the battlefields for Bradykin. And this is getting tougher and tougher for Momsky. Bradykin, of course, playing against that clock, as you mentioned. Need to try to lock this game 2 up.
Yeah, the big difference between Game 1 and Game 2 is that in Game 2, these Watchers have given Bradykin actual might on the board to work with. Game 1, for a large part of the game, it was simply Ezreal and or Bewitching Spirit. And yes, you can get some points or try to conquer with those, but you're not really going over the top of things. That means you're relying on removal and then maybe sneaking them in. That's why we saw that Bradykin was at 1 point for a large portion of Game 1. Here in Game 2, getting the big might units means that you can be aggressive, and we're already seeing Bradykin all the way up to 6.
At 6. And Momsky just fully developing on that last turn to try and make a big push on the next turn. Bewitching Spirit gonna rip a card, and there's only 2 in hand. And it's a double Bewitching Spirit. No runes open for Momsky, no hand left. Passing over. Massive amounts of might. Bradykin threatening to win here with a double hold.
Yeah, now we are seeing Momsky playing from the top deck. It's not where you want to be. Momsky was very good in Game 1 in making sure this was not the game state that he entered. Actually did, I think, a very good job of trying to avoid it here in Game 2, but again, unfortunately, with Bradykin finding both Watchers, being able to get the Watchers Bellow combo off at least once early on to slow down the board presence of Momsky, meant you had to commit more cards to the board, and we have just hit the natural attrition state.
Sure, I pass.
Okay, so we're moving into Aspirant's Climb.
Sure.
13 might in total for Bradykin there. The Bewitching Spirit and the Vex fall. Thousand-Tailed Watcher left alone, but Vex off the board, which means that Momsky can play units and they will not be stunned immediately when playing them. The Rengar Trophy Hunter still in the back line, moving in to start a showdown with that Thousand-Tailed Watcher at Aspirant's Climb. Here comes the Apothecary, ambushed in. +1 might for Rengar.
All right, I will.
It's going to be 8 might to 7 in total.
If you're wondering what's happening here, the Apothecary went ambushed in, gave the Thrill of the Hunt trigger, or not Thrill of the Hunt, excuse me, the Pride Stalker trigger from the Legend of Rengar, and then he returned just the Apothecary back and replayed it. So that's why it went from +1 to +2, and why you saw the 6 energy expended. They kind of shortcut it, but if you're wondering, that's what the interaction was. The Starcross unfortunately stops
discard the Apothecary,
the Conquer from Momsky, and now Bradykin is just back to ripping cards from the hand of Momsky. Is already at 7.
That's going to do it. We are going to Game 3. Bradykin sending us to a decider. Both of these players, again, looking to remain undefeated. And it's worth noting that both of these players have made a top 16 appearance at a regional qualifier. These are seasoned players at this point. They are familiar with this pressure on day 2. And for Game 3, should be interesting, Charmer. We've got the arena's greatest for Momsky, and Bradykin will be playing with the Frozen Fortress. So this game will be a little bit quicker with that arena's greatest.
Yeah, this is, I think, going to be the tightest of the 3 games. Game 1, we saw Momsky use that dais to make sure that the hand was always full. Game 2, with Bradykin both going first and having Aspirant's Climb, meant that Momsky had a slower start by going second, as well as had to score more points to try to win. But now Momsky is back on going first and has arena's greatest. If the Momsky can get units down like we're seeing with this double pit rookie and get some points early, stay on the board, Momsky could take this. Bradykin's going to need to have every gust or every answer at the moment that it's needed. We're going to see a stack deck now, and again, this is likely looking for a gust if there's not already one in hand, because these early points are critical.
Another stack deck?
Yeah, the double pit rookie start here for Momsky. Double stack deck for Bradykin, as that pit rookie will conquer at the Northern Battlefield. 2 early points here for Momsky.
Momsky cannot be happy about that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that was such a back-breaking double stack deck to not find the single gust that you need in this arena's greatest start. They got on the battlefield, but on top of that, have 2 units in base, one of them also ungustable with the Hopeful. So as far as starts go, that was catastrophic for Bradykin.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Nothing in play yet either for Bradykin. We'll continue to dig a little bit here. The Stupefy. We'll give the pit rookie -1, drawing a card, and there's the Wages of Pain to clear the arena's greatest. And Bradykin going to create a gold. All 3 stacked deck early here in this game, but Momsky has the green light. No ready runes for Bradykin and 2 units in that back line.
Yeah, this is absolutely going to be a double conquer turn. Also the sabotage, so you get to see what you have to play around going forward, and you see something that is a big green light. There is no units in the hand of Bradykin. There is Wages, there is the Fountain, which Sprite Fountain is representative of units, but they are just temporary. So when I'm looking at this, I really feel like the choices are either star-crossed or the Sprite Fountain. The Sprite Fountain, because it's their only way to contest on a battlefield. Yep, and that's the choice. And I was just about to say, and when you see those 2 copies of the list, even your Hopeful is still going to be too small to actually hold. So I really like getting rid of the only source of actual might in the hand of Bradykin.
The great start continues for Momsky. Exactly what he wanted here in this game 3, as the pit rookie will move in first to the southern battlefield, up to 3 points. Goes Momsky. Of course, the Hopeful still available to get that 4th point at the arena's greatest, and we'll see how Momsky develops further past these double conquers here.
Now, the one kind of weird thing that you have to play around is you do know Bradykin still has the Bellows and the 2 copies of the list. So you don't want to put yourself in a situation where a repeated Bellows plus list activations is a complete blowout, and that's why we're going to see only 1 unit at each location. It is the safest way to play around the list Bellows combo.
So here we go, the list coming out, calling Bilgewater, and with that damage from the Frozen Fortress, each of the units there getting a damage dealt at the start of each beginning phase. Pit rookie with the might being reduced is killed, and the battlefield cleared.
Using the list in combination with Frozen Fortress to kind of make it impossible to hold is a wonderful combo for Bradykin as this game progresses. Again, Momsky's plan, however, is likely just to try to force a double conquer every turn as opposed to get any sort of hold points. Again, I'm concerned at this point about Momsky's cards in hand. So far, the start has been everything Momsky wants in terms of playing units, getting them on battlefields, rinse, repeat, get your points. But I believe Momsky is starting to get very low because we haven't seen cards like Kaisa to get those cards back.
So now Gust attempting to bounce back that Hopeful after the Stupefy did bring that Noxus Hopeful at the battlefield to 3 might.
Oh, I think that's a Thrill of the Hunt in the hand, which might be a consideration just to save the unit because you're so low on cards.
Definitely contemplating the play. Also has the Inferna in hand as well, but the bounce will go through. Hopeful back to Momsky's hand. Ezreal, Prodigal Explorer.
And pass.
Legend ability used, a card, and here comes the Vex in the back line for Bradykin. Finally able to develop a unit here in game 3.
And I think that was a Kaisa Survivor that was just picked up from Momsky, which will help with potentially the card problem. Might consider accelerating at this turn because it's the only turn you'll be able to do it. You have to assume Vex is going to land on a battlefield next turn.
The window of opportunity there currently, and as you mentioned, could be closing very soon. And also, Bradykin, no runes up right now for any interaction.
We'll go here.
Sure.
Yeah, I like
to the fortress.
like the hopeful to the fortress here, because if you're going to accelerate this Kai'Sa, you don't want Kai'Sa on the fortress. You want them to expend more resources to try to get rid of it. It's not likely going to stick around. There is also an argument to be made about not doing the Kai'Sa. But again, with this being your only window of opportunity to get the accelerate off, it's really hard to turn that down, especially when you're so short on cards at this stage of the game.
Yeah, just 4 cards left in hand for Mom Sky. We know the Kai'Sa's there, has another Hopeful and Inferna in hand, and you can see Bradykin just itching here. He knows the clock is ticking, and he's way behind in points, so he knows that he needs to get through this game quickly if he wants any chance. So we get into overtime.
So the other option here for Mom Sky with the Kai'Sa, if that is the thrill of the hunt in hand, you're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runes. You could accelerate the Kai'Sa to the greatest, and then if Bradykin takes the bait and deals with the frozen waste or frozen fortress, excuse me, first.
This does feel like slow playing the clock, please.
And Bradykin mentioning that this feels like slow playing, which is a valid mention, because right now, if they go to the overtime rules, there would have been
Channel 2.
A victory to Mom Sky because he's up by 2. What I was going to say is if the Kai'Sa was accelerated, you'd still have up for the thrill, and then that could go to the other spot and get a conquer on the opponent's turn. But didn't accelerate Kai'Sa, decided to just leave 3 up instead.
So Wages of Pain, the play for Bradykin, would be 3 damage to the Noxus Hopeful. And the thrill of the hunt comes out. The signature spell for Rengar, and Hopeful is moving into the arena's greatest, getting that additional might from the Pride Stalker trigger. And we conquer up to 6 for Mom Sky. In striking distance here in game 3. A second list coming down. Noxus is the tag named.
Swing here.
And here comes Vex into that northern battlefield. It's enough to take down the shrunk Noxus Hopeful. Bradykin up to 2 points. Kai'Sa remains in the back line for Mom Sky. And still 5 more runes to work with for Bradykin. What more do we have on this turn? Is there a way to answer Kai'Sa?
So in a strange turn of events, Bradykin currently only has 3 cards in hand, which is rather low for Ezreal. That's about to go up by 1 after this Starcrossed is discarded and Ezreal draws 2. There is 2 copies of the list, so you could also activate the legend. It was just interesting that for a brief moment there, Bradykin was at a measly 3.
Play Sprite Fountain?
Yes.
So now we see the Sprite Fountain coming out. Ready Sprite for Bradykin.
Make a Sprite.
In the base, where does it go?
Put it here.
Up to that northern battlefield. We'll leave 7 might at the arena's greatest. Another card picked up off that Ezreal Legend ability. We pass back over to Mom Sky. No runes open for Bradykin. And keep in mind that Rengar Trophy Hunter is still an option in the champ zone for Mom Sky.
So it's 3?
Yeah.
Double conquer and it's over.
4.
You do still have to deal with the Vex. That's the big hurdle for Mom Sky right now. What I do find interesting from Bradykin is the Sprite token going over to the arena's greatest as opposed to the fortress, if only because if you think this is going to go to time, you want to try to catch up on points so that your opponent can't win by 2. But Bradykin, I think, is properly identifying that overtime doesn't matter if I lose before the clock runs out, and you have to make sure that whatever plays Mom Sky has, they're difficult to go over the top of that Vex on the greatest. Sprite plus Vex is not enough to account for a punch first, but I think if Mom Sky had one, that would have been a windmill slam play here to go into that spot. So instead, we wait to see what Mom Sky chooses to do. We know there's the Hopeful and Inferna, and I couldn't quite see what the third card was.
Sure.
We are going to see a trade. Kai'Sa for Vex. What is next? There's the Rengar Trophy Hunter to the northern battlefield with the Sprite. Mom Sky conquering up to 7.
If there's a red Pike, oh, it's the Apothecary. Okay, I was going to say, a red Pike would get the job done here because you could pay the 3 and then pay the power.
This dies, I get a Sprite. Channel 2.
All right, so Bradykin getting another sprite off the fountain. And has to deal with the Rengar at that northern battlefield.
All right, lots of ways to deal with it because I did see another Star-Crossed, I believe, in hand. There's also another Vex Apathetic. So we could see a situation where...
Move here, pass focus.
The Star-Crossed is actually just used on the Sprite token so that you don't have to return anything. And Bradykin also putting this Ezreal out there, I think this is fine because, again, you need to catch up on points if you're worried about things going to overtime.
Flourish on Rengar.
Okay, Deadly Flourish would be
Swing
dealing
here.
3
Pass
damage
focus.
to the Rengar. Now the Sprite moves in, threatening a trade at Arena's Greatest, and the Grim Apothecary coming down with the ambush onto the Arena's Greatest. That's 4 might for the Apothecary off of Pride Stalker.
Bradykin has to have some sort of answer for the Apothecary, or else Mom Sky will just win when it comes back off of the hold. So this might be a forced Star-Crossed, or needed to see what was in the hand. Anything like a Stupefy. Yep, single Bellows.
There's the Bellows. He's got the answer. The northern battlefield cleared. No units left in play for Mom Sky. And Vex Apathetic back down on a battlefield for Bradykin. The chosen champ has been used. We're just under 4 minutes to go here in round 9 in Hartford.
All right, this I think has to be for Mom Sky. Just play as much might as possible and pass. I believe there is only 9 runes available, so that should still be enough for Rengar plus double hopeful pass, and then just hope that Bradykin cannot answer everything in your base.
Two cards.
2 cards.
It looks like double Noxus hopeful.
Just gonna do double hopeful, save the Rengar. The Rengar being in hand is known information, so
yeah,
I feel like saving that feels a little awkward, if only because you know that your opponent is playing around it. Perhaps you're saving it in case Bradykin develops something to the Arena's Greatest, and then what you could do is you could run one of the hopefuls in to the fortress, clear the Vex, and then ambush the Rengar to the other side.
Replay as
so now the Star-Crossed bouncing a hopeful and Ezreal. Ezreal coming back out right away. Could go back to that battlefield. That's the contemplation here.
I'll replay it here, sorry.
And that is going to be the call.
Discard draw. I will discard Gust.
Bradykin will pick up another 2 cards after discarding the Gust. Has 5 runes to play with.
Stoop hopeful. Flourish hopeful.
Stupefy plus Deadly Flourish takes out the other Noxus hopeful. And we go back over to Mom Sky with Vex still on the battlefield at 7-4 with 2 minutes on the clock.
This is why I think I would have preferred also just playing that Rengar from hand. I don't think that you can count on Bradykin falling for the bait and putting another unit on the other side. And more importantly, you'd still enter this turn with at least 1 unit up. And if you're not crashing in to get rid of the Vex, which I think would have been valid, at a minimum, sending it to the Greatest draws you a card as well. You don't obviously score the point, but you're low on cards in hand. Giving yourself additional outs, I think, would have been beneficial. So we'll see if the play pattern changes this time around. But last turn, I felt like perhaps Mom Sky should have just played as much might as possible and said, okay, answer everything. Because now we're back to square one, and as long as that Vex is there, you're out of options that you can do immediately.
Vex is such a menace in this format. One of the better units coming out of Unleashed. So difficult to deal with sometimes. Limiting your opponent's options, and it is just going to be another development turn here. All the might with the Rengar hopeful and the Pit rookie.
So this is what I would have loved to have seen.
Well, you get it this time, Charmer. It is one turn after, but we do see all that might developed. It's Rengar that is buffed. So a total of 7 + 6, 13 might on that back line for Mom Sky, and Brady can now within 2 points. It's 7 to 5. With that clock still ticking, closing in on overtime.
Repeat bellows, 2 damage to each.
Oh, here comes the Bellows Breath. 2 damage to the back line. The Pit Rookie down. Another card off of the Ezreal Legend.
Use the Noxus list, -2 the Hopeful.
There goes Hopeful off of the list.
Still a lot of options available to Brady to slow this down.
The Noxus list, replay it as Cat.
Oh, the Pack of Wonders getting another list back out, being able to replay it.
The same list.
Oh, another Pack of Wonders, replay the list again.
And that buff from the Pit Rookie is the only thing keeping this Rengar alive at the moment.
What does he have?
Fizz.
Oh, Fizz!
Into Stoop to
Here
finish
it comes, Fizz into Stupefy, and the back line is cleared yet again.
Oh, it's impossible for
Brady can.
Pass.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think Brady just realized it's impossible for him to win because the timer ran out, but he can force a draw. Mom Sky likely does not have an answer for what is on the battlefield, so Bradykin will score that hold point when it comes back.
What does Mom Sky have? Once again, just has to
You are correct.
develop that Vex, continues to be a menace.
There almost certainly is. There might be 2. There's 1.
And that is a look of out of options on the face of Mom Sky at the moment. I have definitely been there more times than I would like. Thinking through, is there any way to get this last point? And or is there any way to get rid of what's on the Frozen Fortress? Because that would be another way you could try to secure a win. However, that Fizz in the base also is threatening a conquer point, which would still take Mom Sky out of that 2-point lead.
I can't hear you.
Sorry, did you play Stupefy or Bellows Breath with Fizz?
With Fizz, I played the Stupefy. Oh, you're right. You're right.
So the Stupefy should stay down there.
Yeah, and then this. Yeah.
Yeah.
All good.
So Judge identifying that the Fizz played the Stupefy, so that was what needed to be recycled, and the Bellows Breath is still in the trash.
This Vex card is...
All is good here.
Nah, I mean, I think it's just
Quick,
a draw now.
easy fix.
Yeah, Mom Sky saying, I don't know that I can win. That Vex card is, and then trailed off, and I think we're all thinking the same thing. It is a problem if you are an ambush-based deck.
Go, I guess.
All right, so this is turn 2.
Mom Sky just going to pass back over to Bradykin. Holding up to 6, has Fizz in that back line.
Just to affirm, I'm not losing in my mind. It is you need to win by 2 points, otherwise it is a draw. Okay. So getting another point doesn't matter.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even if Bradykin was running like ride the wind tricks or things like that, even if Bradykin Bradykin went to the greatest, you can't then like ride the wind back over to another spot that you're already occupying. So just no way to win from here.
And that is going to do it. Wow.
Second Vex.
What a game. And I tell you, it really felt like such a great start for Mom Sky until that Vex was able to get on the battlefield and the whole complexion of that game changed.
Well, and specifically the second Vex.
Yes.
I think that Mom Sky did a great job of getting rid of the first, but
they didn't pick an Ezreal.
That second Vex was very problematic, and I really do feel like potentially Mom Sky had a window where when Bradykin had all of the runes exhausted and you had the option to do the Rengar hopeful, it's not ideal. You don't feel good about that, and I can understand why they chose to just do hopeful.
Yeah.
But I really feel like as long as Vex is on the board and you know in your hand you don't have your challenges, you don't have your natural answers to get rid of the Vex, you have to just play enough Might and hope something lives that you can trade with the Vex. So I think that it probably doesn't change the outcome in the end, but it really feels like that might have been a line that when Momsky watches it back, they'll reconsider.
Yeah. And it's interesting because you're in a tough spot there. These are two fantastic players, again, that have been in the top 16. They're undefeated going into that game. They're searching for the best ofs. They're looking to finally make the top 8. There's a lot of pressure, and it was just such an interesting back and forth game, and really loved seeing the Pack of Wonders plus the list. I think that was crucial multiple times in that game to really keep Bradykin in it.
Oh, absolutely. And we saw it yesterday utilized by Pike.
Yep.
But I got to say, in this Ezreal list, being able to reuse the list over and over again with effects like Bellows Breath or some of the other targeted damage, allowing you to kind of set up your mini Watcher combos in some turns as well. You are able to keep everything clean. And then on top of that, the list, because you're choosing an enemy unit, means that your legend ability is essentially always online. So obviously the list designed for Pike, but Ezreal reaping the benefits as well.
That is absolutely right. Well, let's take a quick recap here of this match.
Thank you so much, Josh and Charmer. That was a very interesting match with a lot of key moments. Actually made it kind of hard to identify some of the biggest ones. So we're going to take a look at game number 3, because there's actually one turn that I think really set the page, or rather the pace for how the rest of the game plays out. This is when Momsky is making a pivotal decision of, am I going to play the Inferno at ambush speed to go to the battlefield and hold for another point. So far, Bradykin has hit with the Stupefy as well as a Gust, so it's been targeted twice. This Noxus Hopeful is going to go back to hand currently for Momsky. Has a reaction window, has the runes up to play that. Let's play this out here, because you'll see even the hesitation. Like, Momsky knows, like, I have the chance to do this. I don't think I want to do it. I want to save the Inferno for a different play in the future. Lets it go off. And this is a point denied then that would have been a hold point for Momsky. Maybe could have been an opportunity for Momsky to then, close out the game later on, because was at 7 for quite a while. We see that later on other turns he's able to push in and do a little more. But unfortunately that time, now the boss has hit the field. Let's pause here, because this is the bane of every Rengar's existence. They talked about it in game 2. The cast is recovering it. Getting past one is doable. Getting past the second one's tough. But even when one single Vex Apathetic hits the field, immediately, once it's at a battlefield, you're going to slow down your opponent. And this kind of pressures Momsky to try and score really fast. Had already been scoring pretty fast up to this point, but now the pressure's really on. We're going to jump ahead, though, towards the end of the game, because basically what happens in every turn after this, as let's take a look at the next clip here. Every turn, Bradykin is able to answer the units from Momsky. Charmer was mentioning the fact that maybe there was that turn you could go Rengar, Noxus Hopeful, Noxus Hopeful. There's another line where you go Inferno with the Noxus Hopefuls, but getting 3 bodies on the board in any previous turn might have been enough for Momsky to get it, but Momsky chose to go 2 units for a couple of turns. Bradykin's clearing them out, but then this is the final turn you see. Actually, I believe this is not the correct one. Can we go to right before? Yeah, here we go. Perfect. So that one, right before the time's about to run out, you see Bradykin have a perfect answer to the 3 units. Let's play it out from here, because I want to walk through exactly how Bradykin handles this field. This is the first time Momsky actually commits 3 units to the board. Just accepts, I have to play the Rengar to base. The Trophy Hunter is great as ambush, but sometimes you just need to play it to your base instead. Still has the Inferno in hand. Now, Bradykin is going to start off by the Bellows Breath spreading damage, or actually just the double Bellows Breath to clear the Pit Rookie, and now there's 2 damage marked on these. Then the list, congrats, Noxus Hopeful, you just made it. Taken out, and then this is the really fun part. A lot of Ezreal players are on this version of the deck. It's not going to surprise a lot of people, but the Pack of Wonders, first one hits the field, returning the list, playing the list. Rengar, congrats, you just made the list. Going to go -2, and then again, the second one and it's incredible. This is a picture-perfect hand from Bradykin. Also has the Fizz to re-get the Stupefy. That's a -5 might, plus the 2 damage. Rengar goes down. So you see the Mom Sky was a little afraid to play 3 units a turn because Ezreal has a lot of answers, but if you just keep letting Ezreal target your stuff, Bradykin was drawing an extra card every turn with the Legend ability because Mom Sky just didn't want to commit 3 units and was only committing 2. And I think that Mom Sky, if at any point had just committed 3, might have been a different ball game. Also, ambushing that Inferno in might have been a different ball game. You can save your Thrill of a Hunt for a future turn. Tight margins of error in this type of match. 2 very, very impressive players, though. It was a draw, so both of them still technically undefeated, 8-0 and 1. Very, very fun match to watch, though. Watch out for the double pack of wonders. That's all I got. Back to the casters.
Double pack of wonders, indeed. It is a dangerous thing, and as much as we hate to see the draw, as Kangas mentioned, these players are still undefeated, so they are still in the running for the best ofs and a shot at the top cut. What a match to start here in the day 2.
Listen, if this is going to be indicative of the type of play that we're going to see for the rest of the day, I am incredibly excited because I thought that game was navigated very well. So like we can nitpick about what Mom Sky could have done at the end, but I was incredibly impressed with the way that Mom Sky played through game 1, understanding the assignment with the dais, and one also making me look good because I was like, hey, maybe you should be bouncing this. And then he started doing it and he won the game. So you love to see that, but I just feel like, Kangas shouted out double pack of wonders. We are in for a pack of wonders as far as our gameplay goes for the rest of day 2.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for tuning in, but don't go too far. We're going to take a quick break and we will be back for round 10 of 13 here in Swiss of Hartford.
Hello everybody, Kangas here at the Riftbound Regional in Hartford. I'm a fan of puzzles, so I created a puzzle for some of the best players in the world to solve. We got Prismaticism here across the table from me. Prismat, you've never seen this puzzle before, correct?
Nope, you kept the cards face down.
I kept the cards face down. It is now time. You can reveal your cards.
Okay.
You have 2 units that are going to be on the field. You'll have 3 cards in your hand, 12 runes, and 0 points. Your mission is to win in 1 turn.
I see what's
Your opponent only has a singular Vex Cheerless and nothing in hand, nothing that they're going to do outside of holding this battlefield.
And I've got to score 8 points in 1 turn.
You got to score 8 points in this turn. Can you do it?
This costs 4, this costs 4, this costs 2, but maybe 3, and this costs 2.
Yep. So you got 2 Spellsongers and a Ride the Wind with Yasuo Windrider and Draven Audacious.
Okay. I thought you were going to give me 6 points and some garbage units and some trash to try to win this, but
no, you got to get all 8
this is a bit trickier. Okay. So 2 points can come from the battlefields.
Okay. I like this. You're doing the math already.
I can get 1 from each of these, so that's another 2 points. And then the Spellsongers. Oh, I'm going to have to re-equip them, aren't I? Can I get them killed? I could get, it's +0, so I could get him killed. Because this is 4, this is 6. So the last 2 will have to come from the Spellsonger re-equips then. Interesting. Okay.
So what are you thinking? What's the sequence here?
So this is 4 points coming from here. That's going to cost 5 from each, which means I can't use both of these. Okay. Okay. I also need to win combat. Okay, then it looks like everything's falling into place now. Because I can...
You figured it out. He's backwards engineered the line.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to play and equip both of these to Yasuo. I guess the runes are okay. Yeah, I've got 6. So that's going to cost 8 and 4 green.
Okay.
He'll go here. That'll be 1.
Yes. So you get your first point.
I'll Ride the Wind him back to base. That's his second move.
Yep.
Then this is his third move. He'll give me 3 points.
3, exactly, yep.
And then die. Then I'll spend the last 2, equip to the Draven.
Nice.
And then he'll go in, win the combat.
Yep.
Win 3 points. and then conquer for the last point. I conquered both battlefields, so it worked.
You got it. 8 points. Well done. And I must say, that was so much faster. I had every caster try this out.
Okay.
And they all got there eventually. Everyone was able to solve it, but that was by far the fastest I've seen.
Okay.
So talk me through like the thought process there. Like, how were you able to come to that conclusion so quickly?
Well, 8 points in one turn is pretty tough. So, yeah, just reverse engineering that. How to even get the points out of what I have available.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're starting with the end goal and then working your way backwards. I think a lot of people got hung up on like, oh, they can get to 6 points consistently. How do you get the other 2?
Yeah.
And then you realize you got to crash. This is kind of a bait, you know? Like, it's not actually doing anything. It's basically just a fight.
No, you're never doing anything with the Ride the Wind. And the Windswept Hillock or the Hall of Legends.
Yeah.
And even the Yasuo Legend don't do anything. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
that is like with puzzles, there's like the start is easy and probably the end is easy, but then the middle there's somewhere tricky. But if you get as much done from the start and the end as you can, then it's a lot easier to figure out the middle.
All right, we are live for another interview here in Hartford. Got a special guest that's on an incredible run today in Hartford. You want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Mom Sky. Best of Yasuo Atlanta. Now I'm playing Rengar, so fun times.
Best of Yasuo. Now that is an awesome feat, and now you're on Rengar, you said. Now, first, before we kind of get into what you chose today and what you're running today, what is your favorite legend? Is it one of these two?
Yeah, I like Yasuo. I've been playing League since like Season 2. He's an OG, so started with him in set 1, got the best of in set 2, tried again in Vancouver and got second. So swapped it up now for Hartford on Rengar.
There you go, and you're off to a great start. I believe 7-0, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so you are locked in day 2.
Yes, sir.
Ready to go, and we know that back in Vancouver, Rengar went all the way to the top cut and to the finals and was 1 game short of taking it all. So what are your goals right now looking forward for this event?
Yeah, I mean, getting best of and top 64, maybe going for the top cut, that'd be sick. Sam is also playing as Rengar again. Last I checked, he was 6-0, so we're in the head-to-head. Got to fight it out tomorrow, I guess. So see how it goes, but done well so far.
Hey, it's going to be a battle of the juggernauts with you and Sam. Now, what led you to switching out from Yasuo into Rengar for Hartford?
Yeah, so I was 5-0 in Vancouver on Yasuo, and then I lost 3 rounds in a row, and that sucks. So I had fun with the list, but I was like, look, I need a top 64. I'm gonna amp it up a little bit. I saw Sam play it in Vancouver. It looked really fun, and it has been really fun. So I was just tinkering with it. Seemed good into quite a few things. So it's a fun deck. I like playing it. My opponents have no idea what's going on half the time, so can't complain.
There you go. Now, you said you like playing it into some matchups. Can you talk to us a little bit about some matchups that you feel really comfortable in and maybe some matchups that you don't feel as comfortable in?
Yeah, I think Master Yi is a rough one. I haven't played any today, so that's probably why I haven't lost. Maybe I'm jinxing it for round 8. I just played a Sivir. That matchup's really fun because it's me just slinging like units around or using my signature spell to like flash stuff all over the place. So it's a fun little matchup. It's a little random, but my opponent and I are like, let's go gambling when every other turn. So it's fun.
Okay. Now, one last question. You got any spicy tech that you've been throwing out at anybody that you can share with us, or is the list pretty similar to what we saw?
Not really, but I like my Forerunner. Maybe I'll get a Toyota Forerunner too. I got a couple of those guys. They've served me well, so we'll keep it up.
Awesome. Well, we certainly appreciate your time, and best of luck throughout the rest of the weekend. We'll see you tomorrow in day 2, and hopefully all the way through to a top cut.
Hopefully it's you see me at the end of day 2 too.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. Thank you so much. Congrats on the great run today. Welcome back, Riftbounders. We are getting ready for round 10 of Swiss here at the Hartford Regional Qualifier, the last regional qualifier of the Unleashed season. If you're just tuning in, We saw a very interesting matchup last round with Ezreal and Rengar, 2 of our undefeateds, which was really cool to see those 2 legends undefeated in day 1. But now we look forward into round 10, and it's really starting to be crunch time for these players, Charmer.
Yeah, a lot of these players are trying to ensure that they can keep a path to the top 8, but they're also trying to keep ahead of the rest of the pack when it comes to the best of prizing. We know that there's a lot of people vying to win that coveted prize of being the best player on a particular legend at these events, and so let's check in on the best of Victor race currently, and we have a huge tie at the top. A lot of players at 7-2.
That is quite the race right now for Victor. What is that? 6 players at 7-2, all in the hunt. That's exciting. I mean, this is going to be a tight race over the last several rounds, Charmer.
Yeah, and I'm being told that D-Dragon was 7-1, was the leader of this pack, but just dropped a game in that round 9 of Swiss, and that's why we have this big tie, and that's going to open things up for all of the rest of the players playing in day 2. You know that they're going to be hot on the tails of D-Dragon, but that's not the only tight race here. We do have the best of Vex with 5 up in a big lead, but there's still a lot of games to be played before that top cut, and if 5 up were to stumble a bit, players like MX Nyx or Nightingale could close the gap.
Yeah, we saw 5 up get that awesome start yesterday, 7-0, and then ended the day with the draw, but clearly off to a great start today, getting that 8th win, and really just has to keep this momentum going to lock up the best of Vex. But how about best of Pike? And look at Awesome Rossum up here, but he is in a close race with Miru.
Yeah, they are obviously duking it out, but as I had pointed out, still quite a few rounds to play before we get to the top cut portion. And we did get to see Senbon on the broadcast yesterday, and I was impressed with their play as well, so don't count them out at 7-2.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. They are right there in the chase. So let's see what we've got next. It's the best of Rexai, and we've got a tie right now, 8-1. So going to be interesting, couple 8-1 players, and then 2 at 7-2 that are also right there in the running.
Yeah, again, this is the point in the tournament where you have to win every game. Every game matters when you're trying to keep these best ofs because there are so many players hot on your heels. I think that in this case, something must work is working very well for them because something is working there at the top.
Well, how about this? Tofu on top, 8-1 with Darius, and this race not quite as tight. It's 8-1 down to 7-2, and then that's it, right? It's those 2 players that are right there at the top. So we'll see if things tighten up as we get through the end of the day.
Yeah, this is a situation where ASIP Tofu is essentially in the control your own destiny position, but another huge series of ties in this best of Kaisa race.
Yeah, I actually had the chance to talk to Dear Ambelina this morning, was pumped coming into this day 2, having great success and really hungry for that best of, so right there in the running for this best of Kaisa.
And Dark Lazero, I know we saw on the broadcast yesterday as well, currently in that top spot based on tiebreakers, but with so many 7-2s, it's kind of anyone's game. Yes, you see somebody down at position 193, but all it takes is for you to win and the rest to lose, and suddenly you're in the front running.
Yeah, absolutely. And Miss Fortune best of, we've got Dr. Snuffles on top at 8-1, but Jehuna not too far behind, 7-1-1.
Yeah, Jehuna not far behind. And then also we do have 2 more players there at 7-2. But I think that right now, Dr. Snuffles, again, in that control your own destiny position, is probably feeling the pressure knowing that the person behind them has that draw. So that if they win and you also draw, then you have to go to tiebreakers. So even a draw doesn't keep you safe because somebody else is already in that same position.
I just can't state enough how cool the best of prizing is and how much the community loves it. I mean, it is the talk of the town in Riftbound. Now, we love best of prizing and we love you, the community, and we want you to make a vote for what match you want to see featured here in round 10. So we could see Rexai and Pike there in match A, or we've got Azir or Annie in match B.
Yeah, all of these are really kind of featuring people that are in that best of hunt. We were just talking about Poke on the Rexai. Miru is currently the leader for the best of Pike. And then down below, as weird as it sounds to say this, I believe Funk Monks is also tied with Prismat as far as the best of goes. So if that was the choice, we would be watching somebody competing to maybe steal one of those coveted Annies from the demon known as Prismaticism.
He is on a run. 5 best of Annies, looking for number 6 here in Hartford. The vote leaning towards Pike and Rexai, though. Of course, Rexai got that first top cut appearance last weekend in Utrecht, and that is going to be the match that you chose. So Rexai versus Pike, Poke versus Miru.
Yeah, we're going to start with that one. The viewers have spoken, and I'm very excited for this because, one, Rexai deserves some love. She is the queen that she deserves to be and has really had a showing ever since Utrecht. It was kind of a deck that I think when Spirit Forged came out, people thought was going to be a bit splashier. There was a lot of talk about it, and then it maybe underperformed a bit during Spirit Forged. And then when Unleashed came around, received some help, people thought, okay, might make a resurgence, and maybe she was just tunneling, burrowing her way along to the finish line and is now popping out to show everybody what she can do.
Well, speaking of burrowing, let's check out this Rexai deck list and what we're getting into. Absolutely love this deck. Love the RNG factor of the Legend and that ability to get card advantage and find what you need off the top. But one thing this deck can do very well, Charmer, is it can flood the board.
It can flood the board, and then it can do something else. Whenever I think about Rexai, there's one card that comes to mind. I love it. It's one of my favorite cards in the Order domain, and it is Under Titan. Because when you flood the board, you want to be able to do something with all those units, and while Under Titan gives all of your other units +2 might for the turn. So this represents a lot of additional might if you do flood the board. It's also very, very satisfying when you get to play it off of the Legend ability because you can play it cheaper. And there's just no better feeling in the world than when you pull that off.
That's absolutely right. Not to mention that additional energy that you can gain off the Under Titan when it's revealed off of something like your Legend ability or the signature spell. But something that I really want to talk about here is that Falling Star, because in a matchup like this against Pike with things like the Bewitching Spirit or Ezreal, Fizz, cards like that, that Pike wants to bounce back to hand, if it gets stuck in base, that Falling Star could be the opening you need to take it out before the cycle continues.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Falling Star could be the key card as far as cleaning up those backline pesky units that Pike is trying to save. And speaking of Pike, we're going to take a look at that list now. We do see the 3 of Bewitching Spirit. That is pretty standard here. But the other thing that jumps out to me about this Pike list, as opposed to the one that we saw in the broadcast yesterday, is the inclusion of Rengar. The red Rengar, the pouncing Rengar, is so good in lists just in general, but it gets additional value when you can return it to hand and kind of represent this combat trick that is +5 might every time you're attacking.
Yeah, that is so, so good. And another thing that really stands out to me, Charmer, the Blighted Battle Axe, something that we haven't been seeing a lot in the top decks, but this is a deck that can really put out a lot of might.
Yeah, the Blighted Battle Axe is going to be something that you use to ensure that your conquers work. One of the reasons I think the Pike that we saw in the broadcast yesterday ultimately didn't win that series was because, yes, it did great things with comboing the Pack of Wonders, using Bewitching Spirit to strip the hand, but it struggled to sometimes score or maintain a board position. Blighted Battle Axe helps you with that, as well as the inclusion of Ferris Forerunner. That's another big might unit that's also sticky. If your opponent answers it, the Death Knell gives you additional might. So unlike the one that we saw yesterday when Senban was playing, Miro here has a lot of ways to keep might on the board.
Yeah, this deck feels a little bit more aggressive. It's got a lot of additional might, and it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. But I believe the players are ready, and we are ready to get down to the feature match area for round number 10 here in Hartford. So much on the line for these players. Poke and Miru.
So
Game 1, Candlelit Sanctum for Poke, and it'll be Ripper's Bay for Miru.
So one thing that I want to pay attention to as we navigate game one is whether or not Poke tries to plan around the Pack of Wonders combo, because the thing is Miru isn't running Pack of Wonders, right? We did not see that in the main deck. You're just relying on the legend ability when you're talking about Bewitching Spirit, and I think Miro has decided that that's good enough. I don't need to go overkill into that. I can just play a good Chaos Fury base, right? Because that was historically a very strong combat-oriented domain combination. That's why Draven was so good. That's why Annie continues to be good. But then also just run Bewitching Spirit and make use of it with the legend ability. So if Poke maybe overemphasizes trying to keep cards in hand, expecting Pack of Wonders, it could slow down their start, whereas normally Rexai, as we've talked about, wants to flood the board. So I think we'll learn a lot about what Poke expects in this matchup, if they are playing a little bit more timid or if they still just go all out right out of the gate.
Yeah, it is interesting because when we saw Sinbon on stream yesterday, he did have that Pack of Wonders, and so we don't see it here. We see Miru playing a list that can develop even more might. We're going to have Miru starting out with that Traveling Merchant, and now going over to Poke with the Faithful Manufacturer to get multiple bodies on board. That when playability, getting the Recruit token there in the back line as well.
And again, multiple units means potential to conquer multiple times the following turn, get that additional bonuses from cards like Under Titan later. This is a great start for Poke when you are on the rune, because you get to play 2 units, and if you've got something that buffs your might or deals with the merchant, then you can just get the double conquer and start that 2-point per turn cadence incredibly early.
We see this little bit of ramp going on here for Miru. Going into Ripper's Bay, getting that opening point, and then bouncing back the Merchant with the Legend. And because it was at Ripper's Bay, Miru was able to pay 1 energy to channel an additional rune, and then just replaying the Traveling Merchant as we go back over to Poke.
Yeah, and that works out great for Miru because it protects the Merchant. Poke now doesn't need to use any additional might to get this double conquer, so they have that going in their favor. They will also likely get this Candlelit Sanctum trigger, because there's nothing Miro will be able to do with no energy open. That being said, we're going to see also a reinforce after the conquer on Ripper's Bay, so just trying to take that option away from Miro and force them away from their preferred battlefield. I like it from Poke.
Yeah, very interesting line early. We see the Rexai trigger after the Candlelit Sanctum is conquered by Poke for the second point. So Candlelit Sanctum resolving first, recycling both of the cards that were on top, and now we see Shadow's Call on Falling Star. And Poke declining to play either of those cards.
Well, the Falling Star can't even be played because there are no Fury runes on the side of Poke. Noticeably here, it's been an awkward start as far as the runes channeled, but you did get to see the really cool interaction between Sanctum and the Void Burrower, because you can use Sanctum first to kind of take a peek and then line something up for your Burrower. But in Poke's case there, didn't like what they saw the first time, so just recycled both and then took an even deeper look. And even when you're not selecting stuff, this gives you a lot of vision into your deck. You can filter your draws and kind of sculpt your hand for what you need.
So now back over to Miru. We'll see if he's able to get back on the Ripper's Bay, as the Traveling Merchant will move in.
Trigger. Void Seeker. Sure.
We know there are things like Cleave in Miru's list, and we are going to see the Cleave now. And it's going to be an additional 3 might here for the Merchant, and that is enough to go over the top and get back the Ripper's Bay. Miru up to 2. And reinforcing at the Ripper's Bay with that Ferris Forerunner.
I see you. Sure.
And that is a very big play from Miru there, and it might speak to what Poke was expecting from this Pike. I talked about how you might trying to be playing timid, worried about the Bewitching Spirit, but also the other Pikes, as I had said before with Senbon, not very good at generating a lot of might. So perhaps the Cleave caught Poke by surprise a bit there, and then seeing the Ferris Forerunner come down as well. We'll see how Poke responds. Does finally get a Fury rune.
We're getting there. Poke up to 3. as he holds that northern battlefield, taking a look at the hand here. Hopeful in the back line, but that's 8 might that Miru is covering up that Ripper's Bay with. Of course, the Ferris Forerunner will put additional might in play when it goes down.
All right, I like this from Poke, understanding I don't have enough resources to go over top on the Ripper's Bay, so I'm just going to take all of my runes, turn them sideways, and play as many units as possible so that I have might. And given what we just saw with the previous game in round 9, I love this. Give yourself the most options the following turn, make your opponent have the answer so that you can give yourself options, right? You are a unit-based deck, so that means play as many units as possible. Poke understands the assignment. I love it.
Absolutely able to develop 6 might in that back line with units played last turn. Now over to Miru, holds up to 3. Both of these players 8-1 coming into round number 10.
Is there a place where we can see the time?
You just ask.
Okay.
And as they think through what to do here, Miru, I think, is trying to figure out how to respond or react to whatever Poke does next turn. I think that's the critical position here if you're Miru. You've got some units on the board. You don't have to like overcommit a ton of units on your side if you have reactions and or even just actions that you can play during a showdown to slow them down. But you also kind of need to guess what your opponent is going to do in that situation so that you can respond accordingly. I like this move of the Merchant back to base just so that you can cycle the card out of your hand and get something else. We're going to see the Bewitching Spirit strip a card as well. But it would not surprise me if we see some... Oh, okay, never mind. I was going to say if we see some number of... Oh, interesting. Equipping this axe, though, because the Ferris Forerunner didn't conquer, this should actually just detach. They're missing that this is supposed to unattach. Yes, it takes the damage.
If he doesn't conquer, right? Yeah, if I don't conquer, it takes 4 damage.
But it also unattaches. I think this is what they're trying to clarify.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, that's absolutely
and so
right. It does unattach.
And that's why I was a little bit curious by that play, because you're not going to have the extra might for the hold. I was about to say going into that, and that's why I paused. It wouldn't have surprised me if Miru left a bunch of energy up for reactive stuff.
At the end of my turn. It takes 4 damage.
But in this case now, the Forerunner is just left on an island.
Yeah, interesting play here. So essentially, the Blighted Battle Axe just getting developed.
Yeah. So essentially what should be happening here, because it was equipped, is the axe goes on to the Forerunner. When the turn ends, because Forerunner has not participated in a conquer, it takes 4 damage. The axe unattaches, and then because it has 6 might and it doesn't kill the unit, it just sticks around, and then the damage heals because it's end of turn. So ultimately, as you pointed out, Josh, it's really just like you developed the axe, but obviously I think if Miro knew that it was going to unattach there, then the choices would have been a little bit different.
So once again, we'll see this nice combination of the Candlelit Sanctum and that Rexai Legend. Candlelit Sanctum first. Both cards once again going to the bottom. Poke really digging for some specific cards here, and he finds Void Rush off the top, and he is going to play that off the Rexai Legend ability. And we'll get to look at another couple of cards here. Oh, it's the Under Titan. That's 2 energy.
This is exactly what you love to see when you are playing Rexai. You do one effect that reveals stuff. You do another effect that reveals stuff.
Yes.
That gets your Void Rush, which lets you reveal more. You reveal Under Titan, and now that's going to be becoming a crashing down Under Titan, and it will buff all of these units. Again, we see the recruit tokens. We see the small, 2 energy drops, but they're all going to be +2 might because of this Under Titan. And suddenly, Poke has an army that they have raised. This will be an easy way to get rid of that Ferris Forerunner. All right. See the +2 might going out for the Under Titan entering play, going on all of the units. Now Poke has to decide what resources they want to expend. In a situation like this, if you know that you are going to lose some units still to trade with the Forerunner, it usually makes sense to use your smaller units because they have the +2. And so that's exactly what Poke does, sends in 2 recruits. The mechs will still be made at the base of Miro, but again, I think Miro is wishing that that trade was a bit more costly on Poke's side, was expecting to have 10 might because of the axe, forgot about the unattached claws, and Miro is still in a good position to kind of claw their way back in the following turn. That axe represents a lot of additional reconquer power. It makes these bewitching spirits a lot less measly, but still we'll have to keep an eye on whether that, potential misplay begins to haunt them.
So now Poke just going to further develop with the Chosen Champion.
And Rexai Breacher is so important to this deck. We've seen the popularity rise in almost any Fury list simply because it allows you to give Accelerate to your Chosen Champions if you're not running it as your Chosen. But in Rexai, because you're using your Legend ability and cards like Void Rush to potentially play from Banish, this also gives any of those potentially Accelerate as well.
Yeah, unlimited possibilities with the combination of that Chosen Champion and the Rexai Legend.
That's fine.
And we go back over to Miru. Does have a nice back line here as the mechs were developed.
Not a lot of decks play it, so I don't know what it is.
Honestly, Chinese cards are the worst, but...
Total of 10 might in the back line. Still has that battle axe there that does represent a possible 4 more might. Do see a Fizz in hand for Miru as well, something to keep in mind as we move forward in this match, as the Bewitching Spirit will go into the Ripper's Bay.
And
up to
right
4
now,
points goes Miru.
Yeah, right now Fizz doesn't have a ton of targets, but Void Seeker is still spicy enough. Does represent killing something on the battlefield as well as drawing a card. And we're going to see Miro make some decisions here with the rest. I would not be surprised if we see the Battle Axe on something and then still going to the Sanctum, because then it will have conquered and you'll have all that bonus might holding. Like, that's the neat thing about the Battle Axe, is like on the turn that you conquer, you get the benefit of going over top of whatever is there. And then for 1 turn, you get that bonus might for holding. It just becomes a detriment after the fact if you don't have a way to unattach it and then re-equip it somewhere else. We did not see any cards like Angle Shot in the main deck for Miro, so likely just relying on the axe for the conquers and some bonus hold. But all of that being said, there is a fun interaction with cards like Bewitching Spirit, where because of your Legend ability allows you to return a unit, you could go in with the Spirit and having the axe attached, and then return Spirit to your hand anyway, because you want to replay it, and then you don't have to worry about the axe killing your own unit. But here the axe is going to be worn by a mech token instead.
Yeah, that Spirit Loop has started. 2 cards stripped from Poke's hand on this turn, down to just 1 card in hand as Miru conquers up to 5 with the help of that Battle Axe. It's a big unit a big unit with the mech. 7 might with the Battle Axe. Traveling Merchant is going to reinforce, and Miru hiding a card there as well. Yeah, the Candlelit Sanctum will be very tough for Poke to break through. Oh, and here's the Falling Star to hit something on the back line. Rexai Breacher plus the Manufactor is down. We talked about Falling Star being so important to hit that back line. Coming into play here.
So a lot just happened there. The card that was hidden was the Chosen Champion, so we know that that's the red Pike. The Merchant, when it moved to the Sanctum, even though it wasn't part of the Conquerors, does still trigger the cycle, so that allowed Miro to find better cards Then we see the Falling Star take out 2 units, but notably one of them being the Rexai Breacher, the chosen champion. So that's going to temporarily turn off the Accelerate unless Poke finds a backup Rexai Breacher somewhere in the list.
Just making sure that we can clearly see the might totals at the Candlelit Sanctum.
Void Rush? Yeah.
Here comes that Void Rush once again for Poke. See what we find this time. It was an Under Titan last time around. Going to be a Noxus Hopeful. That's going to be a free Noxus Hopeful because Void Rush reduces the cost by 2, and the Legion effect is activated at that point. So a free 4 might unit in the back line for Poke.
And now Poke is probably wishing that that Breacher was still around because you could have accelerated it if you wanted to go over the top here. Right now we're going to see Poke kind of daisy chain units in to make some trades. Wanted to get rid of that Merchant and turn off some of the filtering Miro's been doing. Going to put the Under Titan on the Ripper's Bay just to make conquering over there harder for Miro. And also going to reinforce with their own Ferris Forerunner, so incredibly difficult to get onto that Ripper's Bay now.
Yeah, Ferris Forerunner off the top with that Rexai Legend ability. Really strong find here to put some big pressure on Miru.
Oh, I think there might be a second guess here from Poke about whether to reinforce or not. I can understand the hesitation just because at some point you need to reconquer on the Sanctum side, but I like the idea of reinforcing on Ripper's Bay. And the reason I like it is because when you pass here, the mech token is going to die from the axe. So if Miro wants the hold point, they're going to have to react to the start of the turn. Well, start of the turn, the mech token won't die, but it's the axe is stranded essentially, and it will die at the end of the turn. So Miru's at some point going to have to react with that red Pike over on that battlefield as well. But going into the following turn, unless they re-equip the axe on something and then send it over, there's just no way to get over that might. And even to re-equip, you're going to have to get rid of your own mech token because it doesn't die until the end of the turn. If you're Miru, what you're looking for, if you're trying to move the axe and then go in the other direction, would be something like a Star-Crossed. Star-Crossed here, you could bounce the mech token, holding the axe, respond by replaying the Pike from Hidden, so you still have presence on the Sanctum if you want, and you don't lose your Hidden card. But then by using that mech token as part of your Star-Crossed, you could put Ferris Forerunner back in the hand, get rid of that, re-equip the axe on something like Bewitching, send that into the bay. So Star-Crossed would actually be fantastic here for Miro. This Ezreal might be digging exactly for that.
Yeah, ditching the Falling Star to draw a couple cards here.
1, 2, 3, 4.
6 more runes to work with. We'll see if that Star-Cross line is an option for Miru. Going to be spending a couple runes here. The Tide Turner, okay, so the Tide Turner swapping positions, and now the mech ready, coming back to base, and that Battle Axe still attached, representing 7 might.
Yeah, I was talking about finding a Star-Crossed, but Tide Turner is also a very good option because that allows you to re-attack with the mech. And you can force a trade here, and does opt to get rid of the Under Titan instead of the Forerunner.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, the hidden card's still there as well. Miru has to be keeping an eye out for a possible hidden blade.
Thinking.
Yeah, I think if you're Miru right now and you don't know your opponent's deck list, against Order Fury in the current meta, you should be considering Hidden Blade and Red Pike. Those are the 2 most commonly played hidden cards.
Now here comes the Pike from Hidden for Miru.
And Miru pointed to the Ezreal, so this is going to have the +2 might, I believe, because the cost reduction of the optional trigger comes from Ezreal.
And it is a Pike as well for Poke. Getting that additional might.
I'll go to the 7.
And that is enough for Miru to take down that Ripper's Bay.
Here we go.
A big play there, getting the Ferris Forerunner taken care of.
Yeah, so
Up to
Starcrossed
7.
Starcrossed was eventually used.
Yeah.
Did result in a big play like I thought. Didn't go in the direction I thought, but I was unaware of the tide turner. Expertly navigated here by Miru, though, understanding that your Pike, even if it's hidden in one battlefield, does still have ganking, so can go across. Was able to cascade that axe across multiple units. Poke is still staying in this game. Bird token does trigger on the Sanctum. This is going to allow Poke to kind of extend the hand. You're going to get a look with the Sanctum and then a look with the Void Burrower trigger as well. And Poke needs some help, though, because Miru is holding currently with 6 might on a battlefield, and at 7 points, that would result in a victory if you do not get rid of it. So the things that Poke is looking for are cards like Under Titan that would boost these hopefuls and allow you to go over the top, or something else that will help you deal with the Pike. The other problem you have if you're Poke right now is that even if you do get that Pike off the battlefield, you have to make sure that Miru cannot double conquer you for the win next turn. And even though there's just a Bewitching Spirit and an Ezreal, there is also the mech token and the battle axe. So if you go over this Pike, the battle axe will be free to equip onto anything else. This is a tough spot if you're Poke.
Scary situation for sure here in game 1.
Back 1. Okay. Leave 1 on top.
Looks like 1 goes to the bottom. What do we have on top? It is an Under Titan and the Manufacturer. So you get the 2 energy.
And then you're going to play it. You're going to play
And then that Under Titan will come out, buffing up the Noxus Hopefuls to try and go through that southern battlefield. Under Titan reinforcing at the Candlelit Sanctum.
7.
And a trade at Ripper's Bay. 6 might on 6 might. And then the other hopeful is free to go and conquer.
I really like the reinforcing of the Under Titan here. Again, Poke understanding that Miru has to double conquer next turn to win, and if you don't make that difficult for Miru, then you're just kind of going to lose the game on the spot. So Poke putting everything on the Sanctum, also leaving the hopeful on the other side. And now Miru, again, has 3 units, also has the Battle Axe, has the potential to cascade the Battle Axe into the Candlelit Sanctum. Like, that's the big issue at the moment, is you could put the Battle Axe on something, send it in, and then trade for, you know, the majority of the might, put it on a second unit, send it in, and then as long as you have enough to go over the hopeful on the other side, you will just win. So we're going to see first the 6, which...
Wait, you have 5, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the 6. Yeah.
So there we go. It's enough for Miru to take over the Sanctum.
And
Conquering, drawing a card, and that is enough to go over Nox's Hopeful. And Miru taking it down, finding a way to double conquer and get the early lead here in round 10.
Oh, okay. I'm so confused.
Judge was trying to get confirmation on who won so that they could put it on the graphic, and Miru thought that they were calling for a handshake, so was so confused. And right there you saw like a quick shake it off from Poke. I think Poke just understands that that was close. I think Poke did a great job of trying to navigate that final turn. Like I said, you kind of needed to find an Under Titan, but you were still facing an uphill battle because of the presence of the units in base and the Battle Axe. The Battle Axe is such a big deal because of the ability to cascade it. Even though Miru had another answer anyway, the Battle Axe alone would have been enough to just push through what Poke had on the table. And so Poke going first here, and this is going to be a rough start because they were forced to pass.
That is not what you want to see for Rexai. The Bewitching Spirit early for Miru here. Aspirants climb Arena's greatest, so we start with 1 point, but we are going to be playing to 9 here in game 2 as the Blood Rush is discarded for Poke. Going to need to develop here. Missing that opening play, not what Poke wanted to see.
And now we're going to see, I was going to say what the options are, and already playing the Chosen Champion early. As I peeked at the hand, I think that maybe some of the cards from either the sideboard or maybe they're in the main, but we just didn't see them in game one, are kind of clogging things up at the moment. I thought I saw a Cull the Week. There's a Falling Star, so perhaps the more like responsive options are the reason that Poke did not have that turn one play. But Miro here, I was going to say, is going to take the point for sure, bounce this Bewitching. Would not be surprised if they don't replay it as well, because if you see your opponent miss a turn one play, you know their hand is not great and you want to take advantage of that. And even if that means kind of slow playing a little yourself, if you can just shred it before it's relevant, then you have a great way to capitalize on that slow start.
We are going to see that Bewitching Spirit come back down. Let's see what the discard is here. Does feel like a much more reactive hand for Poke here in game two. The Falling Star going to be discarded.
So a bit more of a peak that time as he was fanning it out. There was a Call of the Week. There also was an Under Titan, so that explains, you know, again, why it was some of the more expensive stuff. There was also another Falling Star, so that's why one was discarded. So yes, Poke just with a clogged reactive start will finally score here with this Rexai Breacher. Will hopefully try to extend the hand. Does reveal the Under Titan, and this is the recovery that Poke needed to get back into this.
Yeah, getting that additional energy, playing out the Honest Broker. So now we are developed in the back line with the Inferno as well, and now we see the Cull of the Week to get the Bewitching Spirit out of there, as well as the Honest Broker, but a gold token created for Poke. 2-2 going back to Miru.
I think Poke liked using that Call of the Week to guarantee that the Bewitching Spirit goes away. Even though normally Call of the Week is used for bigger targets, we want to use it against your opponents that want to go tall, like Irelia. In this matchup, understanding that you've had a slow start and they're going to start stripping your hand, you have to deal with it.
So Ferris Forerunner developed for Miru, really setting up a strong push next turn, as Poke will hold up to 3 with Rexai.
All right, so Poke here, happy to hold up to 3, but seeing the Ferris Forerunner, probably wants to just generate as much might as possible this turn. Would not surprise me if this is just a development. We do see that the Rexai is coming back to base as well. Inferno, we want to take the point, so going up to 4, important. But again, I would expect Poke to maybe just generate as much mice as possible this turn and try to set up for a reconquer on the following turn.
So we're gonna reveal the one that we showed her reveal.
So another Rexai Legend trigger. And we're going to see the Faithful Manufacturer in the Hopeful on top.
Oh, so while Poke was doing the reveal for the Void Burrower Legend ability, Poke is saying that I accidentally saw the 3rd card down. So right now the judge is trying to figure out the way to resolve this. This likely will end up just being a shuffle.
So I played one from the...
But we are going to, I think, take a moment and listen in and see if we can hear what the judge is saying.
So I played, so the reveal before this one was Under Titan Broker. Correct. I played the Broker, so that's 1 recycle, and then I recycled 2 from Mulligan, so there should be 3 on the bottom.
We're just going to take the bottom 3, put them aside.
Put them where?
Yeah, you can put the bottom 3
Okay, so this is going to be a shuffle. However, the judge is taking the bottom 3 and setting them aside because that's known information. They were recycled before.
That's the idea.
And so you want the known information to stay the same, and you want the unknown information to go back to being unknown. So again, Poke saw an extra card, so it's going to result in a shuffle, but they want the recycled cards that have been seen from other, Void Burrower activations to stay where they are. So that's why you're seeing the cards on the bottom set aside. I think the judge is just talking them through it, but that should be the resolution here for seeing the extra card here. It wasn't drawn to hand, so you don't have to do anything where you present it to your opponent and they get to pick which one you choose. You just want to get the deck back being to unknown information.
And I do love in this situation because you could see it happen very quickly when Poke went to reveal those cards, but he immediately caught it, stopped everything he was doing. And that's important when a situation like this happens. Just stop things immediately, let the judge know, so that way it's the easiest possible fix. We don't move along any further. Love that quick call from Poke.
Yeah, it makes any sort of resolution or rewinds that are required that much easier if you don't continue through the turn. Also, just big respect, big props to Poke for immediately notifying the judge as well. He turned and just said, I saw this extra card. So, wants to make sure that the game is played properly. And this is still saying it's a judge call. Miru just making sure that they are going to get the extension here. I imagine that this is something where they're just getting confirmation on the resolution because, again, usually in these situations, it's just a shuffle so that the deck returns to unknown information minus anything that had been recycled up to this point.
And at this point, if you're just tuning in, round 10 here in Hartford of 13 Swiss rounds. Both of these players 8-1, Poke and Miru. This showdown between Rexai and Pike here in game number 2. Miru with Pike able to take the first game of the set. And here in game 2, an interesting Arena's Greatest versus Aspirant's Climb match.
All right, so here is the shuffle. I hope that somewhere I'm making Gretton proud that I properly identified what the resolution would be. Absolutely. I hope he's back there watching like a proud father. If you are, Gretton, happy Father's Day to you. As the father of our judge calls on this broadcast. But
so now we have the resolution, and we will move forward with the Rexai trigger. And Poke is going to play that Noxus Hopeful for 2.
And then I'll play this to base.
Off of the Legion effect, getting that energy reduction.
I'll pass.
And just going to pass the turn with Inferno there at Aspirant's Climb. Miru down by a couple points here, but Ferris Forerunner in that back line set to really take over whatever battlefield needed here, moving into Aspirant's Climb. Inferno goes down, up to 3 points goes Miru. And now we see Ezreal coming out as well, so Miru will start to do some cycling, discarding that switcheroo and drawing a pair.
So I will call out that if you're Poke in this particular matchup, you're not very excited to have seen Ferris Forerunner come down. A lot of times you're just trying to have your units be bigger than your opponents, but the fact that you have to kill Ferris Forerunner twice and you have to do it fairly is typically problematic. Here, this is a wonderful longsword play to keep the Breacher alive. We saw the Breacher die in game 1, and it kind of slowed things down for Poke, so this is a beautiful response. And just kind of finishing the train of thought here, the Ferris Forerunner might be answered by something like a combination of damage plus a smite if it comes in from the board. Again, we did not see what the sideboards were when we were showing the deck lists earlier, but smite has been slowly rising in popularity because of all of the popular Death Knell effects and LeBlanc decks. So if you see the Ferris Forerunner in game 1, like you did if you're Poke, and you're running that in your sideboard, it might be worth it to bring it in because it gets you a lot of value in this matchup.
It is worth noting that 4 minutes have been added to the clock for these players. As we go back over to Poke. Very timely longsword to save that chosen champion from the falling star. Did get the bird token from the Carrion Dredger Death Knell triggered ability. And now let's see how that Ferris Forerunner is contended with.
Yeah, Poke is in the unenviable position of not having great ways to deal with the Forerunner unless they have an additional buff or something else. The Breacher only at 5 might, Hopeful at 4. Hey, speaking of great ways to deal with it, though, those are 2 solid options. Call of the Week would likely just result in Ezreal dying, however. But Vi, we know, is an incredibly powerful card. The problem here, though, is that if you're playing it from the Void Burrower, like we're seeing this activation now, you then can't ambush it. You just have to play it to the field. So it would be a turn slower before you start getting the stun effect, but it's still, if your hand is clunky, and we have seen Poke's hand be, you know, a bit more spell-oriented than most Rexai decks like to be, we might still see Vi played just either to base or... Oh, okay.
Oh, going to accelerate Vi with Breacher. So paying that additional accelerate cost, and this is massive. Vi Peacekeeper off the top. Here we go. This is the answer that may be needed for that Ferris Forerunner. Now keep in mind that Miru does have 4 ready runes, so there could be some interaction here in this showdown, but Hopeful and Vi moving in, that will stun that Ferris Forerunner when Vi attacks.
Now, Miru...
Oh, and it's the Void Seeker. He's got a Void Seeker, which would take out the Hopeful and leave Miru in that advantageous position of 1 might over Vi. 3 ready runes for Poke. Is there any interaction here? Needs it desperately.
I was about to say, Miru only needs to answer 1 of these units to repel the attack. So if you're unfamiliar with how stun works, it just means that the unit doesn't deal combat damage, but you still have to have enough might to get rid of it.
Okay, so that did repel the attack, but with Ferris Forerunner still being stunned and that Breacher in the back line with the longsword moving in, taking out Ferris Forerunner, and now the Falling Star is going to hit that back line, leaving just 1 mech unit for Miru.
I will admit I'm slightly puzzled as to why the Rexai was able to trade with the Forerunner. That should still just be 5 might.
The Assault on Rexai.
Ah, the Assault. There we go.
Yeah, that was the 1 extra might needed. Just barely got there. So thankful for the stun. Otherwise, that would have been a trade. But how about that Vi off the top? That was so key for Poke to answer that Ferris Forerunner.
Good old Rexai Breacher surprising people with the Assault. I will say that I think Poke wanted to get rid of the Ferris Forerunner, but as we saw, didn't want to commit the Breacher unless it was necessary, likely because they know how important that Accelerate is. We'll see if Miru has a way to capitalize or punish that by getting rid of the Breacher. This would be a great time to have something like an Axe in hand, and I do believe I see one. You could also just use something like the Cleave. Your mech token would survive with that as well because the Assault only works on offense.
Yeah, the mech token in the back line, very important for Miru here. Taking out Rexai Breacher. Priority number 1. There is the Cleave. Assault 3 on mech. It's 6-5 going into Aspirant's Climb in favor of Miru. It's enough to take down the Breacher. Longsword falls off. Miru conquering up to 4. And now we will see Pike, the chosen champion, coming out. The power cost paid to have it ready, and +2 might moves in, conquering the northern battlefield. It's 6-5, and here comes Fizz, and Fizz will allow Miru to replay the Falling Star and take out Vi in the back line, and that's no units in play now for Poke.
This is a big play for Miru. I think a lot of players might be a bit timid or weary of recycling so many runes to play that Fizz into the Falling Star. But when you see Vi across the table and a Longsword, you have to get rid of it now because once the Longsword is equipped, it's outside of Falling Star range. So Miru says, I'm okay with going down in runes. I just want to make sure you have no board presence. I have units on both battlefields. I've got the Fizz in the base. I can make you answer my stuff and take a turn to redevelop if I need to, but more importantly, I'm threatening jumping ahead in the point race. Again, this is an Aspirant's Climb game. Arena's Greatest made people start at 1, but you do still have to go to 9, so as weird as it sounds, normally we talk so much about, 2, 4, 6, 8. Here you're on the odd numbers. Miro at 5, a double hold means going to 7, and then you're in striking distance to close out the game.
Now Poke able to develop a little bit here off of that Void Rush, playing down the Faithful Manufacturer and then the Honest Broker. The Longsword will be equipped to the Manufacturer. And now it is that double hold for Miru, up to 7.
I'm gonna hold to 7.
7 to 6 in favor of Miru.
Yeah, Miro just confirming that that is the score. I expect Miro to pull both units back to base. We're seeing that happen now. Potentially some more might development if Miro has it in hand, and then just trying to play for a double conquer the following turn, putting the onus on Poke to stack things in a way that Miro cannot solve as far as like a puzzle goes. That's going to be, I think, difficult for Poke because there's not a lot of might on the side of the board. And we know in hand that there is not just a battle axe, but also a red Rengar. The one thing working in Poke's favor at the moment is that Miro has no Fury runes, which is going to limit those options unless there's a double Fury channel, in which case you could play the axe, equip it, and potentially do the Rengar as well. Actually, you would not, because the battle axe is one of the few equipment that has a 1 energy cost as part of the equip. So it would be 1 energy short of doing both next turn. But still, Poke has to feel like their back is against the wall, knowing that Miro has the units and is within striking distance.
Stuff that costs 2 power from Fizz?
Yes. It's the only restriction is 3 or less.
Oh, okay. I wasn't. Yeah, okay. I was thinking.
Just getting clarification on Fizz here, and Miru is going to develop on the back line with double Treasure Hunter.
So again, sorry to cut you off again, but this tells me that Miro might have been trying to set up for hoping you get a double Fury Rune channel, and then you could cascade your Battle Axe into a double Conquer.
Yeah, definitely trying to set that up. Needs the Fury Runes, though. Will Miru find them on the next turn? We're back over to Poke. The battlefield's open, but we're 3 points shy. And you cannot let Miru double conquer next turn. So first off, the recruit moving into the arena's greatest. Here comes that Rexai trigger. What do we find off the top? It's a Poro and a Shadow's Call.
Poro represents more might, but Shadow's Call represents more options. Yeah, so we're going to see the Shadow's Call be played on the recruit. I like this from Poke. You want to try to find enough might to be above rate, as opposed to just paying 1 energy per might. That's likely not going to get the job done and get you in a position to prevent this double conquer. Also, if you draw off of the Shadow's Call your own answers, cards like Falling Star, and I think that's what we're about to see, then you can slow things down.
Falling Star taking out the 2-3 might threats in the back line of Miru, the mech and Fizz, as Poke will conquer up to 8. And we close in just under 20 minutes left on the clock. And now Poke can reinforce with another 4 might, thanks to the longsword equipped to the Manufacturer. Another reinforce coming here. And Nox is hopeful for 2. On to the arena's greatest and a hidden card as well.
And game 1, Miru saw both of the hidden options, the red Pike and the hidden blade. So Miru has to consider both when trying to crack into this. Because Poke is at 8 now, Miru also has to, at a minimum, get rid of the units. A double conquer wins the game, but even if you can't double conquer, if you can just clear the battlefields and prevent a hold, you're still in it.
This is very likely the deciding turn on whether or not we see a game 3 here in round 10. What a match we've been treated to so far. 2 legends that we're excited to see at the top of the standings.
That falling star was so clutch from Poke to just reduce the might on Miro's side, but also the number of bodies, reduces flexibility in terms of what you can send. We did get the double red channel that Miro was looking for to potentially cascade the axe, but the problem there is that you don't know what the hidden card is, and now that you have less bodies as well, a clutch hidden blade, for example, becomes incredibly problematic. I think this might be a fizz coming down. It is going to be a fizz.
Okay, what is the play? Looks like he is recycling 2, so it is going to be the falling star.
Or Void Seeker.
Void Seeker, excuse me. Yep, Void Seeker. Recycled 1 for fizz and 1 for the Void Seeker. And that does take out the manufacturer that had 4 might with the longsword.
And more importantly as well, it draws an additional card because Miru was not liking the options.
Leaves 5 might at the arena's greatest alongside the hidden card. And 4 runes still ready for Miru.
So the axe is off the table now because you do not have the energy to equip it if you play it. You do still have the option to play that Rengar as a reaction because there is a Fury rune. The problem is that you need the Rengar to go over the top on the arena's greatest. So if there is a hidden blade and they can use that on the Rengar, and we see the Rengar come down now, then that will be very problematic. We're going to find out. It is hidden blade.
Down goes Rengar. Miru is going to then scoop it up. Poke forcing game 3 here in round 10. What a match we are being treated to. You see a showdown here in round 10.
Yeah, you could hear the players chatting there a little bit, and Miro said, yeah, that falling star was good. And I agree, because that was the game decider. So game 1, Poke just couldn't get over the hump. Miro had more might than could be dealt with. Game 2, despite Poke having a slow start, was able to claw back in. I think that Poke, if we go all the way back to when the Call of the Week was played to get rid of that Bewitching Spirit, I think if Poke did not take that action and Miro could keep chaining that, we would have seen a completely different outcome. But instead, Poke was able to get into the late game, generate enough might, and get the win. And now we're in a double Forbidding Waste game, so this is going to be spicy.
Fireworks here in the final game. Miru starting things out with the Treasure Hunter will score the first point, generating that gold on the move trigger and developing Kaisa in the back line. Poke starts things out with the Inferno on his first turn of game number 3. Yeah, that double Forbidding Waste, quite interesting. So defending alone here in game 3, not where you want to be. Inferno moving in, taking out the Treasure Hunter. Rexai trigger will bring an Honest Broker off the top for Poke. That will be developed in the back line. And now it is going to be Cole the Week taking out Kaisa and maybe Inferno. And it is going to be Inferno there off of the Forbidden Waste, but great answer to the Survivor.
So I will admit, I'm a little surprised to see the Inferno chosen. A lot of times the Broker is chosen both because of the Death Knell, but also the Inferno was on a battlefield, would have at least threatened a hold. The problem is, of course, you have the chosen champion on the opposing side, which could just be played to base as a ready unit. And because of Forbidden Waste being the location, any unit walking in is essentially going to force that trade. So that is why Poke decided to keep the Broker instead, not threaten that hold point. I think that was the proper recognition. Bewitching Spirit stripping a card here, and that's not what you want to see if you're Poke, because you know that if you don't have an answer for it, we're going to see the rinse repeat of Bewitching Spirit getting a point and going back to hand from the Legend ability.
Okay, so we move into the northern battlefield. Poke scoring up to 2. Rexai trigger, it's Inferna and Pike Dockside Butcher on top. Pike to the bottom. Inferna will be played to base. It leaves 2 runes up, and the question, as you proposed here, is there a way to deal with that Bewitching Spirit and the possible loop that could be incoming?
Sure.
Here comes Void Rush. We will reveal another 2. There is a Falling Star. It would cost 2 less. And getting the Under Titan, so an additional 2 energy generated here. Really interesting finds off the top for the Void Rush.
Yeah, Poke is right now trying to decide if it's worth it to do the recycle just for this Bewitching Spirit.
Both are going to continue.
Yeah, I was going to say, I am okay with, I like the idea of not doing it here, simply because, yes, the Bewitching Spirit loop is threatening, but one of the things I've noticed as far as a play pattern goes from Poke is every Void Burrower activation, if an option to be played was present, Poke has been doing it. So you're extending your hand size just by making sure that you're maximizing your Legend's value.
And once again, we see the value of the Forbidden Waste as the Bewitching Spirit is able to go in, take out the Honest Broker that went down to 0 might. Bewitching Spirit gets bounced. The loop begins with the Spirit and that Pike Legend ability. And it is Falling Star discarded here from Poke. We go back over to Poke. It's 2-2. Keep in mind that longsword was developed onto the Daring Poro last turn. So that Poro will be a 5 might unit on offense.
Yeah.
Comes another copy of Inferna. And we're going to move into Forbidding Waste. And it is a Void Seeker to take out
interesting
the Daring Poro.
Interesting interaction here. The Void Seeker is only taking out the Poro because there's no unit there to defend. Assault only triggers when you are declared the attacker.
That's right, yep.
And so Void Seeker is still 4 damage on 4 might as a result.
Look at this, back-to-back Rexai triggers where Poke finds the Under Titan to generate an additional 2 floating energy. Manufacture alongside it.
I was just about to say, I would be shocked if this Manufacturer is not played, because every time Poke has had an option to play something from there, he has taken it. Again, understanding the threat of this Bewitching Spirit. Yes, Miro did not, shy away from the fact that I'm going to be sending this in and then replaying it every turn. So Poke needs to shift, understands the assignment. Also, kind of, again, extending the hand further by developing the Chosen Champion, and that's also going to increase your flexibility by being able to accelerate some of these triggers in the future.
Just trading back and forth at this Northern Forbidden Waste. Miru up to 3 points as the Spirit conquers, taking out Inferna. Pike once again bouncing that Spirit back. More gold generated for Miru, and it's double Bewitching Spirit to empty the hand of Poke. Wow.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see if you're Poke. I was also just getting ready to comment that the one thing that Miro is also doing here, since the game is going so slow, and Miro is basically just answering stuff but then playing these spirits and bouncing them, the number of runes on Miro's side is significantly more than Poke. And Miro has also had to avoid recycling because of the gold tokens generated from the Pike Legend ability. So we're going to hit a point where the tide turns in Miro's favor because of the cards in hand and having the energy to play them. But Poke is now just stuck having to...
I mean, it's fine, it's fine. You're going to do it right here. It's fine. It's fine.
So we see the Void Rush off the top, and that will be played off that Rexai trigger. Looking at the Daring Poro and a Cole the Weak. Cole the Weak will be played for 2 less energy. The Poro to hand, 1 Spirit down, and the Recruit. Poke will develop the Poro and just pass, leaving the Rexai in the back line.
Yeah,
threatened by that Spirit.
I like that Poke did not send in the Rexai to get what's considered a meaningless point. I know that technically no points are meaningless, but if you're at 4, you probably understand that your game plan is to go to 6 and then 8, and you cannot do that if you're Poke by losing the Breacher. You need that to be able to accelerate whatever you're finding off of your triggers. So do you develop the Poro, next turn you can send that in, hopefully get your Conquer, trigger your Legend, and then accelerate out whatever else it is you're finding. Now I say hopefully because...
Oh, the Star-Crossed is going to bounce that Spirit anyways. And bounce back the Rexai Breacher. After stripping the hand, the Under Titan was the final card in hand. It's 4-all as we close in on the 5-minute mark of round 10. Daring Poro moving in. Poke goes up to 5. What do we find off this Rexai trigger? It's a hopeful and a Cole the week.
Wow. This is such a tough decision if you're Poke. The call obviously gets rid of the second Spirit. Yeah, but you lose your only unit as well because your Poro is going to go away. And now you're still down cards in hand, whereas Miru has a ton. However, I do think Poke is making the right call, simply because as long as that Spirit stays, you're going to continue to be operating from the top deck. So instead, Poke plays the Vi to base after getting rid of it, wisely puts the longsword on to take it out of the Falling Star range. And so we're going to wait and see what Miro does now to respond and change their play pattern. We've just been seeing the Spirits. What has Miro got now that they're gone?
Miro has all the runes to work with. Down a point. Here comes Dockside Butcher.
Yeah, have you got 5?
Pike moves into the southern battlefield. It's 5-all here in game 3. We will see the chosen champion returned to Miru's hand. Leaves 8 ready runes.
Let me see your trash.
Miru wants to go to 6 to try to threaten a double conquer. They could replay the Pike, go to the other location, and then just develop might with the remaining runes. Does look like that's going to be the play. I like this from Miru. You need to get within striking distance. Tide Turner's also going to protect the Pike. I love it. And
Rengar coming out as well. So that back line is set up to potentially double conquer next turn. The Tide Turner rests at the northern battlefield, and it's just Vi Peacekeeper for Poke. He moves into the northern battlefield. Tide Turner down. It's 6-all. What did Poke find off the top?
Also,
but now we'll see that Rexai trigger. We can dig some more.
I was just about to say, also, what do we get? This is a really big reveal, hopeful. Even without having Legion active, still entirely worth it when your hand is stripped.
I think you got it. So what, this guy attacks as a 6?
Oh, okay. I think that there's a consideration for Poke to play the hopeful as a reinforce, because that's going to turn off the defending alone for the Forbidding Waste. Miru could still have some sort of answer if there's another Star-Crossed or a removal spell to then make it be solo again, but I think Poke is, yes, going to reinforce this here to turn off the battlefield text, at least temporarily.
And we'll see what that one card in hand was for Poke that he drew at the start of the turn. It's another Noxus Hopeful. So this will add another 4 might to his side of the board. And just deciding where to play the Hopeful.
Even if we go to turns, the game's gonna end. It's like final turn here.
Yeah, the timer is coming down, but Poke is saying even if we go to turns, game's essentially ending here, knowing that there's only a couple of turns left before one of these players claims it. The thing you have to worry about if your Poke is obviously that Rengar goes up to 5 when it starts attacking back. You have 11 might on the Forbidding Waste. So I think that's why there's the consideration of, do I reinforce with this? That also further makes it more difficult for Miro to turn the Forbidding Waste back on if they had something like a Star-Crossed. So Poke wants to put as much might there as possible.
Yeah, that's 15 might at the Northern Forbidding Waste. Miru conquering up to 7, bouncing back his chosen champion with the Pike Legend ability and replaying it. Paying the additional cost. That's already 4 might chosen champ in the back line.
So 9 on offense currently for Miru, 15 on defense currently for Poke. But Miru still has 7 runes available and a number of cards in hand.
Okay, here we go. Rengar moving in. He's 5 on offense, and it's another Rengar pouncing onto the Northern battlefield, and we do see a trade with the 2 Noxus hopefuls, and now Dockside Butcher moves in. Cleave is the additional might needed for Miru. He moves on to 9-1 here in Hartford.
That was such a fun match to watch.
Wow.
Both these players fighting for the board, going back and forth. You got to see the Pike obviously do the Bewitching Spirit stuff, but you also got to see the power of the Rengars in this Pike list. You got to see the power of the Ferris Forerunners being sticky and hard to deal with. A completely different version than what we saw yesterday with Senbon, and here we see it pay off because Poke was just unable to deal with the might and the trickery with this version of Pike.
Well, that was the difference, and it's really the thing that jumped out to me when we first looked at the deck list was just the sheer might that Miru could present in this Pike list, but also have that Bewitching Spirit and all of those control spells as well that can really manipulate the game state. And then you can also play offense very well also. So just a very interesting list, and he is on a run here, 9-1, which is 3 more rounds remaining. Could we see Pike in the top 8 for the first time at a regional qualifier?
I hope so. I honestly hope that we see this version in particular make it to the top 8, and I want to see how it competes against some of the more meta-defining lists, right? What does this deck look like against Irelia? What does this deck look like against Diana? I think that this is a very cool version of Pike because you're not all in on just Pack of Wonders bouncing. You're saying my Legend ability is enough, and then I'm going to play that good Fury Chaos, good stuff that has been good. I'm saying the word good so many times trying to drive this point home, for the entire history of the game, right? We know that Fury and Chaos has been a wonderful combination, and this Pike list takes the best of both worlds. I am a fan.
Yeah, Fury Chaos has been so good for quite some time, and when you add things like Starcrossed into the mix with Fizz, and so you've got that trickery as well, and just the great Fury removal spells and Void Seeker and Falling Star that were both used very, very effectively in that match. But let's take a look now at Miru's run and see what he has played against. We see he's played against a couple Annies, but he's really had a vast majority of Legends that he's had to face up against.
Yeah, we see a lot of victories against just numerous decks. There's only been 1 repeat. That's the Annies. Everything else is a different experience. Did lose 1 game to Linsanity to start the day. We got to see Linsanity on the broadcast yesterday, and they were a phenomenal player, and Diana is obviously a very powerful deck, so not a knock against Miru for taking a loss there, but again, if anything, I'm saying this run, what this says to me is this is a versatile list because every experience besides the double Annie was different and unique, and that means that the Miru list was able to adapt well to whatever it was paired against.
And one thing I want to point out as we left Miru's screen there was at the bottom in round 11, it looked like there was going to be a Miru versus Colin matchup, and they're both X and 1, and we know that X and 2 could potentially be on the bubble, so that is going to be a fireworks show. But we look at Poke's lineup of matches so far has only fallen to the Pike that we saw here in this round in the Kaisa early in the day yesterday.
Yeah, we see that Poke also went through a plethora of Yees there on their way to a strong start. Still in it at X and 2, but with that in mind, I think we are ready to throw things over to an interview with our winner, Miru. Let's hear from the Pike player himself.
Incredible round 11 here with our feature match with Miru taking it down 2-1 against a Rexai list. And I got to ask you, I want to just get your kind of immediate vibe check on that deck. Obviously, you've been playing a lot of Riftbound, top 16 in Las Vegas, back in the Draven era. Good to see you back on those domains, because watching you play was just very clean and very practiced, I would say. What's your opinion on that Rexai list, though, in general? Because we just saw it top 8 in Utrecht. What do you think?
I think Rexai is pretty good right now. Actually, it was a deck that I feared, the yellow in general. I think my deck is a little soft too, and I actually decided to main deck Ferris Forerunner in a meta where Ferris Forerunner is not really that good because of Starcross right now. It's a lot of tempo loss, especially against like Diana and stuff. But I figured, you know what, I'm good enough into those matchups that I can sacrifice that main deck slot, and it came in clutch both games. I didn't get to win game 2, but it was the reason I was competitive in that game, right? So I think that you have to respect them. You have to respect them. I think yellow's in a good spot right now. Just a combination of Call the Week keeping you off the board and the token spam. There's just not many Bellows Breath running around anymore. There used to be last set, but not anymore.
Well, we even saw that in game 3 where that Call the Week from the Recruit Conqueror, right? And, you know, he doesn't mind getting rid of the Recruit, and so it helps you keep a little bit off of those units. Because, I mean, we saw the success of your deck, being able to play those Bewitching Spirits over and over and over again and get those cards out, and eventually getting to that same game state, right, where you get all those cards out of their hand. Even, I love the, of course, interaction where you can Starcross a specific thing back to their hand, make them discard it, be like, that's not coming back, even though that's normally the biggest downside of things like Starcross.
Exactly.
So it's great to see that sort of expertise. I mean, again, you came undefeated coming into today. Tell me about your loss, because you had a loss last round before coming in here. How do you think that went?
I think it's a favored matchup. I think I lost to Diana, which I think his deck was very teched. He had a lot of deflect. He was running a full playset of the 4-drop Vex. He was running Abandons, which are really good against Fizz. And he was running Baron. So there's a lot of stuff I have to play around. So he had a very tech list, but I still think it like almost evens the matchup. That's how favored we were. Because if you draw Bewitching Spirit and Falling Star, you can kind of keep them off their engine, right? If you can take out the Hui in the back line, you're in a really, really good spot. And then Bewitching Spirit slowly will whittle them down, as it does with most decks that don't, you know, once you take out their draw engine, they can't keep drawing. So I think that matchup's favored. Unfortunately, I didn't see what I needed to. You need both Falling Star and Bewitching Spirit. Missed one each game, so it is what it is. You know, it happens. But yeah, overall, I feel really good about the Pike deck. I think the nice thing about it, especially after Draven has gotten like a little bit neutered or nerfed a little bit, it gives you a way of doing a proactive game plan where it doesn't involve your opponent interacting with you, right? So Annie kind of requires your opponent to come in and fight you on their turn, right? So that you can use those runes. And the same thing with Draven, you kind of need them to go in and fight. Pike just says, I don't need to fight. I can just remove your board, remove your hand, and play a slower game. I'll give you point tempo, but I'll win in the long run. And I think that's a really cool aspect to that domain.
We're even seeing a lot of Ezreal decks right now have a little bit of that sort of same emphasis, and in certain matchups, the Diana decks do a lot of similar game plans. So it is interesting to hear that, because that is a different dynamic that we see for these other Fury Chaos decks, like you're alluding to. And like you said, back in the Draven era, people were just avoiding combat so much that you weren't actually getting that generation. Whereas I can tell how good your Legend is, not just from the enter abilities of your units, so when you get to play them again, but the gold that you generate across the game.
No, it's huge. It's huge.
But still tailored for a top cut run here for you, Miru. Congratulations on your round. More tournament to play, though, so we're going to go ahead and send it back.
Yeah, what a great interview there. A grueling best of 3 between that Rexai and Pike list. And I want to actually dive into how that series ended up closing out. It really goes to showcase how creative you can get when you're playing Pike. Obviously here we have a double Forbidding Waste match, which is very tricky. Both Rexai and Pike don't really want to stay on a battlefield. They just want to conquer for Rexai's sake to get that Legend ability, and for Pike's sake just to get on that battlefield and bounce back to hand. As we can see right now, all we have is a bunch of runes for the side of Miru. We have a Pike and a Rengar. We are at 6 points. We can win this turn. So the most important thing here is we want to make sure that we can get on to the first Forbidding Wastes. And then with the ability of Pike, we can bounce our other Pike back to our hand. And then what we'll be able to do is move this Rengar pouncing in here, play another Rengar pouncing from hand, and with that assault, we'll be able to kill both these Noxus hopefuls. Notably now, this Vi is going to be all alone on this battlefield, which is going to give it a -2 might. And when we replay this Pike, we can pay its additional cost, give it an extra +2 might, swing into that now 5 might Vi, who gets that -2 from the Forbidding Wastes, use that cleave to get on top and close out this game. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and roll the clip now so you can kind of see it. And this is a very creative line. from Miru, able to kind of go up to 7, get that Pike back to hand. Obviously, knowing he has that Rengar pouncing so he can set up that board state. And obviously, Poke on his side did all he could, right? Really stacking that battlefield, saying, I know this is a Trixie deck. I know Miru can kind of move through it and break these battlefields. And especially with a double Forbidding Waste game, it's so difficult because once that unit's alone, it's going to get that negative might. So now we're going to see the +2 get assigned on the side of Miru. We're going to move that Rengar pouncing in, and we're going to be able to take control of that battlefield by playing another Rengar pouncing from our hand. So just doing some math here on Miru's side, trying to figure it out last turn of the game, and here comes the Rengar pouncing. Now what we're going to do is instantly exhaust those 3 runes, pay that Fury power, put another Rengar pouncing. The Assault going to allow us to trade with those Noxus Hopefuls, making sure there's no reactions or anything like that on the side of Pokey. And now it's a 4 might versus a 5 might. Cleave brings it up to 7, and we can close out the game. So a kind of masterclass on how to play Pike. I've been really enjoying seeing the different Pike lists that we've seen on stream over the weekend, but picking up their 9th win, we're going to be moving into round number 13 soon, and stay tuned for that. We're just going to take a short break, but we'll be right back. Hey everyone, my name's Grenton.
And I'm Charmer.
And we got some pretty big spice for you all today. It's a deck that I actually really enjoy playing, so I'm here to explain to Charmer how to create a Limitless Lux.
Yeah, I definitely need this explanation, probably 2 or 3 times, but give me your best shot at why this deck is limitless and why so many people are talking about it.
Yeah, so like anything that, creates some waves in the Riftbound meta, it's going to get talked about. But this is a very unique situation we're in, where Lux, who, when you just take a look at her in a vacuum, she just says, when you play a spell that costs 5 or more, draw a card. Pretty balanced, I would say. And then when we actually take a look at the deck, we can take a look at the fact that almost every card in this deck draws you a card in some sort of way. And that's on purpose. So there's some combos in this deck that allow you to create a bunch of energy and a bunch of power and make as many recruits as your heart's desire. And there's also stuff that you're able to do that's a bit more cheeky. And there's some cards that are near and dear to my heart that I want to actually take a look at when we dive into the combos here. So the first thing with this deck is, as you can see, the entire deck list is just draw, 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 draw. So you want to get to a point where you have no cards left in your deck. And when you actually think about it, that's very dangerous. Because if you draw from an empty deck, you'll burn out. And sometimes your opponent will be at 7 points, and you'll just give them the game. But this deck allows you to loop cards back into your deck and continue to generate resources and continue to generate power. And that, for me, is super exciting. So we're going to jump in here, and we're going to take a look at the first combo of this deck. There's many combos in this deck, which is funny. But we're going to assume now we've drawn our entire deck. So we have no cards in our deck, Charmer.
Okay, we have no cards in our deck.
Perfect.
0.
We have a bunch of cards in our hand, admittedly.
Right.
And to start this combo, you need 3 very specific cards in your trash. And those cards are Forge of the Future. This card here, it's when you play it, you'll make a recruit token. But more importantly, when you kill it, you can recycle up to 4 cards from any trash.
Okay.
Make sense? Next card we're going to need to make sure is in our trash is Sacrifice. So this is a very important card in the combo. As an additional cost to play this, you have to kill a mighty unit, and then you'll be able to draw 2 and channel a Rune Exhausted. And the final card we need in our trash is Shadow's Call. So this is another new card with Unleashed. So Shadow's Call says you can choose a unit that doesn't have temporary.
Okay.
Give it temporary. And then draw 2. So the name of the game here is you need to have these 3 cards in your trash. You also need to have these same 3 cards in your hand. And you need our favorite guy, you need Echo in your hand as well. So Echo is a very unique card that reads Death Knell. So when Echo dies, he will recycle himself, and you'll be able to ready your runes.
Okay.
See where I'm going with this?
No, that's why you're explaining it to me.
Perfect. Awesome. So we now have an empty deck. We have Forge of the Future, Sacrifice, Shadow's Call, and Echo in our hand.
Yes.
And we have Forge of the Future, Sacrifice, and Shadow's Call in our trash. So step 1 of this combo is we're going to play the Forge of the Future.
All right.
Okay. We're going to do this now. We're going to make a recruit. That's not super important right now. We're going to then instantly kill our Forge of the Future, and we're going to recycle the aforementioned Forge of the Future, Sacrifice, and Shadow's Call. And now our deck will be a random order of those 3 cards.
Okay.
Follow me so far?
Yes.
Great. Next step is we're going to play our friend Echo. We're going to play him to our base. We probably don't have a battlefield at this point. Echo is going to come in. We're not going to accelerate him. We don't need to yet. We're then going to play Shadow's Call, and we're going to choose our Echo as the target. What's cool about this is we're going to retain priority. We're going to tell our opponent, hey, I'd like to hold priority, and I will respond with my sacrifice. And I will sacrifice Echo with the Shadow's Call on the chain. This will kill Echo as a cost, which will then trigger Echo's Death Knell ability, which will recycle him. So now our deck is 4 cards. Forge of the Future, Sacrifice, Echo, and Shadow's Call.
Okay.
And in response to Echo's trigger, we will then exhaust the rest of our runes to float that amount of energy. Then Echo will ready all our runes, and we will resolve the Sacrifice, draw 2 of our 4 remaining cards in our deck, resolve the Shadow's Call, draw the last 2 cards, and now we're back where we started, where we have a Shadow's Call, Sacrifice, and Forge of the Future in our trash. We'll have another an Echo in our hand, a Shadow's Call, and a Sacrifice that we just drew with the Forge of the Future. And then we'll start again, play Forge, kill it, recycle those 3 cards, play Echo, Shadow's Call, Sacrifice, and go again. Does that make sense?
It does, but for the people at home who are definitely not following along like I am, it's definitely not me, Echo costs a power.
Yes.
So how are we making sure that we can keep playing Echo without running out of runes?
Yep, so you have some seals here to let you kind of do it at the beginning. The rune you're going to channel from Sacrifice. If you're at 12 runes and you recycle a blue, you'll channel it from your Sacrifice. So you always have rune fodder to pay for Echo. However, all we did here was we made, I don't know, let's say 700,000 energy.
Okay.
That's all we've done. We haven't really done anything else, right? Yeah. 700,000 I think is pretty fair. Now what we have to do is we have to create, let's do, I don't know, 600,000 power. So we forget about Echo now. We don't need him anymore. And we're going to start playing Lecturing Yordle.
Okay.
Right? So Lecturing Yordle is when you play me, draw a card. Pretty simple. We have the Forge, right? So what we'll do is we'll kill the Forge and we'll recycle a retreat that we'll have in our trash, probably from one point. If you don't, you just put it there.
Yep.
And we'll recycle the other Forge that's in our trash. So now our deck is 2 cards.
Okay.
So when we play the Lecturing Yordle, we'll draw either the retreat or the Forge, and then we will play another retreat from our hand to bring the Yordle back to our hand. And then we'll replay it because we have 700,000 energy.
Yep.
And we'll draw the last card. And now what we're doing is in response to this retreat, we will once again recycle a rune in response to the trigger to float a power of our choosing. So we'll float a blue or we'll float a yellow, or we'll do that over and over again. And we'll make 500,000 power, 250,000 order, 250,000 mind.
Okay.
Have I blown your brain yet?
You're getting there.
Okay.
But what do I do with all this energy and power, okay?
Yes. So,
what do I do?
So there's a lot of different variations to what I call Game 1 list. So the Game 1 list runs something like this. So what you're going to do at this point is your opponent has just been sitting there watching you create all this energy and all this power. Now we want to interact with them a little bit. So first thing we're going to do is, depending on the game state, either we'll Ash first, which Ash is one of my favorite cards from Unleashed, where when you play her, you'll be able to look at your opponent's hand, banish a card, and they have to hold to get that card back. And like we just mentioned, where we had ways to loop retreat and ways to draw cards, we'll continue to do that, where we can, Shadow's Call and Ash, retreat her back to hand, draw the cards we need to do that again, and do that as many times as cards you have in your hand. So now at this point, you have no more cards in your hand.
No more cards.
Next step is to get rid of your board. So we're going to cast a Ruination, because now we have a bunch of energy and a bunch of power. So we'll kill all the units. All those recruits we worked hard to make, they're gone.
Oh, we lost them all.
And the last step of this is, just in case you want to add insult to injury a little bit and they have gear out, you'll just salvage all their gear away. And you'll use draw stuff to be able to draw into those. So now at this point, you have a bunch of energy, a bunch of power. The board's completely wiped. My opponent's hand's completely wiped. And then I will just go back to the initial combo where we're using Echo to make as many recruits as I have energy. So I'll have, let's say at this point, 680,000 or whatever the math comes out to. We'll just make a bunch of recruits, and then now I have a base full of recruits, and I pass the turn to you, and you're playing top deck mode. Most players here would scoop.
Now, a quick question.
Yeah.
you said play to the base, but because Echo has Accelerate and you're using him for the loop, could you also put Echo on a spot and then play the Forge and then start amassing there as well?
So you could use cards Sprite Burst and Echo to get battlefield presence. The thing is that a lot of people forget is that Forge of the Future specifically said that you need to play the recruit to your base. However, Sprite Burst and Echo, you can have some, you can expedite the clock by 1 turn by finishing your turn where you've made a bunch of recruits with, an Echo on each battlefield, and then pass the turn to your opponent. So that way you only really have to do 4 more turns if you start this at 0 points to win the game. And your opponent at that point is in top deck mode, and even if they top deck some sort of board wipe, you just do the loop again. And you make sure that before you pass your turn, you recycle enough that you have, a Forge, a Sacrifice, or a Shadow's Call on your main deck, and then you're able to do that again if you need to. That's the game 1 thing.
Okay. So game 1, we make all of the might, and then we just win.
Yeah.
What do we do in game 2?
Well, in game 2 and in game 3, this is kind of what popularized the deck, is this 1-turn win combo.
So we don't have to wait.
We don't have to wait. We don't have to
Instant gratification. All right.
Correct, yeah.
Now I'm in.
All right, so the combos stay the same. We're still making we're still making 700,000 or 1 million or 5 million energy. We're making a bit less power because we need to use that energy to make the power. But we have a way to close out the game right then and there, which is awesome. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make sure the battlefields are clear, or at least one battlefield is clear.
Okay.
Then we need to get onto that battlefield. So like you just mentioned, you can use a card like Echo to accelerate to get onto that battlefield, just like you can use a card like Sprite Burst to make 2 sprites and get onto that battlefield. Once you're on the battlefield, one of my favorite sayings, this is where the fun begins, right? So we're going to play Rally the Troops, one of my favorite cards. And ironically, who's there in the middle of Rally the Troop? It's Lux. It was meant to be. What this says is when you play a friendly unit, you get to draw a card. You draw a card, but when you play a friendly, you get to buff it, which is very important for this combo. Then the next thing you're going to do is you're going to play Fiora to your base. And Fiora says when you play a unit, or when a unit control becomes mighty, you can pay a order power to ready it. And why is that important?
That's a good question.
Perfect. And we have Renata Glask. So Renata Glask has a couple abilities here that are important, but more importantly, you can only use her abilities when she's at a battlefield. So this is why you need a battlefield control to do this. So where my sprites are at or where my Echo's at, I'll play her there.
Okay.
Fiora will trigger because the Rally the Troops is going to buff my Renata from 4 to 5 might, thus becoming mighty. I will use...
Oh, I get it. No, I don't. Finish.
Okay, we're connecting the dots slowly but surely. We'll then, with that trigger, we'll be able to pay an order rune of power to be able to ready our Renata. Now she's at the battlefield, she's ready.
Yes.
We have, 3 million energy and 2 million power. Her second ability here says pay 4 and 4 blue power, exhaust her and score a point. So now I'm at 1 and you're at 7. Right? How do I win from here? I use my friend Retreat. I retreat the Renata back to hand, and I do that over and over again until I win the game.
I get it. I get it. I appreciate you showing this to me.
Yep.
This has reinforced my preconceived notion, which is to play Lilia.
Yeah. Yeah, Lullaby is a very good card into this match, for sure.
Oh, all jokes aside, though, seriously, this is, I think, a very fun combo. I always love whenever we get to see some of these neat interactions take off in Riftbound, and this just scratches the surface. I know there are other similar decks floating around, and as we start to get some of those enemy domain pairings, when we get Vendetta, it's going to get even more fun, so I'm really looking forward to it. This
really promotes creativity in deck building, because cards like Promising Future, they don't really see play in 1v1. They're more for, 2v2 or, a free-for-all multiplayer format. So when I saw that this card was being run in the deck, not only am I a Lux player from Spirit Forge, I was playing Control Lux in Spirit Forge. So when I saw this, I was particularly excited. But it is, like you mentioned, opening up avenues where people are trying to look for these limitless strategies in decks like Jhin, in decks like Ornn. So we're kind of seeing them pop up all over the place, which I find super cool. And I'm very excited to see how they do this weekend. But that's all the time we have for this beautiful little, I'm going to call it a pet project of mine because I'm still optimizing on this. That's all we have. Thank you for taking the time with us. We're at the regional qualifier here in Hartford, and we'll see you soon. Hello, everybody. I'm here with George at the Riftbound Regional Qualifier in Hartford. Happy to have you back. I know you took a bit of a break for set 2, but we got you back for set 3. How are you enjoying the format?
I'm having a lot of fun. I'm playing Diana, so I have the purple cards now, which is a good time. They do a lot of stuff.
Okay. You didn't play purple in set 1 then? Because I know you played a lot in Origins format.
Yeah, I was a Kai'Sa gamer, strictly Kai'Sa.
Ah, okay.
And Falling Star was not overpowered.
Oh, really? You don't think so? I think it's still it's still overpowered right now.
Yeah, it looks great right now. Maybe it looks better right now.
Kai'Sas are actually doing very well on the field right now. Have you played against a Kai'Sa with Diana yet?
I've played like 1 or 2 games.
1 or 2? Okay.
I have Mundo in my side deck, so.
Oh, that's a fun spice. What has your matchup spread been so far to this weekend?
I played so much Azir and so much Aurora. Man, I prepared for LeBlanc and Yi, so I've been seeing cards I've never read before. I started playing it on Monday, and it's been tough. There was a camel that had like 4 swords in one of the games. I had never seen that.
That's tough
camel.
for Diana to deal with. Did you win that game?
Yeah, Mundo beat up the camel.
There we go.
That was the plan.
Mundo's a fun one of. I like that inclusion. Back in the old Origins Tebow list, we saw Mundo's creeping in. But speaking of, you actually had a couple of really good runs back in Origins format. So you top 8 at Houston. You won a Chinese tournament, correct?
Yeah, mostly known for going to China before the game release.
Yeah.
Because I don't know why I did that. It was crazy. I was a different man that day where I decided to do that.
Feeling adventurous.
Yeah, I was feeling adventurous. I top 8'd the first Chinese regional ever. So the first Riftbound regional ever, I was in top 8. I unfortunately got knocked out of that one, and then 2 events later in China, I took home my first win in Chongqing, and that was so exciting. I always wanted to hold the trophy on stage, so that was cool.
That's so cool. What was it like playing? Because I got to imagine, you can't be reading the cards, so you have to have a good encyclopedia in your head of what everything does.
I would say I prepped a little bit for set 2, and I prepped 4 days for this tournament, but probably 98% of my games are in Origins, and I still probably think I have the most games ever found of a lot of people. There's exceptions, obviously, but man, I played so much that one.
Yeah. How long would you say, or how many games would you say you played before it was released in the States?
Thousands.
That's crazy. That's awesome.
I knew every Rogue matchup. I knew everything going to China.
Well, we're happy to have you back. What are your expectations for now in Hartford in Unleashed format? A lot of new cards you're reading.
Yeah, this was a for fun event for me, for sure. And I definitely learned that halfway through day 1. I learned that it was a for fun event. People kept doing stuff I didn't know what it was funny. My expectations for this event were to have fun and see my friends, and I did that. So
awesome. So
that's what these events are all about.
You succeeded on your mission?
For the most part, yeah. Maybe we'll have fun at dinner tonight as well.
Having fun, perfect. All right, well, thanks for the interview. Happy to have you back, George. Back to the show.
Bye, everyone.
Awesome chatting with George. I did not know how big of a legend he was going into that interview, so then I got to learn how cool he was live in person. That was awesome.
Yeah, he's super fun. I've spoken to him a lot in at kind of grassroots tournaments.
You kind of look like him.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Yeah.
Just a little bit,
Okay.
If you had a hat on, I could see it.
It's one of the few people I have more hair than, so I'll take that.
Ooh, well, hey, you're winning in that department here on this desk for now. Yeah. But I'm winning the department on the rings. People were highlighting our rings earlier. Check this out. Mad. I got more rings than you right now, Gren. What are you doing?
4, 5, 6, 7.
I got 8 because I got 2 pinky rings on.
All right. Well, if you're in Hartford, if you're at the RQ, and you have 2 rings, bring them to me so I could beat Kangas here.
Okay. Well, bring me an extra one then, because then we can match. Well, what if we had 10 each? Just one on each finger.
That's cool.
Yeah, there we go. Because I got the 2 pinkies on right now. I would need 3 regular size ones, kind of.
Okay.
Whatever a regular size ring is. Do you know your ring sizes?
I do, yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
See,
9, 10, 11, 11, and 12.
Okay, 12 thumb? You got some
I got a thick thumb.
Let's show that to the camera. It's a sizable thumb. All right, well, we're getting ready for round 11 here in the regional qualifier, and we're going to decide our next matchup, but it's not us that get to decide. It's you at home. Chat, get ready to vote because we're going to take a look at our matchups. We have Relivia on Lux versus CTG Alan ZQ on his Diana. A fan favorite for sure right there. Otherwise, you're going to vote for Funk Monks on Annie and HXN Strog on Azir.
I know what I want to see. It's not even a question.
You want to see Funk Monks?
Yeah, I want to see Relivia on Lux for sure, especially against someone like Alan's, right? We just saw the video of, me very messily explaining the combo, but having a combo deck against a player as prolific as Alan's, it's not going to be
very easy to pull off because you have to get to the point where you can do the thing.
Also, keep in mind, Alan is currently wearing a suit.
Yeah.
He said he was going to wear a dress shirt, and if he made day 2, he would wear a suit. He is in a suit. I saw him. He had a nice pocket square and everything. He looks dapper.
He has a better pocket square than I do.
Better pocket square than you do, yeah.
We're underdressed compared to him.
Nice as well, though, I will
Thank
say.
you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
And it looks like that's one of the wins. So Relivia versus Alan ZQ will be our streamed matchup. Shout out Funk Monks and Strog. We might get to see some of their match depending on how quickly this goes, but considering the matchup, something tells me it's not going to be very fast. Why? Do you feel like I'm on the ball there?
Maybe. The thing is with Alan's list is he's playing a very tempo Diana.
Okay.
Which, if he can go fast enough in the early game, he can actually probably close it out before Lux can get to do the combo.
Exactly, yeah.
But I know Relivia's on a different list than the one I showed for the explainer, where Relivia's actually running 3 time warps.
Ooh.
And the time warps kind of serve 2 purposes. At the end of the combo, you can just, instead of making a bunch of recruits and passing the turn to your opponent, you can just go time warp, time warp, time warp.
Yeah.
And I win the game.
It ends it faster, so you don't have to keep doing the combo every turn.
Correct, yeah. And it also acts as almost a extra draw spell. So when you're at a point where you just need to dig through a few more cards in your deck, or you just need an extra turn or two, you can time warp with your Seals of Insights out. You don't really deramp, right? You'll deramp 1, for example, or you could at the very least just have 2 seals out to keep your runes even. You'll draw 1 off the Lux Legend, and then you'll draw 1 for your next turn, and you keep your opponent from scoring at that point. So you kind of get 2 turns to do things and draw more cards.
Interesting. I'm also noticing things like downstage dramatics is more draw power, less 2 energy units. There's a Soaring Scout, but there is not the Watchful Sentry. So I'm imagining a turn 1's going to look like either Soaring Scout or just like the map or the downstage dramatics, just to get draws immediately. You're not going to actually be establishing much of anything on your first turn with this type of list.
Yeah, and also notably, there is 2 Rally the Troops in the main deck.
Oh, yeah.
Most lists are only kind of bringing those in for games 2 and 3, but this also just acts as a draw spell as well.
True.
Right? If you have nothing to do on turn 1 because you're only, running a few things that cost 2 energy, you can at least just rally the troops, start digging early, and then kind of getting in that Lux on your second turn and, trying to make things happen. One promising future as opposed to most of the lists who are running 2, and that'll kind of allow you to dig into the progress day, much quicker.
Yeah.
And as we can see here, the first Diana that Relivia played against was actually their first defeat.
Yes.
So that's obviously very notable. Aurelia is a very tricky matchup for this
3
Lux
in a row.
deck. But 3 in a row with victory is very, very important. And then now going up, arguably one of the best Dianas to touch the legend at this point. So Relivia does have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, Alan's EQ is no slouch. So let's see if Relivia is able to actually get over the hump. Lux was one that you had your eye on, saying could make top 8, could take the entire event, and this might be the last opportunity that the deck has, because going X2 means it's almost impossible to make it.
Yeah.
Technically possible, but you really want to be X1. Let's take a look at Alan ZQ's matchups so far. He lost earlier and has won out since. So only got 1 loss to a Master Yi, but seems like some Aurora matchups and also a couple Diana mirrors in the last few rounds.
Yeah, so playing against some obviously very notable names, right? Carmen is a very notable, Riftbound player who's been at a lot of the RQs, a Kaido as well. So Alan's kind of going through the gauntlet here in day 2, it looks like, right? Playing against, pretty professional players, now going up against Relivia. And if anyone can do it, it's Alan, right? Yeah. We've seen him kind of play against the best and be able to put up results. And no one knows their deck better than Alan's. He'll go home after RQ. He'll land, 5 a.m. and he'll ping his Discord. All right, who's down to test? Like he does not take time off. Yeah.
Yeah. So Alan, one of the kind of superstars of the format so far, and just of the community, has made many deep runs. Known more for the Ezreal, but has switched to Diana. Here's his current list now. Any big surprises that you're seeing on this one, Grant? It seems like a pretty standard list from what I'm noticing. Other than maybe 2 smoke screens, sometimes I only see 1 and an Eclipse, but it looks like there's no Eclipse in the main here.
Yeah, it looks like we're going all in on the smoke screen, which I like. Notably, we do have the 2 hard bargains main deck as well, which could help against this Lux. You can hard bargain that Promising Future. Yes, it's kind of awkward where you're like, I don't really want to hard bargain this Promising Future because I get an extra card too, but if they Promising Future into a Progress Day, they're now drawing 6 cards and you got to play 1. So they kind of go up on obviously card economy, but at the very least, you kind of hold a hard bargain for Progress Day in itself to slow down that Lux deck, but with what looks like 2, 6, 8 2-drops, it looks like. If we can find one of those early, we're able to kind of start that tempo and try to beat this Lux player before they can combo off.
Yep, 8 2 energy units plus Flash and Ride the Wind means that this Diana list can, if you see the right amount of cards, play fast and not let the Lux get to that late game point where you're able to actually get the combo off. Let's see if Alan can do it, because we're ready to hop in to game. Alan's EQ on Diana, trying to make a name for himself on a new legend, going up against Limitless Lux, a very exciting new adaptation for Lux builds. Typically was more of a control style. Now Relivia might be able to show us the strength of this. We've seen it on some other streams before, but would be the first time here in Hartford.
Yep, and we're at a Rockfall path for game 1 for Alan. Obviously, Alan also knows that the kind of 1-turn win isn't in the main deck, right? These players talk to each other a lot, and we do find that 2-drop here for Alan, so a great one. But unfortunately, we do have a Forgotten Monument, so kind of going to slow down the points that are able to be found.
If you have like the Flash or the Ride the Wind, you're not going to be able to score to that 3rd right away, but Alan can at least go in, score 1 off of his own Rockfall path, and that is a Soaring Scout for Relivia, so does have a unit to play with early on. Alan will go in, discard a card, and fishing for, like you said, things like the hard bargain, things like the fast spells like Ride the Wind Flash to let us get in quick.
Also, something notable that all the Dianas are running is acceptable losses. And you have to be very careful about when you play your Forge of the Future. You don't want to play it too early, because then it could just start a showdown. Acceptable losses, your Forge of the Future, and then one of your ways to kind of loop that combo is gone. So most players here are going to probably wait until they're ready to do the thing before they do it, and they're not going to do any showdowns until they've generated that energy and power that they need to do. Relivia does have a pretty tough decision here, right? You're at 5 runes. There is a world where you can perhaps try to punish get rid of this Traveling Merchant by Sprite Bursting and drawing a card. You can maybe develop your Lux here, but it is dangerous into Diana because it could just get pulled in by a Moonfall. It's now 0 might, and it looks like we are going to be doing that Sprite Burst, and we're just going to try to get a couple points on the board here early for the Lux player. And again, these early points are not super important.
Yeah.
But there is a world where you just win through Sprite Burst.
And it's also more about slowing down Alan. Don't let them have that extra unit. You're getting some points. You're getting a draw off of your Lux Lady of Luminosity as well. So, you know, you're still accomplishing some tasks, but you're also giving a showdown window here for Alan's EQ to use the Diana Legend. Still has 1 other rune up, so that would give 2 energy to play with.
Yeah, and I think debating if we want a smoke screen here to try to get rid of the Sprite. And it looks like we are going to smoke screen. Deramping to put that Sprite down to 1. Notably, Smokescreen was a negative card that was printed in Origin, so it does have that minimum of 1 stipulation that a lot of the new cards don't. But enough to.
I believe that those were Grace's hand-drawn sprites before. They were great. If you're at the venue, you can go find her. She's the one dressed up like a ward in a brush.
Yes.
Fantastic cosplay. But the interesting thing is that, you stop the first sprite, but you do not stop the second. What you do is you maybe convince the Soaring Scout to come out there to get, if Relivia wants that other point here.
Well, we can't, right, because the Forgotten Monument.
Yeah.
This is turn 2 for both players. Going to Alan's turn 3, so he'll be able to score that Forgotten Monument. And I think the goal here was just to avoid a, 7 might battlefield.
Sure.
It's a little more awkward to break through if you're a 3 might Diana. And because that Soaring Scout is there, there is a world maybe where you want to push it off, but you also don't want to ramp this Lux. That's very dangerous.
Well, Lux currently no runes up, so Alan will be able to just play this turn. Diana goes in, and we'll find a Moonfall off the top.
2.
Pretty solid against most matchups. I don't know how much it actually gets done into the Lux. That's the weird thing about Lux is that traditionally very strong cards don't actually do as much against this deck because it's not playing the normal Riftbound game.
Temporary.
Yeah, so we're just going to kind of hold up some interaction here. Having that Soaring Scout there when the temporary does pop from that Sprite, you'll still be able to hold to 2. So this kind of late game combo deck is keeping up with Point Temple for now, but this is kind of where now you need to invest in drawing cards.
Yeah.
You can take a turn or two to kind of develop, but now it's where you want to get a little more aggressive and figure out how I'm going to start drawing a lot of cards so I can combo off before Allen's is able to win.
Stupefy is one way to do that. A single energy cost, and you'll get a draw plus the -1 on the Diana. I doubt that's going to matter. It's probably just for the draw here for Olivia.
Yeah.
And giving temporary to the Soaring Scout to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, so we've drawn 3 so far this turn, 1 from Stupefy, 2 from that Shadow's Call. Going to try to find a way to draw some more. Ideally, if we're Olivia here, 3 a turn is kind of meh. There it is. Now 4 is okay.
Sure. Yeah, I was thinking like downstage dramatics could be one. Obviously, Rally the Troops can do it as well. And here is the Forge of the Future. You mentioned it can be dangerous to play this early. Was Olivia on 2 copies of it in the main or just 1?
Usually you have to be in at least 2, right, to do the loop.
Oh, yeah, true,
I play 3 in my list. Some players have played 3 because of decks like Diana, right? So if they try to interrupt you, you're still able to go. Notably, kind of almost forcing their own hand by playing the Forge of the Future, because you did play Rally of the Troops. So playing the Forge of the Future gives you that buff on the recruit. So it makes a 2 might recruit, which you can kind of do more with than just that 1 might recruit every turn.
Yeah. Kind of checks the Rain Bloom student, or at least will force out something from Allen if they try and contest, but Allen will hold for a 3rd point, has a unit to conquer for a 4th. So I would say Allen was slightly slowed down. A lot of that was Forgotten Monument and then the Sprite Burst, but I don't think Allen's like too far behind in speed here.
Yeah. Not at all. This is you're able to now even dig through the deck even more by doing this Tide Turner move, which is very useful here. This is kind of a slow-ish, I would say, start for Olivia, so it's very good news for Allen's, where he's able to kind of get up to 4 here.
I imagine Allen's is digging for the specific cards that work in this matchup. Hard Bargain's one of them. Acceptable Losses could be another. I don't see one in hand. And Allen's just passing with...
Oh, there is a Hard Bargain in hand.
I believe. Oh, there is one already.
Yeah,
okay, so
I
he
saw
already
him shuffling,
already has one of the ways to interact with the Lux combo.
And now we can repeat the Hard Bargain. We've passed with a lot of runes up. So a Progress Day here, I think, does get fully countered. Yeah, because we only have 3 runes available after we exhaust 6. If we Promising Future, we can pay for the repeated Hard Bargain, however. So not sure what cards are in hand for Olivia.
Let's see what Olivia wants to go for. Okay. Gonna go for a Recycle, creating a power,
There's
get
the
our seal.
Into another seal. There's the Progress Day, and it's going to get met with a Hard Bargain repeated. So this is a very good spot for Allen's now. This would have been a draw 5 if we didn't have that Hard Bargain, so 1 rune short. And notably, if we left that Soaring Scout on the battlefield last turn with temporary, it might have Allen might have either not pushed up or might have pushed up, and if he did, then we'll have that ready rune to pay for that Hard Bargain this
it
turn.
would have been available at Olivia's start of turn. So yeah, sometimes using those scouts, you know, as like just a ramp tool and not a body that you're trying to save, because yeah, it was going to go anyway. But either way, Olivia will still be trying to dig through as much as possible. Retreat goes in just to try and channel another rune. This will now be 12 runes up for Relivia at the start of their next turn, but Allen will hold to 6. Allen can win in 1 more turn. Relivia has not dug through very much of this deck. I do not think Relivia is going to be very close to actually getting to the full combo.
I did think I saw a Time Warp in Relivia's hand.
Okay.
We're going to be on 12 runes next turn, so you can, you know, Time Warp, use 2 seals if you need to, right, to only deramp 2. Draw a card, see what you draw, float, you know, how you have 2 more runes to work with afterwards as well, so you can maybe draw another Rally the Troops or something like that, so draw a couple cards, then go to another turn, keep Allen's off a turn, right? So you can technically, if you have Time Warps to chain, you can start digging, but I think it might be a little too late for Relivia here, unless they can kind of pull off a miracle.
So there's a Fizz, Vex Apathetic, and Traveling Merchant. I imagine it's Fizz. Probably go for something like another stacked deck. Just keep digging for those hard bargains. That's really the best tool Allen has in the main deck. And you'll notice players like Allen will quickly identify what is my out to my opponent's strategy and how do I just get to it as fast as possible. He has been really speeding through his own deck here with multiple stack decks, multiple draw cards, using that Diana to great effect as well.
I don't think I see a hard bargain. I do see another Moonfall or Vex, very similarly colored cards. We did pretty quickly take a card, so curious to see the contents of Alan's hand if we get another little hand shuffle like he does. But this is kind of obviously now the most important turn. Looks like we have 2 Moonfalls, a Student, a Stupefy, a Gust, and a Hui, it looks like, is the second to last card, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Pulling the Diana back makes sense. Alan can then try and get its ability on the next turn and just passing with the Tide Turner remaining. So Relivia needs to do something here. You pretty much need a win here. Yes, you have the Time Warps as an option, Progress Stays, Promising Futures, a lot of ways to draw through, but with only 12 runes up, it's going to be difficult.
2 Time Warps, I think I see in hand.
Oh, that's actually very interesting. That's going to draw essentially 4 cards here for Relivia. A double hard bargain would completely shut this down, but we know Alan's EQ does not have it. So I suppose the reactions you could be thinking about would be like Gust, potentially, or Stupefy.
Yeah, so 1 Time Warp used. I think there was another one in hand, if I saw correctly. We're going to go to our next turn. Again, back up to 12 runes. Those seals really helping by mitigating the power cost of that Time Warp, since it is a very, very steep cost. We do have another Time Warp. I see it in the window there.
Count the deck.
Yeah, now we got to figure out how many cards we have left.
12. Sorry, yes.
It's banished. Yeah, Time Warp does get banished. Good looks on the judge there to pinpoint that. Especially with cards like Forge of the Future that we can, accidentally recycle it if we were like, oh, maybe this Time Warp got, hard bargain previously, and that's why it's in my trash.
I just still don't think that Relivia is going to be able to get there. You need so many draws. Because that hard bargain was great, and Relivia didn't have the best.
Oh, I like this.
3. Okay.
We're going to go Echo Sacrifice here, which is going to allow us to generate enough runes to Progress Day and Time Warp.
Okay. Oh, true, yeah, because you float all of the energy and then ready everything. So technically here we have, what, 17 at our disposal?
Is that fine? Yes, that's fine. You float 1 energy as well. Channel. Yeah. Draw 2.
Maybe 18 it looks like, because they have 7 right there, so potentially...
Yeah, they have enough to play Time Warp for free. Or sorry, excuse me, Progress Day for free, because they have 7 floating in a power.
Yeah.
So they don't need to use one of their last seal. There it is. 6 in a power is going to get used for that Progress Day to draw 5. Unless Alan's has something here. No, Alan's letting it happen.
2, 3, 4.
And that is 4 draws.
We do have a Ruination in hand, notably.
Oh.
So we could kind of reset
down
this
the game a lot, yeah.
However, if we have a Hui, which I think Alan's does have, and if there is a Ride the Wind in hand, he can kind of get back into it. I don't know if he can win in 1 turn unless he has also a Tide Turner, right, to Hui in, Tide Turner it back, and then go to the other battlefield.
Temporary draw 2.
And was Alan on...
yeah, I guess... Oh, yeah, he's looking for an answer here. He needs to try to find a hard bargain. Otherwise, we're going to sack. Yep.
Sack results.
So pays the cost.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a really, really good...
Yeah.
This is really good for sequencing.
So the untap happens first.
He's very scared of...
1 in a power.
Yeah.
5 in a power. Sack resolves.
Yeah.
Draw 2.
Stupefy.
Stupefy resolves. Shadow's Call resolves. Draw 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like you were highlighting, great sequencing right there, making sure that you're getting all of your energy back. It's amazing how Relivia is able to still dig and still have all these runes up. You would think, oh, 12 energy spent in a turn. I think Relivia spent more than 12 energy already.
Oh, yeah.
And still has all this back, plus 5 more floating.
Put 2 sacrifice on the bottom.
Yeah.
All right, so we're setting up our combo turn now. I missed the deck count, but I mean, with Ruination, you'll probably buy yourself at least 1 more turn.
5 in a power.
Yeah.
I go.
Another Echo. If we have another Sacrifice, this is really good.
3.
Shadow's Call Sacrifice would go absolutely crazy right now.
Draw 2. Thank you.
Okay. Keep digging, keep digging.
Yes, we have it.
Okay.
Sacrifice.
That's good.
5.
and he's netting energy every time he does. He's almost doing the combo without having an empty deck. Obviously, he can't do this deterministically because there is still a bunch of cards in deck. But I'm geeking out a little bit. I love watching someone who is much better than me play this deck.
It is shocking how quickly Relivia was able to get to that point. I did not think there was a world that Relivia would be able to actually pull it off with what was in hand, but multiple sacrifices, multiple
13 cards.
Promising futures.
So 13 cards, and we know the bottom is Echo, Sacrifice, Sacrifice, Echo. We know that is, or it's actually probably Echo, Echo, Sacrifice, Sacrifice, Echo is your bottom.
Use 2 Echoes first.
Yeah, is your bottom 5 cards. So you have to kind of draw through, I want to say 7 or 8 cards, and then you can start the combo.
Yeah, it's seeming like that. The deck looks like it's around like the 13. Progress Day's huge here. Another one's coming out. That'll draw 4 more cards. And then maybe like 1 more Progress Day essentially would get you there.
Should be 8 cards.
Yep. And we know the bottom 5, so 3 cards we need to dig through.
2 and a power.
Mm-hmm.
Promising future.
There's the future.
Okay.
And we know that we don't have our third Progress Day in our hand, so we're going to see it off this 5 because we know the bottom of our deck.
It's 5?
Yeah,
it looks like we're taking the Echo, actually. Maybe not.
Well,
oh, no,
wasn't one of them hard bargain?
One was hard bargain, correct. Yes.
Three,
Yes.
yes.
So we're going for that Echo for free. We can... I don't know if we accelerate the Echo here. The thing is, you're also giving Allen's a free card, but if it's a unit, you can just Ruination if you whiff on the combo a little bit.
Go for it. You're going to play yours first. I don't know if they want to wait, but...
Yes.
Yeah, so very good by Allen's here, looking for that hard bargain. Desperately, there's one left in the deck. Does he find it?
Hold on a second.
It's so hard to see from this angle.
1 second.
I can't hear him, so I don't know what he's saying.
Yeah, just give us 1 second.
You're good.
Play.
Yes, so...
He's not supposed to know what this is, but...
These are all played. That's what we were talking about.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Oh, he does know what it is?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Well, he knows what it is anyway. He knows what I'm doing.
This is all done in resolution.
Yeah.
1 sec. This is pending. Correct. This will now resolve.
Sure. Yeah, I trust you. I'm not worried about it. I know Alan knows what I'm doing.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. So pay your power now to finalize this. Yeah, the only part we were talking about is he does get to know.
Notably, there is a Lux trigger as well because this Promise Future has resolved.
So I'll play the Echo.
And that should be on top of the stack deck.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then Echo.
Already resolved.
Draw from Lux.
There we go.
There
we got
go.
it.
Nice.
Perfect.
Relivia showing a masterclass of how to pilot this Lux deck.
I don't know if Alan's found the... so 6 cards. We're very close. We are in lethal range for our Lux player now.
Okay. And going fast, too. The downside of the Lux deck is that it takes a while to do this. And even though he's digging, he hasn't even started the combo. 43 minutes left on the clock. I would say that this is somebody who clearly knows what they're doing. And once you get the combo, if you're fast enough on it as well, you can get through it really quickly.
I'm going to use these dice because they're bigger and it makes
you
more
still have
sense
to do a lot of steps, but
of
once you show that you can do the loop 2 times, you're allowed to just say how many times you do it.
Tap.
Yep, correct.
Channel 1. Draw 2.
8 floating energy still.
6.
Looks like 5 cards left in deck? 4?
I think 5. We did just recycle the Echo. Alan's trying to see what is in the trash as well. We have a Sacrifice in hand. I think I see the Forge. We're going to play the Forge now, maybe to start sculpting the bottom of our deck. Yep.
Oh, sorry. They're real recruits. Yeah.
That's fine.
They're real recruits.
Yeah, that looked like 5 when he fanned it out.
Now, does Relivia have 1,000 of those?
And a power.
And does he want to play
Those are
all of
both
them to
blue.
the field? That's the question.
We're going to do it.
Just for the sake of it. Makes it easier.
Echo's back on the field now.
Sacrifice.
4
That's
more.
good.
Oh, this is...
I feel
beautiful.
like, yeah, even if you had like a hard bargain, you're not able to hit that one.
Yeah.
I don't even know if there's been like a good opportunity for Alan to hard bargain.
And now there's so much resources in play. Hard bargain doesn't stop this anymore.
At this point, like hard bargain does nothing.
Spend 1.
I don't even think like if off that sack deck you find it would have done anything.
Oh
That's
yeah,
good.
double stupefy is going to get him into. Now he
Wow,
can.
he can do it.
We are live. We are live now.
Yep, we're gonna see it. Everybody, strap in. You've seen the YouTube shorts, you've seen the explanations. I should say YouTube longs, probably.
YouTube longs
for
and
how
my,
long
what was
they
that,
take.
13-minute explanation?
Yes, your 13-minute explanation. Although I think a lot of that was Charmer trying to follow along on what you were talking about. But here we go. We're going to see the loop, the Limitless Lux in action. A lot of air quote infinites will be happening here. It just depends on how many Rilivia wants to declare that they're going to do it for. Yeah. What would you say if you got to pull it off on feature match? What number would you pick? I do it 29 million times.
Why 29?
Down to 4.
I don't know. Just felt right in the moment.
Draw 2.
420 million.
420 million. Why did you pick that number, Gretton?
Because Jin has 4. And then you said 29, so 420.
Yes.
Spend 2 to draw 1.
Blazing through the turn right now. Rilivia is going to try and show us what the combo does. As that's one more draw, and now everything will get the buff on it. Will we even have enough buffs in the building is the question. And yeah, so you had highlighted how the combo works in a video before going into this match. Do you want to give everybody an update just in case they're tuning in, they didn't get to see that last one, and they're unsure what is about to happen? Because essentially we will get to whatever Rilivia declares a number of like recruits and number of energy in play.
Yeah, so what's happening here is we're going to essentially loop the Echo through cards like Sacrifice to make sure our deck is Echo, Forge of the Future, Sacrifice, and Shadows Call. Those are 4 cards. And then every time we loop, we can Shadows Call one of our units. We can then Sacrifice in reaction to that Shadows Call, and then we're drawing 4. So as long as we have Forges available, like we do, we can continue to do this and make as much energy as we want.
Yes.
And then when Rilivia is ready and comfortable with the amount of energy that they were able to create,
420 million, 29 million, whatever it is,
whatever they choose, then they will move to the power loop, which is a bit different, where we're going to be using retreats to create power by playing retreat, and in reaction to the retreat, we're going to recycle one of our runes to create a floating power.
To be honest. So
how do you win? Just demonstrate the win con.
Yeah.
Demonstrate the win con.
So I'm going to loop, obviously, as you know, I'm going to kill everything on the board.
Yeah.
I'm going to take 2 extra turns, and I have Sprite Burst. I'm going to put 10 billion sprites on both battlefields. I'll go 2, 4, 6. I'm actually
10
at 2
billion.
already, so yeah, it's 2, 4, 6. Or 4, 6, 8.
Yeah, he just
Conquering
wins
would
with
go
the
to
2 time warps here.
Time warp, next turn you do it again, that's to 6.
You want me to play it through? Yeah,
That's good.
Yeah.
All right, we're going game 2, so we saw the combo.
Wow.
And what's crazy is Alan was on 6 points. And I'm curious if any knowers in the chat can find out the first time Rilivia counted his deck before or after he played that first time warp, how many cards were left.
Yeah,
because a lot of Lux players have a problem getting to this point because their opponents are already on 6, and if you have 15 or 20 cards left in your deck, you have to churn through 16 at least of those to be able to go and do this. Now we're going to be going to the paper tree, which is also dangerous because, as we saw, the more runes you give the Lux player to use, the more difficult it is to stop them when they're going and they're comboing off.
But we saw the successful combo. Alan was not able to shut it down. Congratulations to Rilivia for finding a way to dig through the deck and show one of the most unique ways to win in Riftbound currently. Alan's back on the play, going first again. Let's see if he's able to clutch it out this time.
His hand looks a little funky. I think I saw, was there a Wages of Pain in the hand for Rilivia? I'm not entirely sure.
Interesting. I guess the idea being you slow down your opponent by clearing out their units early game so they are not able to get to that 6 points, or, I mean, ideally the 8 points as well.
Yeah, and that gold helps you a lot in not deramping. There's a lot of power-hungry cards. Echo costs of power, Progress Day, Promising Future. So being able to, create a gold would be very generous there and kind of helps you not deramp, but I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Now that we found his hand again, I don't think I saw the Wages. Oh, wait, there is Wages.
There is.
I'm not crazy.
I mean, I think you throw this out if you're Rilivia.
Yeah.
There it is. Wages of Pain comes down. Does Alan have a response? There's one Stupefy.
Stupefy the Tide Turner.
Yep.
And it's now out of range because of the Abandoned Hall.
Oh, there's already at the Abandoned Hall. Yes, true. The
but
gold
we still get the
comes
gold.
down. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, and okay, we get the proper gold.
Ride the Wind is very good here. Yep.
Oh, wow. Yes, still enough because you used the Diana Scorn of the Moon legend ability to pay for the Stupefy. Still had 2 energy up. gets another point and gets off the paper tree, so you're not going to hold there and give Relivia an extra energy.
And this is where you see the Lux Crown Guard come out, because we're very behind now if we're Lux, and we need that extra 2 resources every turn to kind of climb back into this game. However, if we have a Moonfall, it's going to be really rough. What I do like is that Allen's has now sideboarded in his Baron. So allows him that once he gets to 10 runes,
points faster.
He could just score an extra point, which might be able to close out the game.
Allen will go and conquer 2 right here. Should go up to 4 total, and there it is at the top. And passes with that. Still 2 up for Hard Bargain. If that's in hand. I haven't gotten a good look at Allen CQ's hand yet. I think there's a Time Warp in Relivia's hand.
Their Seal, Ruination.
Seal. That's what I've seen. Just Stupefy to draw into the deck. Can now recycle that.
Sunpork's map is nice here as well. It's going to draw you 2 cards at least if you play it.
Shadow's Call.
Nice.
No, I'm going to play with this. Shadow's Call.
Yes, naturally.
Yep. You can exhaust the Lux Crown Guard to give yourself 2 energy that can be spent on spells this turn.
Oh, we have a retreat, so we can retreat the Lux, and we have another Shadow's Call, so we can retreat the Lux and set up for another Shadow's Call next turn if we want to.
That's good.
So we're drawing some cards. So we've drawn 4 cards this turn, which, again, is anytime you're drawing more than 4 cards a turn with the Lux deck, it's good until you're ready to really go, I call it turbo, right? When you're ready to, okay, I'm digging for the combo now. If you can draw more than 4 a turn, you're in a pretty good spot.
I think we're going to get more than 4 this turn. Retreat comes out. Now Allen has a response.
I'll Gust Tide Turner.
Okay.
Gusting Tide Turner.
This is really a heads-up play because now we're not triggering the paper tree by holding.
True. Slow down Relivia on the energy, because the more energy the Lux has to play with, the faster they can dig through that deck, and Allen still needs 2 turns in order to win.
Yeah. However, we're not on 10 runes, but once we're on 5 points with a Baron in hand, we're in lethal range.
Yep.
Yeah, but still need 2 turns. We're going to go to 6 here, most likely, on Allen's side. Sunpork's map is going to trigger and draw us a card off the hold, and then when we ultimately conquer that paper tree, we'll be able to draw another one from the Sunpork's map before it dies to the temporary trigger on Relivia's beginning step.
And if you think about it, that's essentially a 6 draw turn. Because there was the 4 off of the double Stupefy and the Shadow's Call, and then now 2 off of the map. So, yeah, very, very efficient for Relivia. We saw what they were able to do last time when they didn't have an ideal setup, but there's the acceptable
double
losses that will... Oh. Yeah. Only clears the gold gear, right, yeah. So Relivia gets to choose.
Conquer? Yeah, 6 score.
Yeah. Give the opportunity for the misplay if Relivia just takes away the map. They don't get the draw, but the gold gear, I mean, also, I guess, feels somewhat good for Allen's EQ here. Slow down Relivia a little bit, but Allen's right back to the same position he was last game, and now Relivia's back into essentially the same position. If your opponent scores 2 points, you lose. You have to find the combo either now or find something like Harrowing to just kind of clear the board and give yourself space to work with.
So there is a Ruination, right, in hand that we can play next turn if we really
Ruination,
need to.
yes, yeah.
However, we have... Oh no, we're on 7 runes for Allen, so we're not going to get greeted by a Baron if we Ruination now. Where otherwise, if he was on 8 runes and he was able to, then we might get hit by a Baron. And now Relivia has to decide: am I going for the combo? Am I going to try to churn through my deck, or do I need to buy myself some more time?
Yeah.
We are in Time Warp mana Time Warp energy, but
that's 9. It's
a Ruination.
Yeah, I'm just trying to slow it down. And Allen's showing that he's got the game right there. Yeah. I believe there was a Ride the Wind in the discard, so he can Fizz, Ride the Wind in, Tide Turner, swap with the Fizz, move the Fizz into the other one, and that's 8 points. Allen just shows, I got it.
Yeah, and now I got it.
Yeah, now I got it. That is a game 3, and also trying to save a lot of time there. I think it's crucial in these matchups that you don't want to go to time, especially if you're in time against the Lux. Really, really scary, because they basically get just 2 turns to play. And like it doesn't matter if like the whole win by 2, they're just going to do the full combo.
That turn doesn't. All my other turns.
If they have at least the Renata version of it.
Yeah.
I mean, solitary at this point. Like, you don't need to think.
There's like a little bit thinking because there's a different amount of cards in your deck every game, and so you have to like think about a little bit about how to get there. But once you get there, it's
Olivia explaining where the difficulty in the deck is getting there. Once you're there, it's just a little bit of solitaire of showing off what the combo is and then getting the combo off.
So the Aspirant's game, the tale as old as time, mulliganing a time warp and then drawing a time warp off your mulligan.
Oh, is that what happened there? I missed that. That's great.
But a good start, right? Soaring Scout, we're on our Aspirant's game, we're going first. We can actually, really take advantage of this spot because we are playing to 9. However, we know that Allen's has a Baron in there, so he can stay on even points to bluff the extra turn and then close it out with a Baron at the end. And also very, very interesting.
Stay on odd runes ideally as well, because you just kind of wait it out until you ramp up to that number. Now Diana can go in on the next turn for Allen, but Relivia already has the Soaring Scout with 4 runes up, so can try and score a point here, or actually just going to establish the Lux Lady of Luminosity, not putting the Soaring Scout out, which could get you a point, and then channel a rune. So,
kind of curious to see, like, maybe talk to Olivia later to figure out why are we not, what is our scout for? Is it just for a Shadow's Call?
I would imagine Shadow's Call, yeah, because if one of your unit is dealt with, then you want a second one to make sure that you have the Shadow's Call. But I would argue that Diana's best ways to deal with your units are to return them back to your hand, so then you could still play it anyway. I know it slows you down, but it's a curious thought.
Yeah, we do have a hard bargain in hand, so Relivia does have to fight through at least one, which we saw him do in game 1, so not an impossible matchup for him to close out. But again, this early game is so important for Allens to play perfectly, or else, as we saw, you can get to 6 and get completely blown out.
Yep. And only 1 point scored for Allen on that turn. Was not able to get a second one down. But I guess it is Aspirant's Climb, so being on odd numbers doesn't feel too bad. It's not like you're really speeding it up very much by having that second point right now.
Stupefy? Yeah.
Stupefy comes out from Olivia. Essentially, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 more turns for Allen to win this game. So Relivia has 4 turns to find the way to the combo.
Oh, and a repeated downstage dramatic, with using Lux as well. So we're able to draw, again, this is our 4-card turn so far, right? 1 for the turn, 3 extra. So not a terrible one. As you said, there are, about 4 turns left for Allen's before he can close it out. But this is where Allen's going to be able to, especially since he had that Hui that he revealed with the Diana, he's been able to draw a lot of cards.
Yeah.
And if he finds his counters, it's going to be tough.
I almost wonder if that's something that you could have looked. Ooh. Oh. That's gonna, I doubt it'll come up, but Olivia gets a little information. Yeah, he says it himself.
Doesn't change anything.
Now, Grant, I know that this is exciting for you because you were the one that said Lux making top 8. That was your deck to take the whole thing. Whether you actually decided that or production decided that for you and you were just banking it, either way. Okay, the flash is going to come out.
Go ahead.
Might as well use it if he knows about it.
And then you can trigger the Diana again.
Lux is my pet deck. It's my favorite deck. I do think that if it does see a top 8, it has a real chance of winning, but getting there is very difficult. As we see, because not only do you have to get to the combo, like Relivia said, but you also get to the combo sitting across Allen's.
Yep. Now the Soaring Scout will be committed.
Okay. 1.
Yeah.
1 point for Relivia.
1.
Trigger Targons, pass turn, untap 2.
Oh, that's actually nice. Being able to trigger the Targons and then now have 3 to play with gives you more options for things like Stupefies, into Stupefies. I'm trying to see what else is in hand there for Relivia. It's a pretty big hand already.
Yeah.
I see a Fizz in hand for Allen's EQ. See a couple of units, a hard bargain. So not actually the worst setup here. You can get in quickly and try and dig for more of these hard bargain-esque cards.
Oh, getting rid of the Hui, actually, which is interesting.
Now, this is interesting as well. Vex Apathetic. I know that Ruination will still clear it, but like in a pinch, if Relivia needs to try and accelerate an Echo in, that could slow it down. So maybe that comes up. Ooh. Ride the wind pretty good.
I wonder if that would have changed Allen's decision to discard that Hui if he knew he was going to see a Ride the Wind.
True.
Because it lets you turn through the deck. The Targon's obviously being impactful here, allowing the Rally of the Troops to get played since it is action speed as that Diana goes in. So giving you an extra card that you wouldn't have otherwise had on your opponent's turn is always good when you're looking to draw your entire deck.
Yep. Now Alan's up to 3 points, still needs 3 turns to close out the game. And we saw what Relivia was able to get done in a much worse position. There's the Vex. Again, really all it's shutting down is the potential play of like an Echo accelerating in and crashing, which in a pinch can, you know, give you a little extra energy to work with. But it's not going to be nearly as devastating as, say, the Rengar decks. Seeing that hit a field.
Okay. It's just super fight here.
That's good.
More draws. 9 energy to work with now, 8 for Relivia.
Let's go 4, 5, 6.
Progress day?
I would imagine progress day. And
keeping exactly 4 up. Very
nice.
Good.
And that's 4 plus 1 from the Lux Crown Guard Legend. Or sorry, the Lady of Luminosity Legend. Yeah. So essentially 5 draws off of the progress day.
So we've drawn 6 this turn, plus our card for turn through the Stupefy.
It's pretty good.
Progress day. Not bad. And again, Allen's will go to 5 here and at least 3 more turns, looks like. 5, 7, 9. Even if we get that Baron and go to 8, it doesn't really help on an Aspirants game.
Yeah. You hear a long sigh from Allen there. I think realizing the situation he's in, Relivia is very close to having the full setup. Another Shadows Call.
There's the hard bargain probably going to come out here. I kind of like it because, ooh, Allen's is kind of thinking about it. I like it, but I guess Allen's not a fan. He's trying to keep it to thwart the combo itself.
Yeah, I think it seems like Relivia's playing this very well. The only thing I'm like processing that Allen could get better is maybe a second hard bargain, and then if you can double hard bargain the first sacrifice.
Yeah.
Because they would sacrifice you hard bargain double, they pay the cost, then you, again, when it goes to the chain for the sacrifice, I believe you'd be able to hard bargain it again, and like maybe that's enough to...
So you're saying you're hard bargaining the Shadows Call or the sacrifice?
The sacrifice. But I guess the cost...
You'll still kill the Echo, but you'll prevent the channel and the draw, which can throw them off, but with that many cards in hand at that point, if you need to draw 2 more cards, you probably have, you know, a Stupefy or something like that that can draw you that card, right?
Yeah.
So it's really hard to stop the combo once it's there.
Yeah.
So I always tell players, if you can slow it down before it gets there, it's probably a better play, but obviously Allen's is a lot more knowledgeable about the game in how to win specifically than I am. So he has a game plan that he wants to stick to, and I'm curious to see how it pans out.
Allen's is up to 5 points now, needs 2 more turns. And just to pass there, still has the hard bargain in hand.
Thank you.
Relivia will trigger the Death Knell from the temporary and get an extra rune channeled Exhausted. Draw for turn, that's an Echo. It's so hard to keep track of anything in Relivia's hand at this point, but you got to imagine they're close.
So we had 18 cards in deck last turn. I know Allen's asked for a count. We just drew an Echo, so 17, and now we can Echo Sacrifice and start getting out of range of this hard bargain again.
Yeah.
Do we have the hand composition right now to draw, you know, 16 cards, 15 cards? That I don't know, but with the Lux in play,
yeah,
we have an extra energy, right? So we're technically at 13 runes right now, if we count Lux. Right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, one was channeled
12 runes,
Exhausted,
yes,
one
correct,
was,
yeah.
And there's the progress day coming out. See if Allen tries to hard bargain this one. This
See the issue.
Oh yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have exactly enough to Echo. And if you hard bargain the sacrifice, I'm still getting all my runes back.
Yes. So if you hard bargain this one instead, then maybe they don't go for... I mean, they're not going to be able to draw before going for the Echo play.
It looks like we're going to maybe take 1 turn off for counting.
12 cards.
12 cards left. So almost there.
Okay.
Double Time Warp in hand as well, notably, which is very, very scary, especially when you have Lux Crown Guard, because you can use her to pay for the Time Warp, so you can keep 2 extra runes open for that hard bargain.
And she'll keep readying if the Time Warps go off, and then they keep looping into more. But maybe that's what Allen's is waiting for.
Yeah,
is the Time Warp coming out and say hard bargain that one, that's the biggest threat, because that is kind of your entire turn. I know if you're already at 12, you can Lux, pay for 2 of them and still have 4 up. But it doesn't look like Relivia is going to be going for a big push right now. There's just a Forge coming out for the Recruit. Although, as I say that, I suppose the Forge could start putting things back into the deck if Relivia wants to keep going. But you're not going to get the Echo into the Sacrifice this turn because we just spent 2 of that energy for Forge of the Future now.
In the tank right now with Relivia. Big decisions. Garbage grabber.
Whoa. Just another way to dig into your deck. You're able to... Wow. I believe it's recycle 3 from your trash.
Recycle 3 from your trash, pay
power
an energy, exhaust it to draw a card.
Interesting. It's another way to recycle. So if your Forge of the Futures go away, this can also help you get there. Obviously, it's only a once per turn activation because you have to exhaust it. But
ooh, and map is great here.
Cards in deck?
11, I believe. 3, 6, 9, 11, yep.
11 in deck.
So you were at...
1 was just drawn
6.
there.
That's correct.
So it was 12, then 1 drawn when Alan holds. So now 11 left in deck. There'll be another drawn. If Alan goes in and conquers Targon's Peak, yeah, imagine Alan will have to do that.
And here we are cycling now. We just need stuff to interact. Stack deck lets us dig more. Diana lets us dig more.
Yep.
Oh, no. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Diana has a stack deck on her? That'd be crazy.
For real.
That would be crazy.
Reveal?
Okay.
Ride the wind.
Score.
Okay.
Yeah, conquer.
And the Sunporks map's triggering for Relivia as well, so drawing 2 cards on Alan's turn so far.
Stack deck.
At 10 cards left in deck for Relivia. I imagine Alan is digging for another hard bargain here. Or something sided, if he has a sideboard option to answer the Lux build.
I'm not sure if Alan did, maybe swap a card or 2 in his sideboard for it, maybe assuming that there's like 2 players that he maybe thought were proficient enough to really push it, and 2 players out of a 1,600 player tournament, 1,800 player tournament.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't check for it, but
True.
maybe there's a one of that kind of hits multiple matchups that you can bring in.
I'm wondering if something like Abandon would have any additional use here, just because it kind of...
Oh, this is nice. We're getting rid of Lux.
Oh, that is very nice.
Very well. Looking for that Moonfall, find it. And notably, this starts another showdown, so we can look again with our Diana Lunari.
Sure. We're getting some good value out of Moonfall, which we had highlighted before. Not necessarily expected in this matchup. Does get another spell drawn.
It does.
Smoke screen added to hand for Alan. Lux is gone. That means 2 less energy to spend on spells on Relivia's turn.
Great card in this matchup for sure.
Alan draws a smoke screen, and pretty insignificant card in a matchup that actually it's pretty good if he's going for the Renata combo.
Would you have an ability? Oh yeah, because the Renata goes in that you reaction
I wonder,
speed, make it -4.
No, because the buff will hit, and the buff is just entering with a buff. And then Fiora will trigger because the unit became mighty. So even if it doesn't become mighty anymore,
it's still ready.
Yes, because what's notable here is Renata resolves without a window of priority passing because it's a unit.
Yeah.
But the Rally the Troops is, if we can pull it up, I believe it is a triggered ability.
I feel like you either have to have the invert here to gamble, or... Yeah. Or it's probably cooked.
Relivia seeming confident.
Yeah, Relivia is ready to combo at this point. With 10 cards in deck, I see 2 Time Warps in hand.
Okay.
We have enough.
Temporary.
If we Time Warp here, then we might lose the game. But I don't think Relivia even needs to Time Warp.
At this point, it's just sequence correctly for Relivia.
Yeah, I think we start the Echo Loop to generate enough energy to play through a hard bargain, and then we Time Warp later. And that looks like what's going to happen here, yeah.
If Relivia is going to lose from this position, I imagine it comes down to missequencing something. Shadow's Call to use first.
Do you have a temporary?
Sacrifice will still not be hard bargainable.
And so not sacrificing in response.
Sack him.
Now we're sacking him.
So I'm going to float 4.
Floating 4.
And then on the untap, I'll float a 5th and a power.
Yeah.
Yes, so notably...
This is going to end up tapped. Oop, sorry.
Relivia is doing this because they have no runes to channel.
That rune's tapped.
So we're going to float a power to channel that rune that we're recycling instantly.
It's 5 and a power, yes, thank you. 6 cards.
and getting an extra energy as well, because you know Echo will ready all the runes. You'll recycle a ready rune, thus floating an energy and a power.
Echo.
Yep. It's funny how you can do that in that sequence, but optimizing it. And now it comes down to putting stuff back.
One sacrifice.
Forge is going to put back 1 sacrifice.
Yeah, with the garbage grabber out there, you can be a bit more selective with how you're sculpting your deck, because you do have another way already in play to recycle 3 cards if you need to from your trash. And that's exactly how much you want to recycle when you're doing the combo, because Echo will be your 4th.
Now, we're imagining Relivia has the Renata at this point, correct? In the deck from the side?
I would assume so.
Thank you. Sorry. I didn't notice that you put it face down. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Yeah, you're okay. So 5 more off this sacrifice. I'm going to do the same thing, 1 and a power. This is going to end up tapped.
Okay. And now we are well out of hard bargain range.
Yeah.
So I'm not...
6 cards, Echo Sac, Echo is the bottom.
Echo Sac, Echo is in fact the bottom. That is correct.
Shadow's Call and then Echo, I believe, at the bottom of the deck right now. In the order of Echo at the bottom and then Shadow's Call right above it.
Echo.
And we're just going to keep doing it. Relivia's ready to pop off and pull off the combo. Again, the only question is, do they have the Renata in the main deck? Because the Renata would be the way to win this turn. Otherwise, it's going to come down to that infinite combo. And then you have to kind of show that you're able to pull it up multiple times. But even 3 time warps wouldn't be enough. You know, 1, second time, or first time warp. Actually, I guess 3 time warps would be enough, wouldn't it?
You go to 3.
Make a seal.
You time warp once you go to 5.
They got the 1 point earlier from the Soaring Scout. If they hadn't gotten that point from the Soaring Scout earlier in the game, then actually they wouldn't be able to. But now 3 time warps could get you there.
Yeah, so you would go to 3. Yep. Right, then you would time warp to 5. Then you would time warp to 7.
Then you time warp
to 9. Yeah, so it's exact skis.
Interesting, exact skis. It's a great Canadian term.
Is that a Canadian term?
Well, we say it in Minnesota, and most things we say in Minnesota we all
are Canadian.
Steal from
That's correct, yeah.
They Forge.
No cards in deck, so gotta be careful.
This is it.
If we miss Sync Weeds now and we draw from an empty deck, Allen's gets its 8th point, and we recycle our entire trash into our deck, which would make us lose the game. But that Forge recycling looks like... What are we doing here? We're looking at what is in our trash.
Good.
That's good.
And then the Echoes...
We have Echoes and Sacrifices in
I'll just do
hand.
this just in case.
Oh.
What do you got?
Now we're going to take a peek.
Yeah.
This is what I love, Ash, right?
What was in his hand the whole time?
Hard bargain, 2 rides.
Yeah, I think you just take the hard bargain here. It doesn't necessarily matter, but I think this game is all locked up.
I'm going to do the
pending
same loop.
sequencing.
Yes.
I'm going to take your whole hand first.
So he's going to infinite into the Ash, taking away everything from hand.
That goes to 2, 4, 6, 8.
Yeah. So it won't win, but I'm gonna stack my deck.
Well, oh no, he's at 1.
Yeah, he's at 1 point. I guess maybe they forgot that he had conquered
Sure.
with the Soaring Scout.
I still can win.
You can still win.
Invert fist, invert.
Yeah, I'm saying, but I can put my whole deck back in the.
Oh, if they're forges.
I can forge as many times as
Yeah,
I want.
that's true.
I can literally just do this after I set up. I put 8 trillion recruits on both boards.
8
Control
trillion.
hand. You have no hands.
Yeah, that's
no
a bigger
board.
number than both of us.
So are you doing
Thinking?
rotation to the Ash to bring it back to your hand? Sorry. You can take one.
Sure. What?
Are you doing ruination on your Ash to put it into the trash and then put it back into your deck again?
No, I have retreat. I have retreat loop.
Okay.
It's the same. It's the same retreat loop as the
I mean,
power.
it plays at the base. Then I can.
Well, I move them all in on my extra turns.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like.
Yeah, that's good.
And he gets it.
Yep. Alan concedes, saying they just talked it out at the end there, saying basically it wouldn't be enough. And I will say, Relivia did have that 1 point from the Soaring Scout, so theoretically would have just won anyway.
Yeah, because 3 ongoing, time warp 1 to 5, time warp 2 to 7, time warp 3 to 9.
You'd have to do it with like the sprite burst way to get the sprites in and then create recruits out at the battlefields. But, you know, hey, still, a win's a win. He's able to take it. Alan says, I do not have the answers. And, Gren, you're right. Lux is able to maintain a win streak here, stays X and 1 at the end of round 11, and has an opportunity to push for top 8.
Yeah, I had to change change outfits a little
Yeah,
bit.
what happened here?
Yeah.
You're wearing a judge shirt.
Yeah, I listen, it was a very complex matchup.
It was.
I was getting into rulings. I had to get back into my element a little bit.
It felt right, having a judge next to me to talk through all of that one. That was definitely one for the history books here at Hartford. The Lux is a complex deck to pull off, but I think we're seeing why it's so scary and why you really need to play fast to get into it. Alan was playing fast. I mean, I'm specifically thinking that first game, he put him on like better sequence perfectly and get through probably like 15 cards, 18 cards, something in the deck, and
I believe it was 18.
Able to pull it off. Yeah.
What's crazy is I've played this deck a lot, right?
Okay.
I've played this Lux deck a lot. Admittedly, a different list. Now I'm kind of bought into the triple time warp because I just really like it. But I would have lost that 2-0 in like 25 minutes. So Relivia I would call that almost as perfect as a game that you can play if we look at the game 1 and 3, right? Game 2, Alan's got to do his thing, thwarted the strategy of the Lux, but especially in game 1, making lemonade out of lemons, I think is the perfect example because we were back against the wall. Alan's on 6 points, has enough units to score, and has a full grip of cards in his hand. You have to win this turn.
Yeah, you have to. And when the pressure's on like that, being able to stay cool and actually get the combo, pretty impressive. Game 2, we saw the weakness of like, if Alan's able to just go first and just get in and, shut you down completely, you don't see the right sequence of cards. That's also what can happen. But then it comes down to game 3. Aspirin's Climb buys you a lot of time, it would seem.
Yeah, but and again, the Aspirin's Climb, most decks that play Aspirin's Climb want to use Aspirin's Climb when they're going second, right? To just make the game longer. Obviously, Lux loves to use it when they're going first because it's almost a guaranteed win at that point. We saw Lux was a little, Diana was a little far off of even being able to strike lethal range if Relivia gave him another turn.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I'm happy. I'm a huge Alan ZQ fan. We're good friends, but my girl Lux, she pulled it off.
Tough that Alan ZQ is now going to be waiting on a potential bubble if he's looking for a top 8, but you don't even know if an X2 is going to be able to make it in. But with that being said, we are standing by with the man himself who made 10 trillion recruit tokens.
That's a lot.
To close out that game. Let's hear from him.
Incredible round 11 action here with Challenger TCG Relivia taking down a titan of the game and on a deck that a lot of people are talking about, Lux. How does it feel to take down Alan ZQ and move closer to potentially a top 8?
It feels pretty great. I've played Alan once before. We played in the top 64 of Houston, the very first regional. He did get the best of me in a close game, 3-game set. We were playing Kaisamir. So it feels good to get that little bit of a revenge. He's a great opponent, great guy, has a good friend. So yeah, this felt good.
I mean, building those sort of rivalries is a lot right now in the Riftbound community because you're very aware of it and your team is very aware of it. The people that put the hours in this game are the ones that are continuously having success. So speaking of success, we got to talk about Lux.
Yeah.
I heard through the grapevine that you didn't even think something like Lux was strong enough to make a top 8 appearance. And I'm just saying with, 2 more rounds for you to play with only 1 loss, it's looking pretty strong. What do you actually feel about the Lux deck, especially if it were to make a sort of top 8 appearance?
Sure, yeah. I did say that. I said it was probably unlikely when I was talking to Grenton. He said he picked Lux to win the tournament. I told him, I don't even know if it's going to make top 8, and I'm playing it. So, but the reason why I say that is because when your opponents, as you get deeper into the tournament, your opponents get better and better and more difficult. And if they have reps against the Lux deck, your percentage points go down a lot. It does really benefit the opponent who knows what you're doing and they know what to sabotage, what to defy. But at the same time, Lux also has very polarizing matchups. So I have a few matchups that are very favored for me, although Diana is a close one, as the match you saw. But 1 more win next round, and I should be able to draw into top 8. So I guess I'll eat my words.
I would also agree with you, but I watched one of your teammates last week also say the same thing. So I'm not gonna make any promises there. But you talked about a close match, and I actually specifically want to talk about Game 1.
Yeah.
Game 1, if you ever go back and watch it, even the casters didn't think you could pull it off. There was a ton of cards left in your deck. When you picked up your deck, you're like, I gotta count.
Yeah.
Because and then the first echo hits the table. We know that the sacrifice, with the the blood. You're gonna draw a bunch of cards here. You have to get through that entirety of the deck.
Yeah. I think I had like 18 cards when I counted, which is like on the upper end of what's possible to go in one turn. And you kind of need a little bit of luck to get there.
So then what is your mindset when it is in that situation? Because, I mean, we're very aware, obviously, Game 2 was very quick. And then even Game 3 was, like, in me, less tension building than that Game 1. Because that Game 1 is so important.
Right.
So what are you feeling in that moment before you even play a single card there, trying to get to that 18 cards? If you're the Lux player or you are striving to be one at home, how do you even navigate that turn?
Yeah, so first, obviously, I start my turn. I know I need to win that turn because he's going to win. So I count my deck. I see 18 cards. I know it's going to be really tough. I need to navigate a very specific order. The order typically involves you need to draw all your echoes and sacrifices. They need to not be stuck on the bottom. You need to be able to forge in between. That's one thing that I think is really important, is knowing when to forge even one sacrifice. I did a forge for one sacrifice just to wedge that sacrifice in between those echoes so that when you get back down there, you don't get stuck. So that it's tough. I've bricked many times trying to go for an 18-card deck loop. Fortunately, it came through that game, and it's really important to win Game 1. This deck is very important to win Game 1 because you lead with Forbidden Monument, and you have Aspirin's Climb. So typically, if I can win Game 1, I just paper tree when they're going first, and I sack that game. And if I win, great, but most of the time, I just lose Game 2. I just give it up, so that way I guarantee Aspirin's Climb going first on Game 3, which is a very favorable game because I get 6 turns, almost guaranteed, depending on your opponent. And that will that tends to work out. I think most of my close matches, a lot of my wins this weekend are 2-1.
Yeah,
and
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And that's a great strategy. And so my last question for you, because I know you have a pretty important round coming up here. When you're playing this deck necessarily, is there less players that you want to go against in matchups like you talked about earlier, or would you say the amount of time it takes to master this deck is more important? And if so, how many hours did you put in before you brought it here?
I definitely think the mastery is the most important because most of your matchups, you're solitaring. There'll be a few interactions, defies or hard bargains, stuff that they can do while you're solitaring, basically. But you need to know every interaction, every loop. You also need to know, more importantly than even the loop, because anyone can memorize a loop, is how to get to the bottom of those cards. Counting your deck, knowing exactly what you need to do to get to 0 cards in your deck. And that's kind of the easy part. Once you get to 0 cards in your deck, is just doing the loop. That's all memorization. So the thinking on the fly is part of the getting to 0. I would say that I have spent an ungodly amount of hours doing this. Just a quick backstory is I was planning on playing Control Lux. I wanted to play Control Lux. Before this deck kind of got popular and before people knew about it, I was going to play Control Lux. I just love Lux. I wanted to go for the best stuff for Utrecht and here. And then 5 days before my flights, this deck became popular. Everyone's talking about it. I immediately realized, well, if I want to win this best of, I got to learn this deck. So I sat down at my kitchen table and I solitaired for 12 hours. And then I got with my team and we jammed a bunch of games and I practiced winning through double defy. We would intentionally give them defies and just try to practice all the lines, figure out how to get to the bottom of your deck. It takes a lot of time. I think that's way more important than the matchups. I think there are only really 2 matchups that are horribly favored, and that's Rengar. It's almost unwinnable. That's just because Thrill of the Hunt scores a point on your turn at reaction speed.
Yeah.
And Lilia is pretty tricky. The Sig spell from Lilia, if they pull that off and you don't Ash it first, you're done.
Okay.
Yep. So.
It's great to hear that insight with someone who potentially might be on their way to a top cut appearance here. So congratulations on a very tough round. But you have more tournament to play, of course, and I'm looking forward to see your journey. But we're going to go ahead and send it back.
That was a fantastic interview with our winner, and we're, of course, going to recap that important moment in Game 1 because I agree. I think this entire series was based around this action in Game 1 from Relivia because we're at a moment where, as he had pointed out, there are 18 cards left in the deck when he does this counting, and he is trying to figure out, can I get all of the cards out of my deck? Because we know that this Lux loop, this Limitless Lux, requires your deck to be empty in order for you to get things to pop off. So we're going to go ahead and kick things off here. Again, he's counting through the cards in his deck at this moment. What you're thinking in this moment, excuse me, is that you're likely going to need to not just draw the deck, but continue to untap your runes or ready or hello everybody. The Lux loop has actually fried my brain. That's what's happening. So here's the deal. You need to ready the runes, and you need to somehow draw cards in between. So you know that you need the echoes, you know that you need the sacrifices, right? And as he said in the interview, you have to have them not clumped up. You don't want them on the bottom, but you also don't want to hit too many all at once so that you can get this combo going. So if we let this roll, we're going to watch this play out once again, trying to get all the way to the bottom of this deck because otherwise the loop does not work. And I think we are starting at the wrong location, but that's okay. We're just going to talk through it as if it was in the right location. We are looking for the moment, here we go, the moment in game one where Alan is knocking on the door, counting the cards now is Relivia. We are on the right track. And again, 18 cards, that's a lot to get through. When you're looking at what the deck is capable of, Lux can draw 6 cards off of a promising future into a progress day. So that is one of the things you want to keep an eye out for. You can also draw 5 cards off of any progress day. The progress day costing 6 means that you're going to then save your other 6 runes for an echo and a sacrifice when you're trying to pull that off. You are trying to get to the point where you can loop. And then as we can see here, as they're wrapping things up, we have all of the things that are being explained to Alan that are going to occur. This is the loop that's occurring. And then after that, you see cards shown like Ruination. You see cards shown like Time Warp because Relivia was already at 2. 3 Time Warps when you have units on the battlefields means you go from 2 to 4, 4 to 6, 6 to 8. So all 3 Time Warps do result in a 1-turn win from that point. So getting to 2 early on was really important for Relivia. And again, so much of this series depends on game 1. And the reason for that, as outlined by Relivia in the interview, is when you get to game 3, when you can go first and you have Aspirant's Climb, you guarantee that you have a number of turns that you're going to draw your deck before your opponent can finish you off. Unless they are a player that's playing Rengar, for example, and you can use Thrill of the Hunt to score on your opponent's turn while maintaining holds at both battlefields, you can't speed up the clock. So by going first, you get first opportunity to play draw spells. By making the opponent have to go minimum 1 more turn because of Aspirant's Climb, you can buy all of that extra time to burn through your deck because, again, the combo requires you to draw all of your cards. Now, Lux is a very efficient deck at doing this. This is why, if you're wondering, the combo is played in Lux and not in Legends like Renata, because the passive ability of Lux allows you to draw additional cards off of Progress Day, draw additional cards off of Promising Future. Even some of your other spells, you're getting that incidental draw, but all of that adds up. When the goal is to empty your deck and make it available for you to combo off, you have to be able to go through the entire thing. And that's exactly what we saw happen with Relivia in game 1. Even if it took us a little bit for me to get there, we got there, gang. And with that, we're also going to get back to the desk. So stick with us. I'm throwing it back.
Expertly demonstrated there from Charmer. Yeah, the Lux combo fried all of our brains a little bit, I think.
I'm good. I'm fired up.
You're good? Yeah, you're ready to go, actually. You're the fan of the Lux.
I'm a Lux enjoyer. That's
even if self-admitted, you said you would have lost if you were in that same position.
Oh, yeah. Me specifically, I lose that. Relivia, I will vicariously live through him.
Okay, cool. And you, again, riding high now, you said that you thought Lux could make it. I was not a Lux believer. I said, no way. And then we saw Alan against the Lux deck, and you were like, okay, maybe it's not going to happen.
I got nervous.
Lux isn't going to get there.
I got nervous. But Lux being 10-1 right now, 1 more win, and like Relivia said, can just ID, assuming they don't get down paired, into top 8. Yeah. So this next round, very important for Relivia. Curious to see if they can dodge. I'm assuming they could probably dodge, the Rengars of the field and stuff like that. There's not many left, if any, if I had to guess.
That was the interesting part, was their explanation of what the decks that they're, not the best matchups into. It was decks that Lilia's counterspell has the ability to prevent your opponent from playing spells for the rest of the turn, completely shuts down the deck. And then Rengar Thrill of the Hunt being able to reaction speed score on their turn, speeds speeds up the clock. Not the decks I expected. I was thinking things like the Rexai, like the rushdown decks, like those ones being the hard ones. Or when they mentioned Lily, it's like, oh, because of the sprites, but it's not because of the score 2 every turn. We saw scoring 2 every turn does not get you the win necessarily against Lux.
And we can take a look. We actually had a Rexai in round 5 that Relivia did manage to beat. And again in round 10, Something Must Work, which I believe is, if I'm not mistaken, our best of Rexai. I could be wrong, so don't quote me on that. But a lot of these matchups, I mean, the 2 MF matchups are super favored for Lux, right? Those are most likely Aurora deck lists, and Lux dominates that matchup.
Just chews that up. It's got to be an insane win rate,
Yeah, there's nothing you can do, but again, I'm curious to see what our round 12 opponent for Relivia is going to be. I'm going to obviously be keeping a close tab on that one since that is my prediction to win it all, and I think Relivia is one of the few, if not the last Lux that is still live for top 8.
And you said it yourself, if Lux gets into the top 8, if you remove the time clock, it becomes so much easier for the Lux to pull it off. But we're going to take a look at some of our best ofs right now. Here's our best of
tie.
Rexai, the Void Brewer. Yeah, 4, 8, and 2s right there, so shout out to Something Must Work, his ult poke. Poke or Pokey? What do you think? Poke? Poke? I
like poke.
I like poke. Big K Orenko as well.
Big Krenko.
Big Krenko as well.
Yeah, so 4, 8, and 2s. So obviously, don't guess if you're on the desk. Ask production to help.
True. As production, just true. Yeah, don't do that. But it's cool to see some of the best of start to trickle in over the day. I mean, approaching round 12 now. We only have, a few more rounds, I believe 2 more rounds left before top 8 here in the Swiss stage. So we're getting close.
Listen, I don't want to loop the conversation back to Lux.
Okay.
But
I feel like we're stuck in
the
loop right now, yeah.
But you never saw it actually do the thing yet. You saw me explain it a bunch of times.
Yes.
So what is your now opinion on that deck after seeing that series?
Well, I think we need to get a top-down view and just demonstrate it for everybody one more time. I think if we just did it one more time,
I have my deck list.
I have it on me. I feel like chat would come and burn this entire studio down. So I don't think we should do that.
Yeah, maybe not.
I feel like maybe let's avoid that one. But I hear that we have another list that we want to take a look at here. Here is the card presence list. So this is going to be what cards are most represented on the floor here in Hartford. And immediately, I'm not surprised seeing Scuttle Crab as number 1. Calm is a really strong domain, and Scuttle Crab is just the best 2-energy unit that Calm can play.
Yeah, we were asked at the beginning of the weekend, what our favorite cards of Unleashed were. Scuttle Crab was one of mine, so I'm happy to see my little guy up there. Obviously, Vex apathetic to no one's surprised. Every Chaos deck that isn't Aurora is running a Vex apathetic in it. Tide Turner as well. The Dianas of the world, the Aurelias of the world love that card. But Thousand Tail Watcher actually 4th currently as our most played unit. The LeBlancs do play it. I'm assuming it's also in some of these Victor lists, maybe in these Rumble lists. So I'm actually kind of impressed that is above Vi specifically.
Yeah, specifically because there's so many order decks out there right now. Pretty much every order deck is on 2 Vi Peacekeepers in the main deck. As it trickles down more, one other surprising one for me is Noxus Hopeful. This is an Origin staple that has just kind of stuck with us through Unleashed. I remember back in Spirit Forge not being super impressed, but that's because I'm biased. I'm a Jinx player. It's decent in Jinx, but you don't always want it in the deck because it doesn't really do much on its own. But like we've seen in Annie's, in the old Draven list, really any Fury list that has like any 2 energy to play or like a spell to play, especially the Chaos build with like a stack deck into Noxus Hopeful, like it still has staying power in the format and enough to be top 10 most represented cards.
Yeah, it's obviously awesome. The Thousand Tail Watcher, like I mentioned, 72, I believe, is what we were just told. LeBlanc decks are playing Thousand Tail Watcher.
72, wow. It's a lot. Plus, not to mention things like, Ahri decks and such. Production just tried to tell me something, but I was talking, so I did not hear it because I listened to my own. 1,200 Scuttle Crabs.
Wow.
What?
Almost as many Scuttle Crabs as players in the tournament.
And now I'm going to assume that's a lot of 3-ofs.
Of course, yeah. I feel like if you're running the Scuttle Crab, you're running 3 of them.
You're running the playset, but that is a lot of crabs. We are having a crab rave over here. That's units. Let's take a look at spells here. I believe that's... do you remember what Scuttle Crab was offhand? What percentage representation? I believe it was below Defy here.
20-something, I think.
Interesting. So Defy significantly higher. I suppose decks like Vex, decks like Ahri that maybe don't get as much value out of the Scuttle Crab will still be running the Defies. So this is a fun fact that I had. I actually had a little free time the other day, and I looked up every spell in the game. Defy actually counters 79% of spells in the game right now. Very high percentage. Now, the ones it does not stop typically tend to be pretty good spells.
Oh my goodness.
But it can stop a lot of ones in the field.
Yeah, and you know, the voices in our head just told us 2,000 copies of Defy have seen play this weekend. So a very, very popular card. I'm not going to do math on stream because that is never a good thing to do if you're a caster.
I like it. I think it's fun.
38% to 39%. How much less than 2,000 do you think that is in terms of disciplines?
Oh, disciplines? Well, I'm imagining you're still on playsets. But that's crazy, because Defy, I don't see that as like a 3 of in every list. Sometimes it's only a 2 of, whereas discipline, I imagine, would be more towards that 3 of. That's actually interesting. Very surprising. I don't know.
I did the math.
You did the math?
It wasn't production telling me, but I did the math.
Yes.
1,800 disciplines.
Ooh, that's a lot of disciplines. Also notably, 3 Origins cards in the top 3 most used spells. Man, Origins continues to be a very strong set. Even Charm as number 4 there, another Origins card. But Starcrossed creeping into the top 5 there. Was that your other card from Unleashed?
That was my preview card.
That was your that was your preview card, right? Yeah.
Starcrossed, yeah.
Really
near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, I think it's one of the ones that a lot of people build their deck specifically to account for. Diana's so popular, even Ezreal's still out there. Just Chaos as a domain is really, really strong. So having an answer to the Starcrossed or a plan for the Starcrossed, I think it's on everyone's radars, but it's still a very represented card.
Absolutely, and you were talking about your Jinx deck earlier.
Mm-hmm.
We played a little game
we did.
Backstage.
Oh, are you going to bring it up?
We're going to bring it up.
You going to call me out on this?
Yeah, so for those of you who were watching yesterday, Kangas was talking some big game that he was going to beat me in a match. And unfortunately for Kangas, no. He lost to my LeBlanc deck. LeBlanc without a C.
Game 1.
Yeah.
And then game 2, I was in a good position. I had to go work. Yeah. I had to go do an interview. Barrett steps in, he beats you.
Yeah, so Barrett
my deck. That counts. Yeah. I set him up. I gave him the tools. Well, we got a game 3 ahead of us. You're
0-1 into Grenton right now.
0-1, but I'll win the series after this, once we get back there. But I hear that we're ready to move on with the show to take a look at another match here. I believe it was the backup feature match, if I heard that correctly. Vote for round 12, actually. We're ready for the next round. There we go. We're not wasting any more time. We got Factor versus CTCG Awesome, and then Dr. Snuffles versus Cactus X King. Hop in chat, vote A or B to let us know which one you want to watch.
So Pike, Awesome on a Pike control list, notably. Dr. Snuffles most likely on that Aurora list, but Cactus King are maybe tied for best dressed player.
Yes, yeah, full suit. We already saw him on a backup match, and he's notable for beating Diwali in the second round of the event. Diwali had the bye, immediately loses into an Azir, and is still doing decent. But I actually caught Cactus King earlier at the venue, and yeah, he was in good spirits. He was like, yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling ready. Like, I feel like I'm prepared for this event. It's awesome to see he's still making a very deep run on Azir that just took Utrecht last week.
Yeah, and it looks like Factor and Awesome. We're going to be watching a Pike versus Master Yi. I don't think we've seen a ton of Master Yi on stream this weekend.
I have not casted one this weekend, and I don't know if the other caster pair has yet, but the Pike has also been a pretty much fan favorite. A lot of people get tilted when they watch it because they go back to their locals and losing their entire hand and not being able to play the game, but then you see the top players, especially now going here into round 12, like these are really, really strong players and how they're going to adapt to it. Very curious what this matchup is going to look like, because Master Yi is the type of deck that oftentimes will have just like one unit out and then a bunch of cards in hand, and Pike kind of likes that because they're like, okay, I'm just going to keep looping and then get rid of your entire hand.
Yeah, and we've seen the list do a lot of work too. In
the list. You just made the list.
In Pike's list. And technically that turns off Yi's passive. You think about
true.
It, right?
It kind of negates it, yeah.
Yeah, so it kind of gives, makes Yi a fair combat deck. So we're going to jump into the deck list here so we can take a look at what these players are actually running and factor. This looks like a pretty, standard.
Wow.
Standard list. The one of Primal Strength, which was popularized by Houses Are Big.
Yep.
When he had his good run with the deck as well. And obviously a ton of combat tricks.
Triple punch first, interesting to see, and then also still on Fiora. I want to talk about Fiora for a bit here because this was something that was all over the place in Spirit Forged format, and then I wasn't sure if it would have the staying power into Unleash. I thought things like Rengar would kind of take its spot because if you're going to be playing this on the 3 ramp, then you won't be able to play the Rengar next up. Fiora is still a house of a card though. When you combo this with things like Charm, you're able to pull enemy units into you. If we could highlight the Fiora, I just want to highlight that one for a moment here, in case anybody hasn't seen it in a while. When it attacks one-on-one or battles one-on-one, attacking or defending, you double its might. This will combo with the Master Yi Wuju Bladesman, so that will give you +2 might. Then you go to 10 might when you're defending. So if you're charming something in, then you can even challenge with the 10 might into something else that's at a different location. Gets kind of out of hand.
What's scary with this as well is that when Fiora checks for her trigger, it just happens when she attacks or defends. Whatever happens after that doesn't matter. So there's cards like Rengar Trophy Hunter that have ambush.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
True.
So you're picking up what I'm putting down a little bit, right? You can do a pretty
Smelling
hefty.
what you're stepping in.
Yeah. You could let the Yi Hasa put her up to 5, right? Double her might to 10. Then we'll play the Rengar, which will reduce her might a little bit. Well, now we've added Rengar's might to the mix, so it's kind of difficult to figure out the math when you're playing against a Master Yi, and we're going to take a look at its run so far, only dropping 1 game to Sam D. Sherman himself.
On the Rengar, but 3 Master Yi mirror matches in a row to get to this point. Really running the gauntlet of people in contention for best of Yi. That's got to feel pretty good. If you're able to make it to best of Yi and you're like, yeah, I took out a bunch of the other Yis on the way. I did that. I earned that.
I stepped on the Yis to get to where I
climbed the ladder
be.
of Yis.
Yeah. So probably a nice break from the mirror match, but again, into a Pike who has been very much focused on this deck for a long time. Awesome Rossum. And we could take a look at their run as well. Only losing to a Yi, but beating another one later on in the Swiss bracket. So currently 50-50.
Wow, really varied spread of what they've matched up against here. 2 Yis, 2 Ezreals.
3 Ezreals, yeah.
Well, one of these, oh yes, 3 Ezreals. Yep. Ah, interesting. But still, a lot of diverse matchups here. I think that's a mark of a really, really prepared player when they're able to take down this many different legends on their way. All right, well, let's take a look at Awesome Rossum's deck list themselves, because Pike, we see that often do the very similar things depending on the player, but Pack of Wonders is one of the best tools for it, plus the list. This is kind of the combo that Ezreals have even started running, but Pikes have been doing it for a while because, of course, you're able to bounce things back. The list, you're happy to just use as a -2, and you can loop it with the Pack of Wonders. Pack of Wonders can also loop all of your other nice units like the Bewitching Spirit and the Fizz.
And your Pike Dockside Butcher as well, your chosen champion, right? You can bring it back to your hand, pay the additional cost, and accelerate him in. But how about we accelerate into the game itself?
Let's do it.
And jump into round number 12. Both these players are 10-1. So if they win this, again, barring them getting down paired, they can kind of intentionally draw into that top 8 if they so choose, if they want to just guarantee themselves one. But this is going to be a grueling best of 3. And we have the Aspirant's Climb from Awesome Rossum to start it off, and not opening Emperor's Dais on the side of Yi.
So I've noticed, as we're hopping into game 1 of our round 12 of Swiss, that Awesome Rossum also only had two energy units, or sorry, one 2 energy unit with 3 copies, and that's the Traveling Merchant. So this is seeming to be more of like a slow scaling Pike deck. There's the stack deck. This can get you into things like Noxus Hopeful, which he was on, or that Traveling Merchant. So now it opens up options. But the Aspirant's Climb going first, I wonder if you just opt to go second. Even if you win the die roll, if you just say, I'm just going to go second and have the 3 ramp, because I saw more 3 drops than 2 drops.
I'm curious. Oh, yeah, let's...
I might have already messed it up.
Oh.
Yeah, so we lifted up the deck, but there's still 1 card beneath it. And then, as always, what I tell players, when you make an oopsie, let the judge fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't try and fix it yourself. Let them do it. Not the best start for a fast play, but still, it gets you onto the board here. Pack of Wonders has now hit the field for Awesome Rossum. You can exhaust it to return another friendly gear unit or hidden card to its owner's hand. And now Factor just going to establish the Master Yi Temper. Did not have a turn 1 play, but now the Yi will have a little field presence.
Yeah, and we have to be a little careful here. He does draw a Void Seeker, which is a great answer to Yi.
Yeah.
However, I think debating if we want to just take another turn off to set up that Void Seeker because it's expensive, and it looks like that's not going to be it. We're going to Fizz stack deck again, which I like. We need to kind of get that card economy. It's an Aspirants game.
Yeah.
There's no one on the board yet. It's going to last a little bit longer than most players are used to.
Interesting decision here. So going for the Starcross, there was a Noxus Hopeful as well. So if you wanted to get just more development, you can go Noxus Hopeful. But going for the Starcross means that you can now loop this Fizz. And also there just was a Noxus Hopeful in hand anyway.
Yeah,
but this Starcross can help you with the Fizz. It's a classic combo. You bounce a Fizz back and something on your opponent's field, and then later you play the Fizz to do it again. So a natural combo there for those two cards. Master Yi Temper now going to choose which battlefield to go into. Going to go into Aspirant's Climb, no surprise. Seed of Power not going to get you much conquering that one first.
Do you want to give me a tracker for that so stream can see it?
Yeah, so triggering the hunt now for the XP. Notably, Rune Runner in the hand currently for Factor. It's a very, very good card into purple decks because you cannot choose it. And notably, even if you name it with the list, you can actually use the list's ability to choose it because it chooses, right?
Exactly.
So it's a very resilient unit in this matchup, and I think there's actually 2 of them in the hand for Factor, so we're just probably going to develop the first one here.
Of course.
Would make a lot of sense. And there we go. So Factor dropping it out. I will say Awesome Rossum did have things like Cleave in the deck, so there are options to still punch through the Camel, but the traditional outs that Chaos has access to with like Starcrossed, not going to be available.
Yeah, we do see a card getting hidden there for Factor. I think the only one in his list is Zhonya's. So pretty, again, standard for Master Yi. So we have to kind of play around that Zhonya's as well. We want to kind of keep that Yi alive as much as possible. We want Awesome Rossum to use as much resources to get rid of it so that our Rune Runner is even more safe.
Yeah. Factor has opted to just completely exhaust all of the runes 2 turns in a row here. So Awesome Rossum's going to have another turn now with really no response other than that one hidden card. Let's see what he decides to do with this bit of tempo play. Theoretically, we'll go to 2 points here if you can clear that Yi. And we know that there is the Starcross in hand, so that should be enough if he wants to force the guarantee.
The list coming down.
I'll name Ionia.
Yep. Naming Ionia.
Okay. That notably, Master Yi Tempered has the Ionia tag.
Trick this.
So -2 now on the Master Yi Chosen Champion, the Tempered.
5 energy still up. Let's see how Awesome Rossum wants to approach this one. Pack of Wonders can bounce the list back, and that is the move right now. That would put the Master Yi down to 0 might, and then +2 from the Wuju Bladesman legend. So it'd be a 2 defending. The Fizz or the Noxus Hopeful could get over it.
Yep. And this way you make sure you retain both your units, which is very important, especially if we're trying to conquer twice. There is the Zhonya's. We're going to save this Yi, perhaps.
Yep. Good one.
And there it is. So Yeezy will get saved. So very good heads-up play by Factor to hide that Zhonya's there before passing the turn. And it does keep the -4 notably because it's not damage. So Zhonya's does heal the unit, but this is just a might modification that is put onto the unit until the end of the turn.
Now the Pike legend ability from Blood Harbor Ripper will return back the Fizz to hand, creating a gold gear token. So now that Fizz is available to play later on, but Awesome Rossum not actually going to send the Noxus Hopeful out to conquer a point, and I believe should be at 1 point right now, but there's the Void Seeker.
Into a Defy, maybe?
Could be a Discipline, could be a few things.
Could be an On Guard, could be a lot of things, yep.
Yeah.
Could be half the cards in Yee's deck.
Let me tell you, as somebody who plays a lot of Fury decks, Calm is a rough matchup. It is Defy. Yeah, this denies the draw as well. You could do something like a Discipline and get the stats pumped up so that it doesn't die, but then your opponent still draws. And if you're just trying to deny them the card advantage, Defy feels pretty good.
And especially in a full control list, the more cards you give them,
it's going to be very rough to try to get back into this game. Now we're in a really good spot here for Yi. We've established 1 unit on 2 battlefields, which is your best case scenario. So you have Yi passive online when a combat showdown does start. We have 6 runes available currently for our Master Yi player, so we could take a turn to develop, or we could do the Yi Classic, conquer. I'm already pass.
Yeah,
now
I mean, you
can
can just pass from this position. You're absolutely right. I see 2 on guards in hand, a Lonely Poro in hand. So even just the Lonely Poro back to the base wouldn't be the worst.
Punch
There's a
first,
runner,
Sabo.
a first mate, punch first, double on guard. Sabotage, double on guard.
Sabotage.
And we're going to go for the sabotage.
List, Starcross, Fizz, and Voidseeker number 2.
I will take...
I feel like even the Voidseeker might be the most valuable right now. Although the list already has Ionia.
The list in play has Ionia, so
So then you
really
play
matter
another
to
one.
pick
You
it,
can also pack a Wonders it back and just do it twice. So
I'll take Voidseeker.
Yep.
Okay. Voidseeker does just cleanly answer the E and also gets you another draw, so that's why I was immediately thinking that one made sense. Starcross doesn't really threaten the camel at all. And you have another one in hand, so... Yeah. I love how we all just call it the camel, by the way.
Yeah. My locals call it not Ruin Runner, but they call it Fun Ruiner.
Fun. They probably play a lot of Fury decks, don't they?
They sure do. A lot of Chaos and a lot of Fury.
Fury and Chaos, yeah. Ruin Runner, though, is one of the stronger, mid-range cards coming out of Spirit Forge. Of course, not being able to be targeted by effects that your opponent has. Cannot be chosen by enemy spells and abilities. And gear do be abilities.
Yeah, so debating where we're going to play this first mate, if we're going to play this first mate, and maybe bring someone home. Maybe the Master Yi.
Okay.
Readying the Master Yi. Doesn't have to move it home. Still could leave it there and just have the first mate be a unit. Although at that point, I think you'd play the first mate out to the battlefield and then move the Master Yi back. But this is the call. Factor's going to have 2 units back in base with 1 Ruin Runner at the seat of power.
And yeah, completely negating the effect of the list, right? The only thing on a battlefield right now that we can interact with much is that Ruin Runner. We know there's a punch first and we know there's an on guard. We have 2 runes up.
Yeah.
So we have a potential 7 might swing on top of the Master Yi passive, so we can potentially go up to 14 might on that Ruin Runner, which is massive, and we didn't really see a way to deal with that in the hand for Awesome Rossum. I think he did draw a Falling Star, so could potentially deal with that backline, use the list to bring Yi down to 2, Falling Star and hit both of them, see what happens with the on guard, pack the list back, name the other thing, and bring it back down.
Trying to think of what Awesome Rossum's outs are to just a 14 might Ruin Runner. I mean, they have 3 cleaves. I guess it's just get a bunch of cleaves and just punch really hard, or actually Bewitching Spirits. If we can get to the Bewitching Spirits, then Awesome Rossum can start looping those and get rid of all of those on guards and all of those punch firsts in the hand.
Ooh, I think this is... I think this is, I think that is an error if we do that, because we can just pack that list back, play it down, name Bilgewater, and then because there's damage marked on that first mate, we just use it and we kill it anyways. So good heads up play here by Factor, realizing that we could just list again and just saying, I'm not going to use this on guard. He did unfortunately give that information to Awesome Rossum that he has one in hand.
Sure.
But I mean, at this point, if you're playing against a Yi, you just always assume they have it anyway.
Yeah. Fantastic spell for Awesome Rossum to draw there. Clearing out Factor's next turn, because you'll hold for a point, but Factor doesn't have much in hand that's going to get things rolling here. And there's another Ruin Runner, 2 on guards, punch first. And I thought I'd seen a Lonely Poro in there, but now I'm not entirely sure. Okay.
So we're going to bounce the Noxus Hopeful, replay it for 2, doing what Pike does.
Yep.
Never staying on a battlefield.
Not using the legend ability for the bounce, though, so you don't spend the energy cost. Starcrossed is now live.
You have a Scuttle Crab.
Ooh, that's a pretty good draw. You could just play the other Ruin Runner, though. You know, it's
Notably,
worse than
Starcrossed
Ruin Runner.
isn't live.
Huh?
Starcrossed isn't live because we have a Ruin Runner.
Well, if Factor were to play something else.
Correct, yeah. We do need 2 legal targets to put that card on the chain. One of ours and one of yours.
Fair. I remember when it was first revealed and people were like, do you have to target one of yours? Can you just bounce one of your opponents?
For those of you at home, I didn't push up my glasses this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your hypothetical glasses.
Correct.
Yes.
Actually.
Yep.
We're going to bring the Ruin Runner home, develop another Ruin Runner. Yep, I like this. We're on even points. It's an aspirants game, so we need an extra turn to win now because we're not on odd points. So I don't hate kind of bringing it back and forcing a development turn, obviously, from Awesome Rossum and getting more information of what they're trying to do.
Yeah. It's just giving 2 opportunities to conquer and then return back to hand.
Yeah.
And it's also giving Awesome Rossum the ability to catch up in points a little bit here. But we'll see if it works out for Factor, as a Treasure Trove will come down. Pack of Wonders will return it back to hand, which will draw a card and channel a rune Exhausted. It's a little ramp for Awesome Rossum.
There's a Scryer's Bloom as well. Falling Star, I think, in hand, which is pretty dead right now with 2 Ruin Runners out. But there's a couple options you can do here, right? You can bring the Noxus Hopeful in, kind of use it as a sacrificial lamb if you really want to. Go to 3, and then play your Pike from your champion zone to go to 4. But again, you're on an aspirants game, so staying on even points. 3 or 4 is the same.
Yeah.
Right, so I think just a Hopeful would probably be a little bit better here, unless we're just trying to develop more of a backline.
There's the Fizz coming out. See what it copies. Yep. Stack deck. Awesome Rossum is digging. And I'm noticing this deck with the Pack of Wonders, Treasure Trove, Scryer's Bloom kind of engine here almost seems more like how the Aurora lists build things. Obviously, you're Fury with Pike, but it's going to be going a little wider. You know, you're just drawing a bunch of stuff, getting a bunch of runes ramped, and then you go really wide. Not going to score to a 3rd point here. So Awesome Rossum accepting this game is going to go on a little longer.
Yeah, interesting. Obviously, we played the Fizz to look for more cards. So if we do bring that Noxus Hopeful and we do bring it back to hand with the Blood Harbor Ripper, we can't replay it.
Yeah. And also, it would just immediately die to one of the Ruin Runners, so you're just sacking it for a point at that point. So I suppose Awesome Rossum saying, no, let's save the resources. Let's go real wide with this deck. Now, Scuttlecrab comes out for Factor. That'll draw a card. When it dies, it would also get a XP, almost getting to 6. On our way. Pit Rookie's going to buff one of the Ruin Runners, the one at the Aspirant's Climb.
And now we're a big development turn here for E. Obviously, we need 2 more turns to win because we're on Aspirants, but this is like best case scenario if you're Master E.
Yeah.
You have 5 runes up, double camel.
Yep. And Awesome Rossum has not been able to find the Bewitching Spirit. Like, if there were Bewitching Spirit loops happening, I think this game's very different. Awesome Rossum not seeing that early in the game at all, and not even mid-game at all, despite digging so deep into the deck. Let's see if the Scryer's Bloom can get one.
Make an XP.
We drew a Spirit, or we're looking at a Spirit.
Okay, I imagine that's the keep. Oh, it's not the keep.
Not the Spirit.
Interesting call. I wonder... Another stack deck. What is Awesome Rossum digging for? He is digging so deep into his deck, and I'm wondering like what the one thing he's looking for is. I guess maybe it would just be the Cleaves.
Cleaves, well, there's one Mind Splitter, but I don't really know that that helps you a ton here. It gives you that information.
Yeah. I imagined it was the Bewitching Spirit, so you can just clear the hand and then, you know, understand exactly what might the Ruin Runners are going to be at when he's trying to hit in. Oh, he had one in hand. He did have one. Okay, cool. I like this play. Discards an on-guard from Factor's side. And there's another Bewitching Spirit from the Pack of Wonders, returning it back to the hand. Another on-guard's gone.
Again, we have 1 more turn here for Awesome Rossum, right? So we're not facing lethal just yet. I don't believe Yi is... I mean, we know there's no Trinity Force in the list for Yi, and it would be too late to put it anyways, but... We're just going to pass the turn here, and we're going to have to break both battlefields next turn to win with 2 camels that we cannot target.
That being said, though, if you're able to chain more Bewitching Spirits, get rid of the hand, and then attack him with some Cleaves, could be possible. But like you said, it's got to be both. That is 7 might and then 8 might without anything in hand, let alone the punch first. Factor seems to be in a really solid position here. And Awesome Rossum, with only 2 points, is going to have to claw his way back into this game.
Yeah, this is a big turn here for Factor. The thing with these Pike lists is they're so similar but also different. There's, you know, probably like 5 or 10 cards that change throughout every Pike list. So Factor needs to kind of figure out, how do I set up myself for success? The Charm is obviously a huge pickup here. on the draw to get rid of that Bewitching Spirit, so we don't have to get rid of the rest of our cards in our hand. So gonna send it to its death on the Aspirant's Climb.
Very, very nice from Factor. And now, because we saw that one was cycled from the Scryer's Bloom, we know at least one's at the bottom or towards the bottom of Awesome's deck, which would assume there's one more left somewhere else in the deck. He's gonna have to dig again for that now. Or I guess you just hope and pray that there's no punch first, no discipline, no on guard, and you just start hitting. But we know a little better. We know what Factor at least has one of those in hand.
You always got to assume they have it.
Yeah. Well, unless you're going to lose regardless.
And then you got to make them have it.
You got to hope, you know?
You just got to make them have it at that point.
Yeah. But I do agree. Oftentimes my decision-making starts with, okay, worst case scenario. Can I win through worst case scenario? If yes, do that line. If not, then you go down the list of okay, what percentage chances are they going to have? Are they going to have 3 punch firsts? Like, is that a statistical probability? Probably not.
If they got it, they got it.
They got it, yeah, you know, good for them. But I think Awesome's still pretty far away from that thinking right now, as he's just thinking, like, how do I stop myself from losing right now? Okay, we saw a Void Seeker, and I didn't catch much else of that hand. Void Seeker's not going to do anything.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot for Awesome.
Floater red power and energy. Pick this up. Yeah.
Wrong. Floating one so that we can still get the rune channel on Awesome's side.
This would be a magic trick if he manages to break both of these.
It truly would be. Okay, there is another Bewitching Spirit in hand, so Awesome's able to start chunking the hand. Reaction, discipline.
Yeah.
Love that. It'll get you more might, and then you draw a card anyway, and then you can just discard that. The discipline is worth much more.
Yes, we have a punch first and a... Is that a Rengar?
Rengar? It might be a Rengar. I think so. Really solid hand, actually.
Yeah.
Wow, that's...
You got it. Yeah.
And we're going game 2. Yeah.
Okay. That's how we play. The stall off the top, I was like, I'll push my back. He has no way to kill my Yi. And you like do the stall, and I was like, oh, my on-guard sucks.
Love to hear the players having fun up there on stage.
Well played, though. The list doing what the list does.
List do what it do. Now Emperor's Deus for game 2 for Factor here. So going second, you presume. You made a pretty fun social post about this one and the interactions, and we've already seen some of that on stream. You don't have to pay the full cost. You can just basically use it as a way to mini Pike ability and just bounce your own unit back to hand for free. But Pike can also do that. And Pike doesn't mind doing that himself, so you're kind of giving Awesome on the tempo play the ability to do it. But we also noted that Awesome doesn't have a lot of 2 energy units and not going to have one to start off this turn. Instead, it's going to be a stack deck.
Yeah, I mean, turn 1, draw an extra card. It's not the worst thing to do when you're playing a control deck, but it's a very conscious decision to play so little 2-drops.
Yeah.
So I think it's like those LeBlanc lists that are running Hook that run, 6 2-drops instead of the 8 2-drops or the 9 2-drops, and they're very comfortable with I missed the 2-drop, it's okay.
Yeah, you're playing a long game with this Pike list, it would appear, trying to get to more runes so that you can actually start looping your Bewitching Spirits or your Fizzes. Lonely Poro for Factor, the beautiful alt art there.
I love that art so much.
So good. All of them are so good, but I love that we get to see this one on stream a bunch, because pretty much every Yi deck, anybody who's willing to ball out for it, at least will have
you
this
collected
one.
All 6 yet?
No, I don't have a single one. Do you have any for me?
I have 3 for myself.
Very helpful.
I need 3 more.
Okay. All right, Scryer's Bloom used. Awesome with 3 energy up. Could play in a pinch just the Pike Dockside Butcher, that Chosen Legend, or Chosen Champion. Otherwise, you can, ideally, like a Bewitching Spirit here would feel really good.
Yeah, I also believe Isia is... Oh, maybe not. I thought I saw a Void Seeker in hand. Maybe he's debating what to do here with the Scryer's Bloom.
Oh, yeah, he's still deciding which to add.
He's thinking if he wants to put both on the bottom, one on the top.
I heard him say gross.
Was it gross or close?
Oh.
Okay. I'll get thank you.
Could be both.
Could be both. All right, puts them both at the bottom, draws 1 card off the top, and I did... Oh, I thought I saw a Bewitching Spirit in there. I imagine this is going to be a Void Seeker.
Oh, there is a Void Seeker. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there was a Bewitching Spirit too. So not going to play the Bewitching Spirit, saving the runes for the Void Seeker. Deny points.
Ooh, this is really good.
Okay. Good dice.
This gets it out of range with the Discipline.
Yeah.
Because of that buff.
Oh,
It's
yeah, thank you. Sorry.
3 might, and then Discipline will add 2 more might. That is now 5. Void Seeker will not kill, but will get the draw.
Yeah. Thinking on Conquer to 1, thinking on Trigger.
Yep.
Yeah, you could choose to return this back. I don't
will
know.
Activate, make a Sand
Oh,
Soldier.
you're going to do it. Okay. I guess when you have the energy up, you can actually create the Sand Soldier. The fun thing is you can use the full battlefield effect rather than the full cost.
Well, that's what Yi likes, right? Because that Sand Soldier's now 4 on defense, and it's a free unit, right? And you can bring something back to your hand, develop it back to your base. Obviously, the fact of Emperor Dies is that the payment happens during its effect.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily a cost, and unless you have runes floating in your rune pool, you could just elect not to do it.
Yep.
But if you don't do both, you don't make the Sand Soldier. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. You gotta pick a struggle.
That's why I imagine you just leave the Lonely Pour out there with the buff on it. It's a 3 might, 5 defending, and even if it dies, you draw the card. But it does mean that more resources in Factor's hand as the Scryer's Bloom will hit the field for Awesome Rossum.
Yeah, very, very slow start here for Awesome Rossum. Now maybe debating if we're going to bring out that Spirit, and it looks like we might. This is obviously very vulnerable to a Charm play.
Yep.
And are we going to discard this Lonely Poro? It looks like something we're deciding, because we do have, it looks like, a Sabo, Discipline, Rune Runner, and I don't know
I think it's
Azonia's. Could be Azonia's, yeah.
It
That
looks
does look
kind of like Azonia's to me, yeah. Okay, and there we go. So the Lonely Poro is the discard. We got value out of the Poro. Bounce back to hand.
There it is. He didn't die, so didn't get a draw, but necessarily protected the rest of your hand. So you can kind of count it as a draw.
In a way, yeah. It
In a
kind
weird
of
way.
accomplished its same mission as the hold will come through. Second point for Factor. Has the Pit Rookie to score for a third at the Frozen Fortress. But also full runes up right now for Factor. Has 7 energy to play with. Let's see what he decides to do. Sabotage wouldn't be too bad here. Get a look at your opponent's hand. Because you're probably expecting that they want to start looping this Bewitching Spirit. If you can hit like a Pack of Wonders first, then you deny that option. And there's the Pack of Wonders.
Only legal option.
The only
is the
legal
Pack of
option.
Wonders, yeah.
There is another Bewitching Spirit, but at least you've denied the ability to like do them multiple times in one turn.
Yeah.
That's a huge hit for Factor here.
And now if we do push that Pit Rookie up, we know that there's not really anything in hand that's going to be able to get over that battlefield, even though it's Frozen Fortress, right? We'll be at 1 damage marked, 2 might, and then when we enter combat, it'll be 4 might, 1 damage marked. So even with the 2 from the Bewitching Spirit, only going to deal 3 total. We're pretty insulated there. And that keeps Awesome Rossum from being able to use the Blood Harbor Ripper to bounce that Spirit back to hand if he can't get onto a battlefield.
Conquer to 3.
But Factor is going to go for the third point. It wasn't necessary. You could have chosen to leave the Pit Rookie back, but if you allow an open battlefield for the Bewitching Spirit to conquer, then suddenly the Pike Blood Harbor Ripper can return it back to hand, and then those loops start coming through. So I think Factor, it makes a lot of sense. You want to hold these, deny Awesome Rossum the points, but also, more importantly, the ability to loop these Bewitching Spirits.
Yeah, we're going to play our Master Yi Tempered, it looks like, to the base. Just get the development going. We do have a Rune Runner in hand.
Go ahead.
And now Awesome Rossum gets to cook a little bit, acknowledging the trigger.
Yep.
1 damage marked on that Pit Rookie, so only need to deal 1 to it somehow, or the list would get that kill there.
True.
By
That would
putting it down.
Actually, just on its own, because you're not in combat, so it's not getting the +2 might from the Wuju Bladesman Legend ability.
Oh, I thought it was stacked. I just looked at this.
Oh. That's
All right,
unfortunate.
so we have looked at extra cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, luckily this is
At least the bottom 5 are known from this.
5, yes.
Yep.
And then you mulligan 2, right?
I'm looking 2, so bottom 7.
Yep. So this is a really easy fix because we didn't mix the extra card that we looked at into the set of cards we were supposed to look at.
My bad.
If we did, the fix would be different. But this is a really easy one. Awesome Rossum's going to get a warning most likely for obviously looking at extra cards. We're going to randomize that extra card into the random portion of the deck, and then we're going to proceed with play. If you had mixed it in, it's a little bit more wonky where now we're revealing those 3 cards to our opponent. They choose one to randomize back in. So always call judge on yourself when you make an oopsie. Obviously, Awesome Rossum
he caught himself right away. But also important to keep track of that. And I do believe that the other Scryer's Bloom put 2 back, but, you know, at the end
No,
of the
it
day?
was one top, one bottom.
Oh, yeah.
The one he said gross or close was one top, one
Okay,
bottom.
okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Now I remember, yeah, because we were talking about what he said. That, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, here we go. Back to state of play for Awesome Rossum. Exhausting 2 runes to play Treasure Trove. 3 more runes, I would imagine, for another Spirit, yeah.
And maybe we're killing our Trove to
Make you discard.
draw. So what are we discarding? Zonia's, Defy. Obviously not Camel. That is not a card we're discarding ever.
I feel like Zonia's, in my mind, that's the one that's going to get the least value against this matchup. Defy is pretty nice into stopping like the Void Seekers or such, but no, it is going to be the Defy.
I hold Defy. Yeah.
Holds to 5 points factor back on the turn.
Each player, so
it still gets pinged every beginning step.
Yep. That pit rookie is never going to be fully healthy. So it's a little cold.
It is sitting in a frozen fortress, so.
True. I think that's pretty topical, actually.
But we can now kind of swap if we want to. That pit rookie with the Master Yi Tempered to make it a little bit more difficult. But I think if I'm Factor, I probably want to lock down the Emperor's Dais more so than the Frozen Fortress, because if Awesome Rossum does conquer that Emperor's Dais with a Bewitching Spirit, it's a free bounce.
Yeah.
But it looks like we're going to be playing that Ruin Runner to the Frozen Fortress.
So yeah, I still would have liked it away from the Frozen Fortress, because now it's going to take 1 damage. And obviously you can't target it with things like the list, but still it just makes it a little easier to punch into.
Yeah. We do have a Zonia's though, and that's, I think, what we're trying to do is say, hey, you need to deal with this. I'm at 5, you're at 0, so you have to deal with this Ruin Runner at 1 point, and then when you do, I'll just save it, and then you have to deal with it again.
Yeah.
I think we just drew a Death from Below.
Okay, pretty solid card.
This looks like Mind Splitter. Oh no, Downwell. This is a great card here.
Yeah, I mean, that'll deal with it. It also triggers the Treasure Trove, so you're able to draw an extra card and channel Rune Exhausted. Doesn't have the ability to play additional cards. When we've seen Downwells in past lists, you know, in formats past, you'd see things like, oh, play a Rasa for free afterwards. No, this is a more honest Downwell. It's just going to reset the state of the field.
It's a Downwell, but also Treasure Trove lets you draw a card and channel a Rune, so like really semi-fair,
Semi-fair. But it does mean the Factor gets to redevelop first. So he's still ahead on tempo, not only just on points, but now also on board presence.
Yeah, and that Ruin Runner is probably going to be the first unit we're going to see come down, or at least one of the units. Oh, we drew a Scuttle. Okay, so we want to get some more information before we commit to a 6 Rune play. But naturally, that Ruin Runner will hit the board, and now it is up to Awesome Rossum to figure out, again, what to do.
Yep. You know what's funnier than 1 Downwell?
2 Downwells.
No way.
No, he only has 1 in the sideboard.
Oh, okay. Early to play that, he could have actually waited a turn before going for it, but wanted the Bewitching Spirits for this turn's play here. Playing double Bewitching Spirit, that will get 2 cards out of hand. First is a Pit Rookie, second I imagine is this Lonely Poro. There's a Charm in hand, there's a Zonia's.
Master Yi Tempered is in hand, and looks like a Discipline, maybe?
I think it's a Discipline. Deciding between the Charm and the Poro. I guess when there's 2 Bewitching Spirits in hand, the Charm isn't as valuable.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Big development turn from Awesome Rossum.
That is a lot of might that just got put into play. We're looking at 12 might on the side of Awesome Rossum.
Yeah.
With that Dockside Butcher in the Champion Zone that can come in, ready itself with that trigger with the additional cost.
So that'd be an additional 4 might, putting the total to 16.
We do have a back off, it looks like. Is that a back off maybe? No, that's not a back off.
That's a Charm currently closest to us. Oh, it's a Rake.
Yep.
Rake is the top card.
Ah, yes.
I'll go to 7.
Yep. I'll trigger dice.
Yep.
Take a Sand Soldier.
Yep.
And we get to draw another card with the Scuttle Crab now.
I'll draw. Yep.
Bouncing the crabs around.
Love this interaction for Master Yi decks in particular. It's one of the strongest things that the deck can do, and just efficiency.
Yep.
Get multiple draws off the Scuttle Crab, and then now you're defending with even more from that Sand Soldier.
And now we're debating if we Charm here. Obviously, we can Charm it into the Frozen Fortress. That is a 7 might to a 4 might Noxus Hopeful. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Rossum is fully exhausted on his side, so Yep. Nothing he can really do.
Nice, efficient way to clear out one of the threats, because Awesome Rossum's only move next turn is just punch, 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 punch. You gotta get through this Ruin Runner. You can maybe deal with the Sand Soldier with something like a Starcrossed, but the Ruin Runner is pretty simple in this matchup. You gotta use your cleaves, you gotta use your units. Have you noticed a cleave in hand for Awesome Rossum yet?
I don't think he's seen a cleave in both these games so
I haven't noticed one, yeah. All right.
Have the hidden Zonias, and now we're gonna probably develop another camo. Okay, yeah, this is rough for Awesome Rossum. There's not much you can do,
but it does communicate it's not going to be multiple punch firsts or punch firsts with on guards. We got a stop from the judges.
Yep. Factor very perplexed as to why we stopped play.
Yep.
All set.
Good.
Okay, it looks like they're good. Happy to see that we're not going to have a long delay there. Just a brief judge call, but we're back into the action. Awesome Rossum on the play. Full ramp runes, all 12 available. Currently showing 8 might on the field. The Pike Blood Harbor Ripper, or rather Darkside Butcher, could come in as an extra 4 might, putting up to 12 total might threatening.
This is kind of where
3 cards, right?
I like a Baron.
Yeah, right?
Like, I'm like, oh, what would help here if I'm Awesome Rossum? And I'm like, yeah, slam a Baron, get our first point. Now we have 4 might spirits and 6 might hopefuls, and we still have 2 runes to do stuff with.
Yeah, you got to clear factor off of both of these, though, because if factor holds either, then they win. I don't know if you'd be able to clear both with a Baron play, but conceptually, I like the Baron into these types of matchups for sure.
Looks like we're going to stack. Oh, no, we do have a cleave. We found the cleave.
Nice. It's going to be very helpful. Now, 4 might with 3 assault puts it to 7 when it attacks.
+3, sure.
Yeah.
Doing it now before attacking, so that way it's not defied and you're kind of...
Yeah. It's technically not +3 yet. Has to enter a combat showdown, then it will get that passive effect from the assault. So just keeping it close by so, we don't forget.
Again, Awesome Rossum has to clear both battlefields. 1 rune up on factor side can be so annoying to actually add a factor in. Again, you're thinking worst case scenario. Worst case scenario is punch first. You basically have to plan playing around a punch first here.
Ooh.
That's pretty slick.
I like the cleave, not usually a target for Fizz.
Yeah.
So assault 6 now on that Noxus Hopeful, and we're going to send it into the Rune Runner. So we're looking at 12 might on the attack to the 7 might on defense, notably 1 damage marked as well.
Yep, and notably if punch first was in hand, this would all still trade anyway. So the Zonias will come up, the Rune Runner will trade with just the Bewitching Spirit, because Noxus Hopeful is way too big.
That's good.
And then Rune Runner will go back to the base.
This is kind of where I'm sure the factory recall...
Zonia's... So we put the Rune Runner in the trash.
Yes,
yeah, there we go.
We got it, yeah.
Yep, okay.
I'm curious, like, unacceptable losses or something would have been really, really cheeky there.
That would have been nice.
Not in the list, obviously, but something that... Oh, there is, sorry, 1 acceptable losses in the main deck for Awesome Rossum. So that would have been a really good way to get around that Zonias. When you get focused back, we're just going to get rid of the Sand Soldier and this Crab.
Pretty clean removal option there. Now Awesome Rossum's next game plan is... score, obviously, here.
Gain an XP, and then I'll get to see a hand.
But then also prevent Factor from conquering both battlefields on Factor's next turn.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out, excuse me, how you do this. There is a world where you can conquer with the Sprite, bounce it with the Dais, and try to rip some cards out of your opponent's hand. Because there's 10 might.
You can,
and then you can play it back to the... But the thing is, you're on the Frozen Fortress, which the more units you play there, the worse it gets, because they're each going to get hit for 1 damage.
I mean, you can return it and make the Sand Soldier, and then replay the Spirit to the Dais, but even then, it's only 4 might defending.
Oh, yeah. You could conquer the Dais with the Bewitching Spirit, pay for it, make a Sand Soldier, play the Spirit there, bounce the Hopeful with Pike, play that also there if you wanted to.
You would have enough energy for that,
yeah.
And then it would be 8 might defending at the Emperor's Dais, nothing defending at Frozen Fortress. So Factor would at least have one battlefield to go into uncontested. If that's the line Awesome Rossum wants to go down, let's see what they actually choose to do here. We're in the Conquer window.
It's a really tough spot here for Awesome Rossum.
Really tough matchup, I imagine, for Pike. You don't have a lot of cleanouts to the Ruin Runner. Ruin Runner is a fantastic card.
Seeing 4 Ruin Runners in 2 games.
Yep. Yeah. Good luck.
Good luck indeed. Looks
and
like we
saw
are
the
going to
cleave
pay.
this time. Like the looped cleave is one of the best ways to answer it. But the Zonias are just coming in clutch for Factor. All right, so the Emperor's Deus has been triggered. Sand Soldier's out. BB Wishing Spirit's back in hand, and I think that you were right on the money.
One
here.
short. He's one short.
Oh, he is one short, isn't he? Yeah, because you'd have to pay an energy cost to trigger the Pike Legend.
Discard.
Still going down this line.
You have the... Yeah.
Oh, I wonder what it was.
Yeah, right? So that is still representing the 8 might defending up there, but let's see if Factor can do it.
Yeah.
Go here.
A Conquer draw.
And we have a Defy for insulation,
2,
which we
3,
don't really
4.
need.
You're going to be at 8.
And, ooh, Discipline doesn't get over, actually.
Yeah, Discipline would go to 7. You could Discipline early and draw a card. Just see what you get.
And that's exactly what we're going to do, play to our outs. We found some, we found a charm.
Charm,
We're
that's
good.
enough.
GG.
Yeah, GG's.
Yeah,
And
Charm
gets there.
moves something back, attack in, that's enough might to take it. Factor, GG's. Wins the series 2-0 and advances to 11-1. One more match ahead of him to qualify for a top 8 in Hartford.
2 win it into top 8, so...
I think he broke his stream losing streak.
Oh, yeah?
I think he was saying he's been 0-5 on stream.
Oh!
And he just won his... Unless he gets down paired,
Well
winning
done.
in for top 8. So congratulations to Factor. We're very well played against a very proficient Pike player as well. So super happy. I love when players show emotion on the stream.
Yeah, and I love it when you get to see the natural matchups of certain decks, because that was a topic that I've heard a lot of players talking about. We've talked about it a little bit ourselves on the broadcast, is some matchups are really rough percentage-wise, and I imagine Pike is so good against certain things. I would guess it's a low win rate versus Master Yi specifically for all the reasons we saw. Even if it wasn't Ruin Runner, still going to be a little hard to deal with these Big Might units. The Starcross would put in a lot more work if it wasn't specifically Ruin Runner, so like that's kind of the bigger out that they have. But because Ruin Runner exists in the matchup, hard to take down.
Yeah, and the issue with that Starcrossed is the units you want to bounce, one, you can't, right? You can't bounce the unit Ruin Runner. The other one is Rengar. You want to kind of get it off the battlefield, but you're just putting it back into the hand to do it again.
Or a Scuttle Crab or a Pit Rookie. It's like, I'm just giving them another activation.
Almost every unit in this deck, except for the Fiora Peerless, is something that you give the Master Yi more value when you bounce it back to hand. So I really, really like this list. We didn't really see the one of Primal Strength kind of play any role in it, or the Fiora.
Yeah, I'm happy you even mentioned it. I forgot Fiora Peerless was in the list. we didn't see that at all.
We didn't need it.
I imagine that was probably sided out at a certain point, because like against Pike, I don't think you really need it. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we can hear from that from the player themselves, because I'm hearing that we have the interview ready with Factor.
Round 12 is in the books, and not only has Factor taken the win here, but he is the Yi Factor as well. Congratulations on an excellent win. How do you feel now, basically being locked in for top 8 almost?
I feel really good, you know. I know that, I mean, Billionaire was 11-1 and missed it, but I hopefully I can just get the ID next round and get in top 8. I've played a couple events now. This is my 3rd time playing a winning into top 8, and I lost the other 2 on stream. So I'm really happy I was finally able to get one. I've never won a game on stream either. The stream curse has been broken for me, so I'm really excited.
That's a great curse to break here, so congratulations once again. And I kind of want to pick your brain a little bit. Pike. We had Pike on earlier today already. It had a great performance. There's another one running around here in the Top Cuts potential area. What is your kind of thought on that deck? Because it could be like another sort of Annie-stylistic Fury Chaos deck to compete against what's going on in the format. What are your thoughts on it?
I really love that deck. I actually played that deck to Vancouver and went 8-5, battling for the best of with Blossom and somebody else in day 2. So I have a lot of knowledge about the deck, which I think helped me a lot in the matchup. I think the deck is incredibly good. It's definitely the hardest deck I've ever played in any TCG in my life. And I was like, I'll just take Yi Yi, I feel really confident. I played Yi in set 1 to Houston way back when, so I felt really confident with the deck.
That's awesome and great to hear. Now, of course, we got to talk about the all-star, or I guess the all-camel of the match. Ruin Runner twice in both games, really helping to deal with what that Pike deck is using in that sort of matchup. A lot of their removal is targeting, of course, can't do that with the camel. And then, of course, they want to win combat, but with Master Yi to help you out, it feels pretty good. So do you think that's been a winner for you in the tournament as a whole? Do you think Ruin Runner is maybe something that more people should play more copies of?
Awkwardly enough, Ruin Runner has been very bad for me the entire rest of the event. It has been the worst card in my deck. I've hit a lot of like yellow decks in the mirror. I haven't hit any Dianas, no decks that are doing spells, no red decks, and so it's been really bad for me, and so I'm happy it showed up when I needed it. And my thought process, like going into mulligans and everything, was just like find the Ruin Runner, and then like game 2 I had the Ruin Runner and an Hourglass in hand. I was like, this is exactly what I want. I just need this thing not to die. Like, yep.
That's got to feel incredible, and it's so incredible here now to be X-1 with only 1 round left to go in the tournament. Factor, congratulations once again. An incredible performance with Master Yi, and I hope to see a Master Yi in Top Cuts, but we'll go ahead and send it back.
Fantastic interview there. Master Yi and Pike. Master Yi, the most represented deck coming into this tournament, and Factor showing us why it is so good. We're going to talk a little bit about this match. Now, the first thing I want to look at is actually on Awesome Rossum's side. We've seen some Pike lists this weekend, and we've seen the list. So we're going to go ahead and play this here. The list is something that we've been seeing in these Pike decks, and paired with Pack of Wonders, they're able to give a unit -2 might, and then the Pack of Wonders bouncing it back into hand, then they replay it, name the tag they want, and give it another -2. So we see the list. It's going to give -2 to Master Yi. We can then bring out this Falling Star. It sets up the play to clear out this backline. So love to see the list Pack of Wonders combo that we've been seeing in these Pike decks this weekend. And again, paired with a Falling Star is a great way for this to take out the backline. But unfortunately, we're going to go ahead and fast forward to our next segment here. And we are going to take a look at the Ruin Runner. The Ruin Runner just absolutely crushing Awesome Rossum and Pike here in this matchup, because Awesome Rossum is running a deck list that doesn't have a lot of might. We saw some earlier Pike in the day off of Mirror, and he was running a deck that could get that higher might total. But here, this is tough to get through the Ruin Runner. We can go ahead and play this through. Ruin Runner can't be chosen by enemy spells and abilities. So catch me if you can, says Factor. And we can see in the back line here for Awesome Rossum, he's got a problem. We're at 8 points on an Aspirant's Climb game. If we hold 1 battlefield, it is all over. And again, Awesome Rossum, this is more of a control-oriented Pike deck, and unfortunately, he just doesn't have the might needed to break through these Ruin Runners. The Ruin Runners are so good with Master Yi because they get that additional 2 might, and you can't target them. And unfortunately, we can go ahead and run it through here, and it's just not going to do the trick. You need the extra might to get over these camels, and for this particular Pike list, it is just not enough. So the Ruin Runner is really the nail in the coffin in game 1, and that is going to be the key to success for Factor in the match. Now let's go ahead and skip to the next segment here. And now we're going to take a look at this segment. We can go ahead and roll it. And now this is another situation where Factor has gotten very far ahead once again. And we've got the Ruin Runner set up yet again. We can see the point total. Awesome Rossum's behind. We need a desperation play, and Downwell is that desperation play. He's able to clear the board, but the problem is, we can go ahead and jump to the next segment. Guess what? Factor has found 2 Ruin Runners yet again, and they are going to come back. Bounce them back to the hand, but now they're going to come back, and we look here at this bottom battlefield, and Awesome Rossum has to once again break the Ruin Runners. Now, we're going to go ahead and play this here, and we're going to see that we've got a hidden card. We've got a Ruin Runner set in the back, ready to come in on the next turn and try and double conquer, and that's Zhonya's Hourglass. After the the cleave here, buffs the might up here on the Noxus Hopeful, comes through. The Zhonya's Hourglass is going to save the Ruin Runner. It's going to come back, and we're going to fast forward to the next segment, and that is going to set up this double Ruin Runner once again. This is just too much for Pike to overcome with so many spells that are going to try and remove via targeting. So now let's go ahead and run this through. We see the Discipline going to buff up that Ruin Runner, and then as Awesome Rossum has to hold here, the Charm is going to pull that unit down to the southern battlefield where that Ruin Runner is, and there is the handshake. So unfortunately, in this more control-oriented build for Pike, he just was unable to get through the Ruin Runners, and that was the key to success for Factor. So Master Yi doing it, and we are going to see Master Yi in the top cut here in Hartford. But we are going to cut to a short break, but don't go anywhere because we have got the final round of Swiss coming up next.
What's up, everybody? Kangas here with 3 members of the team, The Secret Sauce, that made it to day 2. We're going to get to know them and the team a little bit. Introduce yourself and what champion you're playing.
Hey, yeah, what's going on? I'm Houses Are Big. I am playing Master Yi, the creator of the best deck in the format, and that is me today. Not doing too hot, but we're still running. We're still running, doing our best.
Not the deck's fault. Maybe user error.
50% win rate, mirror match. It's okay.
Okay.
Someone's got to lose.
All right, how about over here?
I'm Nightingale. I've been playing Vex for this whole set. I just been building my own pass, doing a very control-oriented deck. Yeah. But it's like very slim margins. You have no room for error. And today, and just this tournament, I haven't been on the.
We've been tired.
I'm tired.
We've been tired.
Tired,
We've been traveling like
day 2, it's different than day 1, right?
Yeah, and we've been going RQ to RQ, so it's been
you guys have been in a
rough.
bunch of them, right?
Yeah, like back to back.
Us 3 have been to Sydney, Vancouver.
Atlanta, Sydney, Vancouver.
Yeah, Atlanta, Sydney, and Vancouver.
Back to back. That's awesome to see.
Yeah.
All right, how about down here at the other line?
Sold out. Playing Sivir. Not doing too hot today. I mean, it's just that that's the nature of the game, you know. You go to so many events, you're not going to do well at some of them. And when you're playing a game like Riftbound, the meta's so wide, you play into whatever. A lot of the game is kind of matchup lottery. And there is something to be said about how well you play and, you know, making sure that you win all of your winnable games. And I think that we just didn't do that today. So it's something that we want to improve on in the future. Yeah.
So Team The Secret Sauce didn't have the secret sauce for this event.
Not today.
Yeah.
We ran out. We used it all.
Out of sauce. You got to go back to the store.
We used it all.
We went to 2 playoffs, and then we
make some more.
Well, talk to me a little bit about the team, though, and how it came to be, and if anybody wants to get involved.
So it's a great story. So a lot of people are familiar with the Riftbound community server. It was started by like Willow and Galewinds, and we kind of all met at the beginning of the game playing within that server, and we eventually were just like, hey, we're all like getting pretty good. We're all going to the events. We're all testing together, and then eventually we're just like, let's just make this like an official thing. Like we are the Secret Sauce. Yeah. So shout out to Tog, who
the Tog Father.
Yeah, the Tog Father.
I think he has invited literally everybody onto the server.
Yeah. He's a friend of ours, a great player. He's the one to give credit to for any success that we have. Yeah. So.
Cool. Shout out the Todd Father. Shout out the Team Secret Sauce. What was the TP? TSS. There we go.
The Secret Sauce.
The Secret Sauce. Shout out.
It's a proper noun, by the way.
Do you guys have shirts?
You're working on it. It's in progress.
All right, we'll get jerseys for the next one. Thanks so much, guys. That was awesome. Best of luck with the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
Do you want to try the hard?
Yeah, let's do it.
You want to try the hard? All right, perfect. You will have...
There's a lot.
As well, 12 runes.
Okay. You can't give me 13?
Unfortunately, I can't break the mechanics of the game. Okay. You will have 3 Dragon Soul Sages in play.
Yeah.
So you have 15 energy. There you go. I gave you your 13.
But they're also units.
They're also units. You will have in your hand 3 Herald of Scales.
Oh, is this one of those Volibear
3 Gentle Drim Dragons.
Oh, it is.
And 1 Confront.
Okay.
The card that you will draw off Confront is guaranteed to be an Elder Dragon.
Okay, that's my deck.
Here's your Volibear Legend.
Okay, I might need that.
Here's the battlefields.
Okay.
And here is what your opponent has on the battlefield.
That's a lot of dragons.
So, you start at 6 points, and your goal is to win this turn.
And this isn't active. This is not.
This is not active.
Okay.
Yep. You can't
All right, that's
score
important.
this turn.
Attention regional players, if you hear your name, we do not have your match result.
11 units on the battlefield.
Please report your match.
So this doesn't need to get played immediately because this can kill every single unit on the battlefield unless they don't have any abilities or anything. No.
No abilities.
So it's just optimizing everything. Can I end up, okay, so the question is, can I end up with 14 energy in order to play both of these? So if I do all of these first, I'll have 3 left. This will cost 2 and give me back 2, so I'll still have 3. This will cost 2 and give me back 4, so then I'll have 5.
Yep.
This will give me back plus 4, so then I'll only have 9.
Aaron Miller.
Only have 9.
Rossi.
I love this one because it's a bunch of cards that nobody uses.
Wait, someone I think got best of with this.
With Gem Dragons, yes.
Yeah.
But the Herald's not as much.
I thought they had the Herald too. They were some kind of infinite combo.
A Rengar player was.
Oh, it was a
playing
Rengar
back in,
doing
like,
it.
Vancouver.
Okay, not even a
Yeah,
Volibear.
that's super fun. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, you can play it in any red-orange combo.
2 and get back 2. Oh, it's all a bait.
Is it?
Hold on. I can just confront this out and then send it in and ping 1 and then send the last Silk Dragon. Oh wait, no, then I'm off by 1. Hold on. Not quite.
It's almost.
Yeah.
You can almost do that, but not quite. If you had 1 more energy.
1 more energy, 1 more unit.
Yeah.
Okay, so that ends up only spending.
So for anybody at home who's maybe not too familiar with these cards, the Heralds make all your dragons cost 2 less, and the Gem Dragons ready 2 runes anytime you play itself or another dragon. So the sequencing of this puzzle is you have to spend all your energy, but the goal is to get a bunch of it back, and then somehow clear the entire battlefield.
Oh wait, when I end up with 9, this is reduced by 6.
It is.
Did I have enough anyway? What are you? You'd cost 6? So then, oh, 9 was just enough. Okay, so I do play all of these.
Okay, so let's put these back in your hand. So what's the first moves that you're making?
All right, I'm playing all 3 Heralds of Scales.
All 3 Herald of Scales. Beautiful.
All right. And then this costs 2.
Yep.
And ready's 2 runes.
Yes.
Am I going to end up off by a unit again?
I might need
will
to.
You? Ah, but I can afford to confront first. I see. Okay, so then I'll pay another 2 for another Gem Dragon.
Okay.
This will ready 4 runes.
Yes.
Then I'll play the confront.
Yep.
Draw the Elder Dragon. Everything is readied. Then I'll play the Gem Dragon ready.
Yep.
Ready 6 runes. With the 6 runes, I'll play the Elder Dragon. It'll come into play, shoot anything.
Sure.
And then this should be.
There are 10 units here,
remaining.
so that will crash.
Trade everything. And then I've got 2 units left.
GG's.
Okay.
You got it. That was the
Nice.
sequence. Well done.
Yeah, just had to realize this was cost reduced.
And that's the real bait, is that you have to use one of these, right? You know, you have 3, you kind of want to use them. You have to use one.
Yeah, you have to keep one.
To score. So congratulations.
Nice.
You solved my puzzles.
All right.
How hard were they, honestly?
This one tricked me a little bit.
Okay,
Yeah,
a little?
A little bit.
Made it pause.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll take that as a win.
I found the line and then second guessed myself, and then was like, wait a second, what if I just do this?
Yeah.
But it's not quite. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for playing first, Matt. That was awesome. Best
you.
of luck in the rest of your weekend. You gonna win it? I got you as my guy to win
I've
it.
got to catch up to the Allen and Squirtle. Like, this is ridiculous.
I know. It's crazy. You got to add another Annie to the chain.
Yeah, that's definitely a big part of the plan. We'll see about winning. Winning's a lot harder.
Best of luck, dude.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and a big welcome coming from the regional qualifier here in Hartford, Connecticut. My name is Charmer, and I am here to talk to you about something that is near and dear to my heart, which is the overall metagame for Riftbound as we head into this event. The Hartford qualifier will, of course, be the last one as far as the Unleashed meta goes, and it is still wide open, which is pretty rare when you factor in that we are so far into the lifespan of this set. So with that in mind, let's take a quick look at how Utrecht, the most recent regional qualifier, finished. It finished with 8 different legends in the top 8. Yes, that's right, 8 different legends. We've got an Azir, an Annie, a Master Yi, a Set, a Rexai, a Victor, a Darius, and a Diana. So 8 unique legends, and that is phenomenal this late into a set, because very often in card games we find scenarios where people kind of lock in on whatever the best deck in a format is. And surprisingly for many, it is Master Yi coming into this event. This is a list that, despite not winning in Utrecht, was phenomenal during the Swiss rounds. It had winning matchups against most of the majorly played decks, with a poor matchup into Aurora lists, and I will be talking about the dazzling Aurora lists in just a moment, because you may notice they're not here as well. But the big question is going to be whether or not Master Yi can convert after getting to the top 8, and whether or not the success that was seen at the last event translates into more market share as far as the decks brought, that deck representation here in Hartford. Another thing to consider is the rise of Order. So Order as a domain, this yellow color you're seeing here on your screen, is something that had not been as popular in the past. However, it had a fantastic showing in Utrecht with several legends bringing it, and that's because of the power of cards like Call of the Week, as well as being able to generate early pressure into some of the other matchups. And again, these are order lists that are not named LeBlanc. Instead, we see legends like Set. Set is a list that can generate a lot of might, but also can keep the units alive. It's a very sticky legend to pilot. On the other side, we've got aggressive lists like Rexai and or Darius, whether they're the hook variants or the not. These serve as a might check for much of the field. They're kind of saying, hey, I'm going to just play a lot of might every turn. I'm going to use that might to get onto a battlefield, make you contest it, and I'm going to rinse and repeat. So you've got to have some sort of level of interaction into these lists. You have to have a way to defeat the might that is going on the board. And one of the ways that people are doing that, and have historically been doing that throughout the Unleashed history thus far, is through decks like Diana. So Diana has been a very popular deck from top-level players like Diwali, like Alan ZQ, and that's because Diana is also capable of generating might, but has a lot of interactive tools. Cards like Gust to slow the opponent down, cards like the Diana signature spell Moonfall, for example, will deal with a large number of units at a battlefield because of the might reduction, and you can also force combat as well. So as we are looking at these order decks, what are people going to be doing to counter it besides necessarily Diana? Well, we might have to look at some previous tournament results in order to figure that out, because again, notably 8 unique legends. However, there are some people whose faces are kind of on the milk carton of the meta. So if we go back to what the top 8 for Vancouver was, what we're going to see is Irelia is present, was missing in Utrecht. We're going to see Sivir is present. So again, dazzling Aurora, most popular on Sivir, but obviously can be played in Misfortune, can be played on Poppy, etc. This is another deck that many people thought was incredibly powerful. And then of course there's the legendary run that Sam D. Sherman went on with Rengar as well. Rengar, more of a mid-range attacking list, but again, something that can either meet the might check of some of these red-yellow lists, these order lists, like the Victor list as well that was generating a bunch of tokens. Or if you can't meet the might check like the Rengar does, then again, you have to have some way to deal with it. So we've got the Irelia list, which Irelia, the legend, is phenomenal at generating additional uses from your units, moving them around, specifically the champion unit of Irelia, getting a bunch of might on it, providing it ganking with cards like Boots of Swiftness, moving it around, but also has access to Star-Crossed. The Star-Crossed plus Fizz combination is one of the ways that you see people try to slow down the might development of these opposing decks. And so really, again, for me, the story here is, in Hartford, we have a wide open meta. Normally at the end of a set, everyone kind of figures out what decks are the most powerful, but here we just had an event where we had 8 unique legends, not even featuring some of what many people consider to be the best decks in Irelia or problematic decks in Aurora. We also had Rengar back then. On top of that, there are some contenders that people continue to talk about. It did not crack the top 8 in Utrecht, but the Lux decks, the Limitless Lux, the Infinite Lux, whatever you want to name it, it has also been on people's radar. On top of that list, for this event, I'm hearing a lot of rumblings in the room about Kha'Zix and how that is another list that, like Sam D. Sherman on Rengar, can sneak up and surprise people. It's got a lot of very adaptable mid-range game plans. It can move units around. It can get a lot of value through ambush effects. So Kha'Zix is also a potential contender. And so when you factor that in, we are literally looking at double digits worth of legends that could crack the top 8 here in Hartford. I do not expect this to be like some previous events where we might see like 4 copies of a legend in the top 8. Things are really wide open. So what does that do to the meta? Well, it does mean that many of these decks are going to need a little bit of luck on their side. We call it matchup roulette. So when you have your pairings, you're hoping that you get paired into some of the decks in the room that you have good matchups into. So again, when you look at the matrix of how your decks perform, Master Yi had a very good matrix in Utrecht, and I have heard some people picking it up saying, okay, this is just mathematically the best thing I can be doing in the Swiss rounds, excuse me. But the problem is that once you get out of the Swiss rounds, then to win an event, you still got to beat the other decks as well. What do I expect to take it all at the end? Well, people are kind of forgetting a little bit about Aurora, so I've got my eye on that, as well as some of these other decks that are kind of sneaking their way into contention, like the Lux, like the Kha'Zix, or decks that were perhaps forgot about after Utrecht, like the Irelia. It's really hard to nail down any just one list here with how wide open things are. If you are a card game player, this is the best time to be playing Riftbound. If you are a fan of whatever your pet legend is, it's the best time to play it again, because we're kind of proving that a lot of lists are viable and people can find success on whatever their favorite champion from League of Legends is in Riftbound with the meta the way that it is. So it's going to be an exciting weekend. I'm really looking forward to seeing how things play out. I'm looking forward to the feature matches so that we can see what these decks can do when they're on the broadcast. And this is going to be it. This is the last big event in the Unleashed meta with Vendetta right around the corner. So enjoy it while you can, because the next shakeup is right around the corner.
Welcome back to Hartford as we prepare for our final round of Swiss. It all comes down to this, Charmer. One more round to see who our final players are going to be in the top cut.
Yes, we talk a lot about how you make the top 8, it becomes single elimination, but for a lot of players still competing, this is where their single elimination bracket begins, because if you don't win here, you do not even have a shot at the top 8. I'm seeing a lot of X2s in the standings. They're likely going to have to play it out and see if their tiebreakers will make them make that top cut.
Yeah, now, if you didn't tune in for the last round, we just saw Master Yi take down Pike. So we know that we're going to see Master Yi in the top cut, the most represented deck in the field this weekend. Charmer, could this be the weekend that Master Yi ends up on top?
Listen, there's something to be said about having a number of opportunities, right? The window is open. If you make the top cut, anything is possible. You just have to win 3 games at that point. You're crowned a champion. You could be the first ever Master Yi Bladesman to win a regional qualifier. That being said, I am still of the belief personally that Master Yi is best in the Swiss rounds, and when people know what they're playing against and have unlimited time in these untimed rounds to kind of navigate the matchup, it becomes significantly harder because there's not a ton of surprises in Yi. It really is just value oriented, and it's a pretty on the table solvable problem.
Now we take a look at day 2 metagame. Master Yi, of course, still most represented, had 18% of our day 2 meta. Diana and LeBlanc rounding out the top 3, and then it was Aurelia and Azir. So decks that most players are considering to be top of the meta. The one that I guess kind of stands out is LeBlanc is still struggling to get back to the top 8.
Yeah, LeBlanc struggling a little bit. Of course, just in sheer numbers representation, Sivir here is also low, only 11 people in day 2. We also have Kha'Zix with 8 players in day 2. Kai'Sa, if I'm being entirely honest, having 9 players making day 2 surprises me. As good as Kai'Sa was in the early parts of Riftbound, she has kind of fallen by the wayside as of late. So kind of happy to see that the people who are sticking with Kai'Sa are being rewarded.
Yeah, we talked about Sivir there, and we also see Kha'Zix over there with 8 in day 2. Sivir was your pick, Kha'Zix was my pick. Unfortunately, I think Kha'Zix is out of the running, but we're going to take a look here at our standings going into the final round. We have one player that is still yet to lose, and that is Bradykin on that Ezreal deck that we actually had the chance to watch on stream earlier today.
That's right, Bradykin currently 11-0-1, and of course that one draw did happen on the broadcast earlier against a great player, but the rest of these X1s are really looking to solidify their spot in the top 8 depending on pairings, and if you feel good about your tiebreakers, they might try to take an intentional draw. Where it starts to really get spicy for me is at that 10 spot or lower, and especially at all of these 10-2 records. These are the people that are likely going to have to play it out if they want to secure a spot in the top cut.
Absolutely. Could be a situation where we see someone at X2 get on or get in on those tiebreakers as we continue. So many great names here in that X and 2 bracket. We see Alan ZQ and Diwali there at 10-2. So they're going to have to win and hope that breakers would be enough.
Yeah, even going a little bit further down that list, I also noticed Bloody, who is a very well-known card game player as well. Piloting Sivir, so still holding out hope that my pick has a shot to make the top cut here. But with that in mind, I believe we're going to be going to a vote. So that's right, a vote from you, the viewers. You get to impact the broadcast. So in chat, you can vote for whether you want to see B. Swites versus Dr. Snuffles. This would be Diana taking on Miss Fortune, or whether you want to see Prismaticism against Cactus King. Reminder for folks, Cactus King is in full regalia, a full suit, while playing today.
Cactus King right now, the front runner of the Azir decks, looking to have Azir be a back-to-back champion over the past 2 weekends, in Prismaticism trying to get to yet another top cut and just trying to lock up that 6th best of ante.
And this is looking like Chad is favoring seeing the Prismaticism taking on Cactus King. I like that this is almost a full circle moment for Cactus King, because when they were on the broadcast earlier, they talked about how their experience was this is their first regional qualifier. They show up, they did not have an opponent in their first round, and then they had to play against Diwali right out of the gate. And they did beat Diwali, said that was a kind of key confidence booster, and they've been riding that for the rest of the event. So they started against a regional qualifier winner in Diwali, and now to potentially get into the top cut, they have to beat another regional qualifier winner in Prismaticism. I think if this ends up going the way of Cactus King, nobody can doubt that they've earned the spot at that point.
No, not at all. I mean, that would be an absolutely incredible feat. And it's very likely that is a win and in match. So much at stake. And it looks like you at home, you chose. You want Annie versus Azir, Prismaticism versus Cactus King. Going to be a fireworks show, Charmer.
Oh, absolutely. This is a matchup where you cannot afford to blink. Both of these players are going to be playing units, getting onto battlefields incredibly quickly, scoring those points. I have to say, I'm also excited to see what the interaction is going to be like in this matchup, because on the one side, obviously Annie wants to use the legend ability and giving those 2 free energy runes back to play spells like Flash, to play spells, excuse me, not a spell, swords, play swords like Longsword. I'm so used to spells in Annie, but they have upgraded to the 3 longswords lately. On the other side, there is cards like Defy, and we know that Defy is an incredibly powerful card in the meta, and we've seen Prismaticism literally win a regional qualifier in the past on the back of cards like Longsword and Rengar that can't be defied.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Now, taking a look at the percentages, it looks like we're favoring Annie here 54% to 46%. So Prismaticism maybe with the edge coming into this match. I think that longsword that you talked about, we mentioned it earlier in the stream. I think it could be a very important piece to the puzzle for Prismaticism here in this particular match. Let's take a look at the run that Prismaticism has been on to get to this point. That only loss coming in the final round of day 1, going down to Rexai.
Yeah, that was Something Must Work, who has been in contention. The last time we actually checked in on the best of for Rexai was in the lead with Rexai. So Prismaticism dropping one there, did also have a draw against an Irelia, but otherwise a lot of victories, which we've come to expect from Prismaticism. However, I said at the top of the broadcast, day 1 is where legends are played, day 2 is where legends are made. This could be the coming out party for Cactus King with a win here. Did lose one game to a Diana, just lost to that Dr. Snuffles, who is competing for that top cut spot on Misfortune, but still very much in it and could walk away with their first ever top 8 appearance.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Took down an Annie earlier today. We'll see if Cactus King can repeat that success against the previous regional qualifier champion. Here is the deck list for Prismaticism. We talked about those long swords, 3 copies of the long sword. Is there anything else that's really standing out to you for this particular match, Charmer?
So one thing to note here, and I actually like it, is you will notice Hard Bargain and Abandon are in the list. Hard Bargain being an answer to an opposing Defy, because obviously that's going to be Azir's premier way to stop some of your plays like the Cleave, the Stack Deck, and the Flash. Even though it's just a one-of, having it on hand to make sure that whatever you're trying to have go through is forced through can be a pretty big deal. The other thing that I want to point out is, of course, the Vex Apathetic, 2 copies in the main deck, and the reason I'm pointing that out is because that shuts down Arise, and we know that Arise is usually very key for Azir to close out games.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Also, can close down that Azir, the chosen champion, from accelerating out and bringing those tokens right away. But this Annie deck wants to be aggressive, wants to get into the battlefield, score points aggressively, and again, those 2 runes that you get back every turn off the Annie Legend leaves you the flexibility to still have the interaction. And we've seen Prismaticism pilot this deck so many times. He won in Atlanta and is looking to repeat that here in Hartford. Let's take a look at the Azir deck list piloted by Cactus King.
And here, this is pretty cookie cutter, but that is not a knock on this list whatsoever. It is doing all the things you want to do in Azir. If anything jumps out to me, sometimes you see Azir just run 1 copy of the Vi Peacekeeper. This is on 2 copies, which I adore. The ambush units from Unleashed have been all-stars in this meta, so including a couple of them here makes sense. The one edge, perhaps, that Prismaticism has is the red Rengar, the pouncing Rengar, is a little bit cheaper and still also attacks for 5, so there might be a bit of an economical advantage. But on the other hand, another card that jumps out to me is the 3 copies of Back Off. That could end up being very clutch in this matchup because of all of the ambush options. Being able to respond with this, whether it's from hidden or from hand if you need the card draw, is a pretty big deal.
And a card that we've seen a lot in these Azir decks because it's just so good is Death Grip. I love this pump in this deck because it allows you to be aggressive, and then you can use that Death Grip to kill one of your units, buff up another one, and it's importantly dropping off that equipment so that you can then reattach and potentially go back into a battlefield and conquer yet again.
And of course, Death Grip with the most metal of all flavor text in the game. Death is my kindness, says Mordekaiser. It's growing on me. I still say that the best flavor text in the game is, of course, on Back Off, and that's just ew. But what is not ew is our matchup, and we're going to be going to the table and seeing who can walk away with a victory and hopefully secure their spot in the top 8.
A huge moment for both of these players. A lot of work and preparation has gone into getting ready for moments like this.
Yeah, I like it as my hydrate.
On the biggest stage in Riftbound.
Stay hydrated. It tastes like blue raspberry here.
And trying to secure a spot in the top cut. As they have an eye on a trophy.
And Prismat already touching the hair. Trying to get the vibes going. Feeling it. Here we have the brute of Prismaticism versus the suit of Cactus King. Which will prevail?
All right, game one. The final round of Swiss is underway. Prismaticism starting things out with the Traveling Merchant.
Pass.
And it's equipped.
And
It's
Cactus
equipped.
King. Coming back, getting that equipment out right away. And the Legend ability creating that Sand Soldier, taking advantage of the Weapon Master.
It's good.
Getting it attached right away.
Sometimes when you play Brutalizer, you don't always want to immediately attach it with the Weapon Master, but in this case, because it's your opening turn play, being on the rune, it's safe to do it. It makes this Sand Soldier immediately 3 might on the following turn, foregoing, obviously, the equip bonus, but 3 might still greater than 2 on the Merchant, and that might either force Prismaticism to save some sort of reaction if they want to save the Merchant, or perhaps not move the Merchant at all, which would be a big victory for Cactus King. That being said, I have to assume that Prismaticism has some sort of trickery to be able to answer whatever Cactus King throws, whether that's a longsword in reaction or a flash to bring it back. Not only save the Merchant, but flash is key because it triggers that move trigger once again.
Prismaticism tanking a little bit here on this early stacked deck.
Yeah, it's not often that you see Prismaticism take that much time, so that must have been a very difficult decision. And now a second stack deck. Maybe this one will be a much faster decision. And that is the case. So that first one, a little bit of a deliberation, but Prismaticism seems to like the contents of the second one much more.
Nox is hopeful coming down for just 2 energy. And passing back over.
And I had mentioned that Cactus King might actually be happy if that Merchant does not swing, and that was the case. So Prismaticism, perhaps some of that deliberation had to do with the fact that there were not those interactive options. And as a result, Cactus King kept Prismaticism off of a battlefield. But on the other end, because of the development of the Hopeful, Cactus King also deferred going into a battlefield, not wanting to lose it there. So patient play, patient openers from both players.
Draw a card.
Yeah, both players just developing early, but now Prismaticism going to strike first here, conquering both battlefields, getting that extra card off of the Seat of Power. And going to reinforce at the Hall of Legends with the Ferris Forerunner, putting 10 might there at that southern battlefield. As we go back over to Cactus King. 2 Sand Soldiers. We have the Brutalizer on one of them, the BF Sword on the other. It's a total of 8 might between the 2 units currently.
And I think Prismaticism has to be pretty happy with this opener thus far, simply because he has said in the past, specifically when he won in Atlanta, that Ferris Forerunner is kind of the key of the deck. In fact, he said he was playing Annie because he felt it was just the best Ferris Forerunner deck. Here, was able to reinforce on curve like you want, and then because of Annie's ability, again, still has energy left over, plays this longsword and trying to make sure that they can take out the Vi, but this...
Look at the back and forth, though.
Yes.
Reaction with discipline. What a heads-up play here by both players. The longsword coming out, and then the discipline just to save that Vi. Very important for Cactus King, and he is going to end up conquering.
3-2.
Very important early showdown there for Cactus King, and now he's going to conquer up to 2.
And not only does he conquer to 2, but because of the might that's left over on both battlefields, Prismaticism is only in a position to trade and get rid of the units. Cactus King will not have any energy available going into the following turn, but Prismaticism at best could likely get rid of these. Unless there's something like a star-crossed. That is one of the things that's worth mentioning, is star-crossed in this matchup against the Sand Soldiers does turn it into just straight removal. Obviously, Sand Soldiers cannot go back to your hand being token units, so perhaps we will see that at some point. However, given that your only units on your own side right now are the mech tokens, now that poses the issue of that's going to destroy your own mech tokens as well.
So now Cactus King looking to potentially hold one of these battlefields, but he has fully exhausted all of his runes, so no interaction coming from Cactus King here on Prismat's turn.
And Prismat taking a moment to think and drink. This is, of course, just a math problem because you have face-up might and no energy available. The biggest issue for Prismaticism is I don't think that there's an easy way to solve it. The follow-up equip of the BF sword means that there is 6 might on one side, 5 on the other. You have your 2 mech tokens and a longsword. Even if you were trying to cascade the longsword, the fact that the one side has 6 might means that yes, you could get rid of the Vi, but you have to have some other sort of answer. And in this case, it's gonna be Inferno with the ambush, triggering the assault. Does mean that you go over the Vi, clear it, and score this conquer with plenty of runes still up on the other side, and a cleave as well.
Oh, that cleave is going to be a big deal here, and that is an 8 might mech moving into the Seat of Power. And once again, Prismaticism able to double conquer, get that extra card off of the Seat of Power. As the equipment fall back to base for Cactus King.
Overzealous fan.
And Prismat going to reinforce with that Overzealous fan. And regaining the tempo is Prismat here in game 1. On a game where Cactus King has the Hall of Legends and would love to be able to take advantage of it to create more and more tokens, but we are going to see a rise here with 3 equipment in play after the Door and Shield comes down. So this is 3 Sand Soldier tokens to be created, and 2 of them will be ready. And let's see where the equipment attaches.
As we wait on the equipment attachments, though I do suspect it'll be Brutalizer and BF Sword, we're about to potentially see the actual power of Overzealous Fan in this matchup, because traditionally you might try to cascade weapons to clear both of these battlefields, but the first one that goes in will likely just trigger, and we do see that be the case. So it goes away, and now that Sand Soldier stays alive, so there's no way to balance the gear across other options, and this other Sand Soldier is just going to go try to take the Seat of Power and at least get 1 win. But this is a huge...
it's another longsword. Double longsword on the mech, and it's enough to hold there for Prismaticism. Wow. Huge point there for Prismaticism. He's going to hold both battlefields up to 6. And he has full control of this game 1, Charmer.
Yeah, that was the classic epic fantasy battle of one person with a sword and board, the other person dual-wielding long swords, that mech being just a little bit better than the Sand Soldier token. Prismaticism showing exactly why they have moved to 3 longswords in this list. It's so good in the current environment. It not only dodges Defy, not that that was relevant because of the exhausted runes, but the might sticks around even when this mech is gone. Being able to play it at reaction speed, this is so clutch. And on Prismaticism's turn, I would not be surprised if we see a retreat and just trying to set up for a double conquer. The only reason that you might consider leaving the mech up there is because the longswords can be re-equipped on whatever else you're developing anyway, and you want to make it difficult for them to land on that spot because you don't want them to draw from the Seat of Power. Yeah, so in reading that, we're going to retreat the Inferno, and then you're going to see the reinforce, and that's just exactly what I was talking about. You don't want the draw from the Seat of Power if you can help it.
That is a massive amount of might there at the northern battlefield. A total of 13 might there for Prismaticism. Cactus King in a bit of trouble here in game one. 2 Sand Soldiers still in the back line. And with the equipment, has an additional 5 might. The Brutalizer currently attached to that 1 Sand Soldier. So not getting the additional +2.
Couldn't get a good look at Cactus King's hand here, but another Arise would certainly be beneficial.
I'll float one.
That would give you 4 units readied and an attempt at, again, cascading some of these weapons through. But the fact that this BF Sword is going on now
Trade with the Forerunner.
signals that you might not have the Arise, though the energy was floated, so still technically 6 energy available, plus the additional 1 from the float.
Can I just see those? Just confirm. Okay.
Second copy of Ferris Forerunner dealt with, but the Forerunner just showing its value here, replacing itself with another 6 might. That unit has been a staple ever since Spirit Forged.
All flash.
As we now see the Sand Soldier moving in, and now it's the flash for Prismaticism.
1 card in hand after that.
Looking to flash back that mech token.
Now, this is a pretty big deal because if Cactus King does not have the Defy, and I suspect that's what we're going to see here, what Prismaticism would have denied is, again, potentially this draw from the Seat of Power.
Yeah, so the Defy countering that flash.
And
another Brutalizer.
Sand Soldier equipping Dorn Shield.
Okay.
And a Sand Soldier being created by Azir.
This is going to be 5-6 after this.
Prismaticism. Can he double conquer on this next turn? Cactus King has to try and hold at one of these battlefields. Going to hide a card there at Seat of Power.
You have 2 runes off.
And again, having seen the list, this card could be a back off. It could be a Hidden Blade. Prismaticism is, in their planning, likely just going to count it as any sort of single target answer.
The token there at that Seat of Power, 6 might currently. And between the 3 units in base for Prismaticism, representing 3, 6, 9 might on offense. Plus you've got the 2 longsword as well.
Yeah, I think the real trick here is that for Prismaticism to win, they need a double conquer. So at least one of these units needs to be committed, and we see that now.
Oh, here's the Star-Crossed.
You got it.
Okay.
After going into the southern battlefield and conquering the Star-Crossed, is going to remove the token at the northern battlefield, and Cactus King can't stop it. And we are going to go to game 2. Prismaticism the early lead here in the final round.
Okay.
That was such a massive play there to get the unit on the other battlefield, get that conquer point, then utilize it for the Star-Crossed, force Cactus King to have a second Defy. You baited one the turn before, and then put them in a position where they essentially had to have it. Cactus King now down 1 game, but still smiling. You love to see it.
Cactus King has been having a great time. You could tell it in the interview that he had yesterday. Really enjoying his time here at the regional qualifier at Hartford. Said he wanted to dress the part, suiting up this weekend. Had a couple players at least in suits. Alan this morning.
That's right.
Walking around in that suit as well.
Looking quite dapper, if I do say so myself.
Yeah. So now we get ready for game 2 as the players think through some sideboarding options.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is that I'm not sure there are a ton of cards that you consider bringing into the sideboard if you're Cactus King. However, Prismaticism, being in Fury, being in Chaos, likely has access to maybe a Thermo Beam, for example. Could also consider just running acceptable losses like many of the Diana players have run, because you'd be able to always have the energy for it and then play it at action speed. There is, of course, still Rebuke available. While it's fallen out of favor in the meta, but the fact that it costs exactly 2 is still relevant. So a lot of times these Annie lists will have some number of them in the sideboard. We'll have to wait and see what comes in.
Well, we saw how relevant it was bouncing that token in the first game, so Rebuke certainly could be a viable option. For game 2, it will be Prismaticism on Zon Warrens and Cactus King on Grove of the Godwillow, trying to generate some extra cards off of Grove, and the Zon Warrens will allow these players to cycle.
You know, Grove of the Godwillow is a really interesting inclusion as far as a battlefield for Azir. You tend to think of Azir as an attacking style deck. You want to play your equipment and then you want to get the units into combat. Sometimes you want your units to perish so that you can re-equip onto other tokens, onto other units, but Grove of the Godwillow is instead rewarding you for holding, which does signal that perhaps sometimes Cactus King likes to put the equipment on, you know, one big unit or maybe a couple of units and then try to park them there and say, hey, I'm going to make you deal with my units for me, and then I'll cascade the equipment, then I'll re-equip. So we'll see if this alters the play pattern at all in game 2.
Should be a lot of fun here. What could we be bringing out of the sideboard for Cactus King to improve the chances here in game 2?
It's interesting because when you think about Order and you think about Calm, Order does have options in Salvage and Ash for matchups like Dazzling Aurora. You typically have some number of them. Perhaps you consider bringing in Salvage because you just lost to 2 longswords, right? That might be something where you say, okay, well, maybe I want some sort of answer to that. Outside of that, again, you're playing Calm, and also because we know Cactus King is on this Grove of the Godwillow, we could see cards like Charm, where, again, you're trying to camp with these big units that are all wearing the equipment, and then you use the Charm as a cheap removal option to deal with some of these backline threats. And in this matchup, if Charm is in the list, I would think Cactus King would consider bringing it in because it's a great way to force back into combat units that have been flashed away.
I'll go first.
Yeah, that's an excellent point.
Good luck. Good luck.
We know that Flash is
That's a new one.
a card used very heavily in this Annie deck.
It's worked out pretty good so far.
Well, here we go. Players are set.
Holding Azir.
We're ready for game 2.
And Cactus King should be going first this time around. Was going second in game 1. Started with that Brutalizer and then created a token. We are going to see a 2-card mulligan.
I'm also going
so
to
either did not like the hand or is in search of one of those 1 energy costed equipment pieces. I do believe I see a Soul Sword there, so the option is available.
Here we go. Game 2 is underway. It's Door and Shield on turn 1, finding one of the 1-cost equipment for Cactus King, developing the Sand Soldier, quickly equipping that shield as its Overzealous Fan developed first for Prismaticism.
And now Prismaticism has an early unit and 3 energy available. And there's the Soul Sword that I had spied earlier, so that's going to be played, create another token. We could see a situation where Cactus King passes, and that is the case. Just kind of playing conservative, waiting until you feel confident enough that you can protect these units when they do get on the battlefield. But with only 2 energy up, and if you don't have something like a Discipline or Defy backing you up, you don't want to throw these units away for nothing. On the other side, we again see the patient play from Prismaticism. No card to pair to reduce the cost of the Noxus, so you simply play it for 4, and then it ends up costing 2 anyway, as if you paid the Legion because of Annie's Legend ability.
Zero ability.
Both players playing a little bit conservatively. We saw this in game 1 as well. Over the first couple turns. Now the BF sword comes down. And here is Rengar
thinking about
being played as a reaction to base.
I had the pleasure of interviewing Gonkra earlier today, and they were saying that one of the beautiful things about this Rengar unit is its reaction. It is not ambush. So this Rengar, pouncing Rengar in particular, when your opponent plays something, you can react and develop it on your own turn. So it allows for these kind of double development plays where you play something like the Hopeful Pass and then also play the Rengar, essentially getting 7 energies worth of units out, despite the fact that you were not at 7 runes going into that.
And the Rengar has stopped the aggression once again from Cactus King. He decides once again, I'm not pushing in. And Prismaticism now going to develop that Kaisa as well. And he's just going to pass now. So both players just going back and forth here, developing on the back line. Who will push the limits first, Charmer?
Yeah, if you would have told me that in an Azir versus Annie match we would be like 10-4 and nobody would have a point or have even been to a battlefield, I would have thought something dire had went wrong. But honestly, this has been a very tit-for-tat opening where it's an arms race, and the first person to either miss a development or honestly just make a mistake and blink means the other person will be able to capitalize. So again, they're feeling each other out. They're trying to figure out what the appropriate moment is. This is a great play from Cactus King to get some of that critical information from Prismaticism by developing the Ashe. And I was just about to say, one of the things you're going to see when this reveal occurs is likely a lack of Ferris Forerunners. If their Forerunner was there the previous turn, Prismaticism loves to get on a battlefield and force a reinforced Forerunner there and then ready the runes and say, okay, break this wall. So not only were we seeing no Forerunner, but we also saw the Thermo Beam. So now we know why Prismaticism was being patient. This might have been just a bait for Cactus King to play all this equipment.
Now the Thermo Beam banished, but Cactus King can get it back as soon as he holds, as Kaisa moves up. And for the first time here in game 2, we're going to see some action at a battlefield. This open showdown is successful for Prismaticism, conquering up to 1. We have these on Warren's trigger, discarding and then drawing, and then Kaisa trigger. So
And a Grove.
2 cards coming to Prismat's hand.
Flash both my units.
Going in, scoring that second point, and just going to use Flash.
2 cards in or 3?
2 cards.
Looking to bounce these units right back out.
Flash is good.
All right.
Resolves.
Flash is successful. And it does look like Prismaticism is going to continue to develop and does play a Vex Apathetic, which can be super relevant in this matchup.
Quite the backline for both of these players, but Prismaticism able to strike first here in game 2. Cactus King with 4 loaded up Sand Soldiers and the Ashe.
I did see a bit of Cactus King's hand just briefly there, and I thought I saw it Defy. So as we go into these future turns, we're going to have to keep that in mind.
Does Cactus King finally push forward here? Try and make a claim at one of these battlefields.
36 minutes.
Yeah, at some point, not only do you need to keep up on points, but also, after seeing Prismaticism do it, you have to consider going to Zon Warrens just to potentially hand fix. If you don't like your hand, getting this trigger can be relevant. We are seeing Cactus King go in. The Conqueror is successful. Actually discards the Defy that I had spied.
A little bit surprising there. The Defy is discarded. Maybe it's telegraphing another Defy in hand as
come in here, move trigger.
Cactus King is going to conquer both of these battlefields and now reinforcing.
I believe that's actually the Eye of the Herald trigger.
Yeah, reinforcing at that northern battlefield with the Sand Soldier, getting the move trigger for another recruit. Just adding an additional might to the Zon Warrens.
That's 7 on the
So
correct.
Players have a lot of units, a lot of runes. I think the suspension of the treaty is upon us. I think that we are going to see far more combat, right? They've both finally scored points. They've been patient. The suspense has been built, and now it is time for the battle to begin.
And keep in mind, this game too is a must-win for Cactus King if he wants any hope and continuing forward in this tournament. Here is the longsword on Rengar. It will move forward. This is a total of 7 might. But here comes the back off from Cactus King to stun Rengar if this resolves. And it would allow Cactus King to draw a card as well, since it's played from hand. And we do have a star-crossed in response.
Rengar and the Sand Soldier.
And it's going to be the Rengar and the Soldier at the southern battlefield. There is another Defy in hand. Starcross is countered.
I'll Grim Apothecary, pick up the Rengar.
And so it'll be the Grim Apothecary looking to bounce back Rengar.
Still draws a card.
Prismaticism not wanting to lose Rengar in combat.
No, that Rengar is so important to your game plan, being able to get it back and then replay it, move it around, guarantee you get that 5 might boost.
Yep, that's good.
It's
Now
relevant.
discipline.
Yeah, the discipline here is actually forcing this Grim Apothecary to only trade with the recruit. Only 3 might. Ash was at 4. The other Sand Soldier goes up to 4 after the discipline, and so after all is said and done, Prismaticism's first attack on this turn results in just clearing a recruit after a lot of energy was spent. Likely not happy with that outcome. However, there is still plenty of units that you can send in and try to win some of these battlefields. And we see a lot going to the Grove. This might signal Prismaticism wants to get on this battlefield and attempt a hold. But I think that instead of allowing any opportunity for that Vex to be lost, you want to send in all of your other units, make sure you get the Conquer, and then move Vex in, pass the turn with 4 energy, and hope that you, get this hold point and the draw. So that's exactly what we see.
Up to 3 points goes Prismaticism, and will attempt to hold at the southern battlefield. Overzealous Fan, Vex, and Kaisa there. Kaisa 6 might with the longsword. As we send it back over to Cactus King. He holds to 3. First successful hold of game number 2 here in the final round of Swiss of our Hartford regional qualifier. Must win for Cactus King.
Well, first, before we talk about winning, Cactus King almost has to break this hold. If this hold goes through, it's not even about the card draw. It's not even about the points. It's the fact that Thermo Beam will go back into Prismaticism's hand, and that could be devastating given the number of equipment on the field for Cactus King. So if you have the tools to get through this wall built at the Grove of the Godwillow, you almost are forced into doing it. Like, you are priced into the interaction to try to get rid of this Vex.
Well, here we go. That Sand Soldier loaded up. It's a total of 6 might. And the Overzealous Fan will be killed with that defend trigger pushing back the Sand Soldier to Cactus King's base.
And the issue now is that you don't have enough to get rid of the Vex. And the reason the Vex was so important was if you had something like a Rise in your hand, you needed the Vex to be gone first so that a Rise or even just guards could continue the chain here. But that first repel from the Overzealous Fan was a pretty big deal, and now instead we're just going to see 3 more equipment drop to the table. And again, this is Cactus King going essentially all in on needing to break this because the number of equipment before was already high. If somehow Prismaticism gets the Thermo Beam off now, I think Cactus King loses on the spot. So this is a big gamble. This is Cactus King essentially pushing all the chips in, going all in, saying if I don't win here, I don't win at all. And this is a huge answer from Prismaticism.
Yeah, Rengar coming down to the battlefield. We are going to see the back off, though, to stun one of these units. Another card for Cactus King. 10 might to 15. We are going to see Kaisa and Vex go down. But importantly, Prismaticism holding on to the Grove of the Godwillow.
Correct. My Sand Soldier and these are all on him still.
And this is why Prismaticism spent so many resources saving this Rengar earlier. Being able to deploy might from your hand at reaction speed is critical for some of these holds. This is literally how he won the regional qualifier in Atlanta with that Rengar. And once again, a reaction speed Rengar holding for Prismaticism might just win him yet another game because now Thermo Beam is back in the hand and there are so many pieces of equipment on the side of Cactus King. This would be not a Thermo Beam, this would be a Thermo Bomb in any other situation.
Oh, absolutely. There is a total of 7 pieces of equipment over there for Cactus King, and here is the Thermo Beam to wipe out them all. Massive play.
Oh, no. All right.
And Cactus King and all of the development, the resources spent to develop all of those equipment. It's all gone now as a traveling merchant joins Rengar in the backline for Prismaticism.
4-3 is what I have for the score.
This is correct.
Well, Cactus King did pull all units back to his base, so he has the units here. He's got 3 Sand Soldiers, the 1 recruit, and the Ashe, so not quite out of this game just yet.
Seven equipment gone. We know that traditionally Azir lists run 9 1-cost equipment.
I like to come here.
3 BF swords, that takes you up to 12. If they're on the 3 of Brutalizer like many are, that's 15. So almost half of the entire deck's equipment gone to 1 beam. But the good news is for Cactus King, the game's not over. There are still cards available in the hand. We've already found 1 piece of equipment. They're not out of it yet. It's just going to be a very big uphill battle.
And then
you see one of those other pieces of equipment, the door and shield coming down, allowing Cactus King to put yet another Sand Soldier token into play off of Azir. As Ashe is going to move into Grove of the Godwillow, scoring up to 5 for Cactus King. And now Ashe is going to find herself with 5 might and tank as the shield is equipped. All of these ready Sand Soldiers moving into Grove of the Godwillow. Cactus King trying to claim the ground there at the Grove.
And I like the strategy from Cactus King because you essentially already did your all-in play. As I said before, it was akin to pushing your chips at the center of the table. Right now, with only 1 card in hand, to get back into this game, you need to refill your hand. You do that through Grove of the Godwillow. So giving Ashe the tank and then just jamming all of your remaining Sand Soldier tokens here, you're hoping that Prismaticism doesn't have enough might to go over the top, and you not only score a point, and that gets you within striking distance of winning, but also get you a card, which is ever so important at this stage of the game. Yes, Cactus King has the points lead, but they are technically behind in terms of overall board tempo because of that big Thermo Beam.
11 total. Okay.
With those 2 units that Prismaticism has in base, it's a total of 7 might on offense. Rengar moves in against the odds for Prismaticism. That is going to be plus 8 might, plus 2 for each enemy unit there. That is massive. The discipline onto Ashe. Ashe will go up to a total of 7 might.
Okay.
But Rengar is massive Charmer.
Yeah, we were talking about cards that could potentially come in from sideboards. We know Against the Odds is not in the main deck, but it is a masterful inclusion and bring-in from Prismaticism in a matchup like this. You've got so many tokens on the side of Cactus King. This becomes essentially using your Annie's Legend
a
ability.
longsword, that's it. The handshake, and Prismaticism takes it. He moves to 11-1-1. Annie with Prismaticism will find another spot in the top cut. Unreal.
Draw a card.
Yeah.
Chuck it, draw a new card.
So well navigated by Prismaticism.
Yeah, you have like,
and that's what you've come to expect from him.
You buy me here.
However, I need to give credit where credit is due. We've seen Cactus King a couple of times on the broadcast. I do not think Cactus King lost this because of their play. In fact, in game 2, I would like to praise the patience that was shown, kind of matching Prismaticism in that arms race until something had to give.
I think it was just
properly
a turn
identifying that you needed to try to break that Grove of the Godwillow to prevent the Thermo Beam from coming back. Unfortunately, Prismaticism had just the number of tools to stop that from happening. And then again here, even though the beam went off, identified the only way I get back into this is by drawing the card from the Grove, so I have to go all in again. And unfortunately for Cactus King, Prismaticism is the true king of answers.
That was the perfect card out of the sideboard, that Against the Odds, because we know how well Azir can flood the board and put multiple units, multiple tokens just flooded all in the board. And Against the Odds is perfect in that particular matchup and in that spot. It helps Prismaticism get to his 6th top cut Charmer. That is absolutely insane.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have to count on 2 hands now for Prismaticism. And that also keeps him alive for the Best of Annie, because there was a lot of competition at this event.
Yeah.
In some events, he was very clearly ahead of the pack. This time, it has not come easy, but perhaps we will see an expansion of that necklace when all is said and done.
6 top cut appearances, could be 6 Best of Annies. That was an exciting match, but Prismaticism takes it. What a run, though, for Cactus King. Dressed up in the suit, played so well on stream yesterday, and giving it everything he had in that final round against Prismat. You couldn't ask for anything else. A fantastic competitor.
And again, during the interview, we heard him once say, "This is my first regional. This is why I dressed up. I wanted to look the part." Well, you did really well for your first regional qualifier. I would love to see Cactus King run this back at future events. Would love to see them perhaps in LA, maybe trying to crack that top 8 officially. Again, the performance was very, very good. I hope we call this name many, many times in the future.
Absolutely was a pleasure to watch. And who knows, he could potentially still be in the running for the Best of. I'm not sure where the Best of Azir race was going in to this round, but certainly still a shot if none of them make it into the top 8, because we know 10 and 3 will not be good enough to get Cactus King there here today. Charmer, this has been such a fun weekend. The energy in the room has been excellent. And here it is. We're actually going to look at the Best of Azir right now. Thank you so much, production. Cactus King coming in was tied with 4 players, or 3 other players, 4 including himself, at 10 and 2. So Cactus King needs some help if he's going to retain that lead.
Yeah, you are correct. Did have the better tiebreakers going in, so if the other 3 lose, will likely be fine. It is also worth noting, though, that below the 10 and 2s, there are also 4 more 9 and 3s, and so if Koopa, for example, who's at the top of that list, does get a win, and Cactus King drops on tiebreakers, then Koopa might be able to jump up and steal it. But I will say the one thing helping Cactus King is you just lost against Prismaticism. Right. That means that your tiebreakers, as far as your record of opponents, have got to be pretty good. Again, it's really going to come down to whether or not Strog, Talion, or Waro win their game and then advance to 11 wins, and then that would, of course, usurp Cactus King's top spot.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. We could see Very interesting finish there for Azir. Now we take a look at Best of Annie, and it looks like Prismaticism has officially locked up a 6th Best of Annie. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, the necklace is growing. I need to ask him after the event is over whether or not his neck has hurt all day, just from the weight. Again, these are metal cards, right? The best ofs are those beautiful metal variants, and that feels like a lot of weight to be carrying for 13 rounds of Swiss around your neck.
Absolutely. Now we are going to take a look at Beast Whites here and the run that he has had through Swiss. This was our backup feature match for this round. And in contention here, coming into this round with just 1 loss and a draw against Dr. Snuffles and another potential win-and-in match.
That's right, Dr. Snuffles on Misfortune. Did drop a game early on against a Victor on day 1. Again, Victor can be a very problematic matchup for decks focused on Dazzling Aurora. You have to assume that that is exactly what Dr. Snuffles is doing on Misfortune, but otherwise has been a very clean path to a potential victory, including a victory last round against Cactus King. So Cactus King, unfortunately, kind of hitting the wall at the very end of the event, but we are going to be taking a look at Dr. Snuffles taking on BS Whites here in just a bit. I believe we're actually going to be jumping into it in motion, so I believe we'll be joining them right when Game 2 is starting, but we do have some stuff for you in the wings, so it's not quite game time yet.
Yeah, I believe in the very near future. We're just preparing to get that interview and hear from Prismat after that big win, and we can talk about a 6th Best of Annie. That is absolutely crazy. But let's talk again a little bit about the best ofs. And again, I know that the community loves the best ofs, and it's really the talk about Riftbound because this prizing is just so unique, and it seems to be something that drives players to compete at a very high level, and it also helps bring great diversity because you have players competing for best of on legends that aren't top tier meta decks, and you love to see players doing that and bring us that diverse field.
Yeah, it does those things, but if I'm being honest, part of the reason that I love the best of prizing as well is that it brings in the feeling from League of Legends where you have that identification with your favorite champion from League. So you'll main something and say, I want to be the best in the world at Skarner, for example, and you can do that in Riftbound.
Yeah, you absolutely can. Well, we are not going to keep you waiting any longer. 6 Best of Annies, Prismaticism. Let's hear from him.
I always have to be so humbled every time I get to stand next to one of the greatest in Riftbound so far, Prismaticism, another lock in top 8, your 6th Best of Annie. How does it feel right now? Because I think I remember last week in Azir being what stopped you getting a higher placement, and now it seems like you've conquered your Sand Soldier demons. So
yeah, I mean, that guy's not Squirtle. Squirtle's an actual demon, but it does feel good to win that matchup, especially game 2. That was like a very hopeless looking position when he ashed and took my Thermo Beam. It's like, that was my plan. I was going to sit here and do nothing and then press Thermo Beam at some point. And then he said no. And then I was like, okay, I guess at some point I'm going to farm with Kai'Sa and Flash as long as I can. And at some point I'm going to have to try to hold probably. Ideally a Forerunner shows up and that'll make it easier to hold. But then I think he overextended a bit. And then probably on the turn that I was holding with the Vex and the Fan and the Kai'Sa, I think he probably had an easier way to clear with his Azir accelerating into me. But he missed that, and then that just swung the game completely. And I think that's like always playing, like even when things look bleak, playing to your outs, playing to your win condition, because that's where I've stolen a lot of games.
I guess you could say it was maybe against all odds as well.
That was a pretty good card.
I love it when that card comes out because almost nobody's playing it, but the fact that it just like when it comes into that moment and it like does that like hyper punish of this sort of game plan of what they're trying to do to come back into the game. Huge shout outs to Cactus King though. First ever regional qualifier ever. Doing
huge
a phenomenal job.
Yeah.
And you know, taking even insight from Squirtle. But I want to focus on you right now because there's a bigger storyline here to be had, which is you are the only returning regional qualifier champion going into this top 8 against 7 other very hungry competitors. Do you feel that pressure? Because there's also, you know, a Lux running around that did also beat Alan during
Yeah,
the day.
I do need to kill that Lux, but there is I've been saying like when me, Diwali, and I think Squirtle were top 8 in Utrecht, where it's like we need to keep it closed. Number of regional winners, keep it within us. And now it's up to me. I'm the only one left that can stop them.
But
and I'm going to be bottom seed too, so it's going to be an uphill climb.
And that's okay. You know, I feel like I've seen it, you know, even back in Atlanta where it seems everything's down. Your hair is as fluffed as it can be at a given point. But, you know, sometimes the Rengars are really helping you out right now. And I'm still a big fan of the changes you've made with the long swords and how every time I see you play one and then another one hits the board and I go, man, the fact that you've increased this number, it warms my heart because I think that card is so good in your deck. But that being said, you've had a long Swiss run so far. You can relax for a moment, but you've got more tournament to play, and I'm going to give you a break. But congratulations once again. Best of Annie, top 8 contention, but we'll send it back. We've got more action.
Fantastic interview. Wow, Prismaticism, the last regional qualifier champion, still standing. So he's going to have his work cut out for him. We could have another repeat champion, but we're going to have 7 other hungry players. But we've got another match for you. We talked about it a little bit. We've got the potential Aurora versus Diana here, and another win and in situation. B-Swites and Dr. Snuffles going into game 2. Diana on Abandon Hall, and Misfortune bringing Forgotten Monument.
And I think this says a little bit about how game 1 went, because Forgotten Monument is something where you're playing it and you want to slow it down, but also specifically saving Aspirant's Climb for when you're going first. Dr. Snuffles is going to start with a Scryer's Bloom here, and no Mobilize. Perhaps has a Catalyst, but we will have to keep an eye on that because the strategy is, of course, to get to Aurora as fast as possible.
Chosen champion for B-Swites coming out.
On the beginning.
Diana.
Draw.
Diana Lunari brings so much card advantage for this Diana deck. As we move back over to Dr. Snuffles.
Bloom.
Going to predict a couple off the Bloom.
And so far,
Aurora in hand.
Yeah, I was going to say, so far, no ramp. Do see this treasure trove, could pick that up, but the problem with that is there is also no chaos runes that have been channeled yet for Dr. Snuffles.
I don't want to cut them, but you should randomize them.
That is an excellent point. If he does not find any ramp, still 3 more turns until he could play the dazzling Aurora.
Draw 1.
All right.
Oh, there it is. Can't play the Catalyst this turn, but he does have some ramp in hand.
Scryer's Bloom.
Another Scryer's Bloom.
Yeah, and perhaps even most importantly in this situation, there was the presence of a Gust as well. So B-Swites is likely going to try to get this Diana on a battlefield. We'll have to wait and see if they have either an answer for the Gust or a way to increase the might. Now, is going into Abandoned Hall, perhaps trying to play around the Gust.
Thinking.
There is the Gust looking to get rid of that Diana Lunari.
Hard bargain.
And Hard Bargain is going to shut it down.
Hard bargain resolves.
Yep.
Gust is countered.
+1. I'll resolve my Diana trigger.
Yep.
Hit 1.
That is a huge hard bargain, by the way.
Yeah, creates so much early tempo here from B-Swites. Able to get on the board.
Conquer to 1.
Yep.
Also finding the spell off the top. Shutting down some of this digging as well with acceptable losses. Scryer's Bloom killed here.
I think I love this from B-Swites.
Channel 2.
If you're watching at home and you're saying, hey, why would you ever play a losses this early? You know you're playing against Aurora. You want to save it for that. The answer is you just saw your opponent not play any ramp the previous turns. So if you think that they're still trying to find it, you're shutting down that option. But the other reason is when the acceptable losses goes into your trash, you can just get it back later with Fizz anyway.
Holds
and
2.
With Dr. Snuffles having a slower start, I do like just kind of shipping it there and seeing if you can make it, you know, that much more difficult. Of course, we now know Dr. Snuffles had the ramp to follow it up, but I still am a fan of what Beastwites was trying to do there.
Beastwites holding up to 2 points and now does have that option to score at the Forgotten Monument.
Conquer.
And will score up to 3, discarding the Stupefy, drawing another card off that move trigger.
Treat Diana.
Cards in hand.
5 currently.
And so now the question becomes, how do you save your units? Oh, I love this. I'm pretty sure that was a hidden tide turner. So if you think Dr. Snuffles is going to slam Aurora and find an Elder Dragon on this turn, what Tide Turner does is when the dragon targets it at locations, you just swap them to different locations and the damage is not done. That will allow you to keep the pressure going if you're Beastwites.
Yeah, seeing that ramp last turn from Dr. Snuffles, Beastwites certainly has to expect the dazzling Aurora. Here it comes.
Aurora.
We'll leave 2 runes ready for Dr. Snuffles.
Now, we did not get to see deck lists going into this, so this will be a big question answered. This is Baron? Well, I see the flurries, so this tells me that this is definitely Elder Dragon based. No!
Oh, we found a Baron Nashor.
Made me a liar. Finds a Baron anyway.
Baron Pit, battlefield token entering the board.
Pass the turn. You mean?
And Baron on to the Baron Pit.
There's a showdown. Yep. Right. There's a showdown.
Player comes there, giving me a little chuckle. Dr. Snuffles passed, and Beastwight said on the turn.
Another acceptable losses.
Sorry, I'd like to look through this, if you don't mind.
And that would take out that Aurora right away.
Oh, but if you're Beastwites, you're kind of unhappy about what was revealed with that first Aurora because there was no second or third Aurora in that pile. That means either you have Dr. Snuffles on multiple in hand, or they're just more likely to show up in the deck because that was a good chunk of cards that was recycled as part of that reveal.
Beastwites able to hold here once again, up to 4. It'll be interesting to see how Beastwites navigates the Baron Nashor.
You
know, you pose a real question just because it's not something that can be targeted, right? You cannot choose it with your spells or abilities. So cards like Moonfall, even trying to drag it out of the way, I mean, you could say that there's situations where if you hold on one battlefield, you drag the Baron away and then you move into the pit, but that's not an option. So unless you have a way to just go over the top with might, or you have something that does not specifically choose, you don't have a good way to get it off the board.
Yeah, lots of spells that target in these Diana lists.
As the game goes on, one thing to consider as well, a lot of Diana lists will run at least one Baron in the sideboard. You could see a situation where you just play your Baron to get rid of the opposing Baron and call it a wash.
Fair trade, I would say. Beastwites up to 5 points after conquering that abandoned hall with Diana.
Yeah, unfortunately for Beastwites, the hand does not currently have any options for dealing with this Baron. So the question becomes, what do you develop to set yourself up for the future? And it looks like it just might be another Tide Turner in the base. This could still swap with the Merchant when played from the base if that was the choice, just to do the discard draw. But actually, Beastwites said, I'm just going to pass, actually.
Beginning, hold.
Pass it over. Baron Nashor holding up to 2 for Dr. Snuffles.
Channel.
We'll see if he has another dazzling Aurora.
3.
I was going to say I didn't see one in hand, but Last Rites is a great development for Dr. Snuffles. I did also see another Mobilize.
So going to recycle a Dazzling Aurora and a Scryer's Bloom. Whenever you equip the Last Rites as part of the equip cost, you do recycle 2 cards from your trash. So it's a great way to get whatever you need from the trash back into your deck.
Yeah, I was going to say, at some point, the shovel will make it up there. Don't worry.
Ganking on Baron.
Baron is now got ganking due to misfortune, which does explain perhaps why Dr. Snuffles is on this Baron version. Obviously, in the event, we have seen several people transition to Barons in the main deck and then going with the Elder Dragon Blade Flurry package in the sideboard. But when you're on misfortune, the Baron is significantly better because of your ability to give it ganking and let it leave the Baron pit and roam to the other battlefields.
Yeah, it's just so nasty with a 12 might unit that cannot be chosen by enemy spells and abilities. It's now a 14 might unit, so paired up with Misfortune's ability, quite the combination.
Conquer?
Yep, you conquer to 3.
Up to 3 points goes Dr. Snuffles. The Tide Turner did swap locations, bringing Diana Lunari down to that southern battlefield, protecting the chosen champion.
Now, in terms of overall strategy for this game, the pressure is currently on Beast Whites to find an answer for the Baron Nashor, because right now, you no
look
problem.
At this play. Misfortune coming out, moving back, readying up the Baron Nashor,
the Forgotten Monument,
and will gank down to the monument. What does Beast Whites have here? Dr. Snuffles looking to wipe Beast Whites' board.
Yeah, unless there's a flash or something, I think this is going to be successful. There is also, we know, I think a Star-Crossed in hand that could save your Diana if you just also want to return the Misfortune to their hand and allow you to replay your Diana so you don't lose both units.
Okay.
Just Stupefy.
Okay.
Another Diana Lunari trigger, getting Beast Whites yet another card.
So I had started to talk through before. The overall strategy for Beast Whites here is you have to enter this Baron at some point, because scoring points is going to be easy when you have 3 battlefields to get to. This game will likely be decided from somebody getting to 7 and holding. And right now that Baron is the easiest path to holding for either player. So if you cannot get it off the board, I do not see a way that Beast Whites ends up getting a victory.
Dr. Snuffles able to clear that board, going up to 4 points.
No, 10.
Oh.
Can I see your graveyard?
Good swinging turn there for Dr. Snuffles. Love the combination with Misfortune and Baron Nashor.
Now, it's not really relevant at the moment because there are no other units in the trash, but Last Rites does trigger on Conquer or Hold. So if in the future there's an answer for the Misfortune, Baron would be able to get her back, and I think identifying that, Beast Whites is going to use this Turn to Dust on the Last Rites.
That's
Hard bargain coming down, forcing a couple extra energy to be spent from Beast Whites just to have the Turn to Dust go through.
Go ahead.
Developing the Tide Turner and Raven Bloom student, and the temporary trigger will fire off. Last Rite's gone.
Beginning, the Last Rite dies. I hold for 1 more points, up to 5.
And so both players will be at 5 points
I will
now.
channel my 2. Draw for turn.
And Dr. Snuffles still has to feel in control here with that Baron. Has not found another large unit or another Dazzling Aurora, but in the current game state does not need to.
Start off.
Misfortune can still provide ganking to the Baron, so the ability to actually go to 7 this turn from Dr. Snuffles.
2 purple.
Yeah, this Misfortune chosen champion paired up with Baron Nashor is absolutely ridiculous. That ganking keyword absolutely crucial. Here is a Mind Splitter.
Okay. Game 3. Yep.
And we are going to game 3. Dr. Snuffles with this spicy Baron Nashor Misfortune Aurora deck, sending us the distance.
Yeah, that was a great call from Beast Whites at that point to just call and go to game 3 so that you have the most amount of time possible to make sure that it finishes. The game may drag on, and you know that your opponent is saving Aspirant's Climb for the game 3, so you're going to have to go that much further to get there. Overall, I liked what Beast Whites was doing early on with the losses to slow things down, and then the second losses to answer the Aurora. Unfortunately for Beast Whites, it was Baron that landed, and seeing that there is Mind Splitters in the list, you have to wonder if that game goes the same way if Snuffles only got a Mind Splitter as opposed to specifically Baron Nashor in that point.
Yeah, the game changed on a dime when Baron Nashor hit the board. Early Traveling Merchant start for Beast Whites, moving into Aspirant's Climb. Here's a Gust, and that is going to stop this early tempo for Beast Whites. Gust bouncing it back to hand.
Yeah, Beast Whites just has to still resolve that move trigger. Dr. Snuffles kind of preemptively gusted, but theoretically the move trigger happens before that showdown progresses. As we see the losses go away and a development of 2 more units.
No beginning, channel, draw.
Beast Whites knows that they need to score points quickly and efficiently because this is a game going to 9 thanks to Aspirant's Climb. And in the hand of Dr. Snuffles, I think I see not only a Dazzling Aurora, but a Baron Nashor. No ramp that I could spy, though. I think it's a Sabotage, a Bullet Time, and a Mind Splitter. So a lot of top end, and then answers. No ramp. This could be a very slow start for Dr. Snuffles. It's going to need every inch of that Aspirant's Climb's help.
Yeah, Dr. Snuffles has had a hard time finding that early ramp over the last couple of games. And now Beast Whites with an opening here.
Conquer.
Just wants to get on the board.
For me.
And
Seed of Power in play will have that ability to get some card advantage.
Yeah, I was just about to say the successful conquer on the Aspirant's Climb is telling Beast Whites that that is a green light. If there was another Gust or some sort of reactive thing, you would have wanted to stop the Tide Turner because that would have prevented the Seed of Power from being in play, but now you get both the move trigger from the Merchant as well as the card from the seat.
Still looking at another couple turns before that Dazzling Aurora can come down. We'll see how Beast Whites develops here.
And it does look like we're seeing some sideboard tech from the side of Beast Whites in the trash because there is a Rebuke there. Not typically in the main deck these days. Also that Ride the Wind as well. Perhaps the train of thought there is using it to steal a victory, or if you don't have presence on both battlefields, you could also send one unit to the other and gain an additional point on your opponent's turn. That could be clutch on these Aspirant Climbs games because of the one additional point needed to win.
Vex apathetic for Beast Whites, reinforcing at Aspirant's Climb. Gonna see that Mind Splitter coming out here.
Mind Splitter.
Now,
taking a look at Beast Whites' hand, what are you thinking here, Charmer?
Well, if I'm looking at Beast Whites' hand, I think that the only 2 things worth considering are the Turn to Dust or the Star-Crossed. Sprite Fountain is not something that you're really concerned about at the moment. Ride the Wind is irrelevant when you have presence on both battlefields. Stupefy is just going to replace itself. So it just comes down to, do you want to get rid of the card that answers equipment?
I'd like to write it down real quick, though. Yep,
and that is the choice.
Yeah, just get rid of the gear hate.
Yeah, the only other reason I was saying that Star-Crossed could be considered there is that it does return this Mind Splitter back to the hand of Dr. Snuffles. So if Dr. Snuffles wants to swing in and try to clean up some of this might on the board next turn, Beast Whites has the answer in hand. And again, because of the double recycle when developing the Mind Splitter, Dr. Snuffles is now still at least 2 turns away from playing the Aurora that we know they have, but they have the option to play it and have it potentially survive because they've seen 1 losses go to the discard pile and they just stripped the turn to dust. So Dr. Snuffles understanding that playing the Aurora as fast as possible just to have it removed is not as important as just ensuring that it sticks.
Yeah, very heads up there for Dr. Snuffles. Has that extra time, as you talked about with the Aspirant's Climb, but really is going to stretch that battlefield as much as he can. As Beast White's up to 4 points here. Double hold on this turn. Traveling Merchant back to base, and we've got the move trigger as he will continue to dig. Another Vex here, hitting the trash.
And it does look like the pickup for the turn was a Ravenbloom Student in the hand of Beast Whites. Merchant does go back to hand with the Star-Crossed, as I expected, because you want to slow down that Mind Splitter and also put Dr. Snuffles in a position where if the next turn he just plays Mind Splitter again, you know that they're still that much further away from Aurora. But also for Beast Whites, if they don't play Mind Splitter, then you're saying, okay, they likely have the Aurora and they can't afford to recycle runes and get that much farther away. So you're going to gain some information no matter what Dr. Snuffles does if you're Beast Whites.
So now Beast White's just fully developing that back line, bringing out the Chosen Champion and the Student. Dr. Snuffles reaching for all of the energy. Is it going to be the Mind Splitter again? It will be another Mind Splitter.
And this time around, because the turn to dust was already stripped and you saw the Star-Crossed get played, I think that the choices are significantly worse for Dr. Snuffles. Now the benefit is, again, you do have 7 might on the board now, and you're seeing the hand, and if there was maybe a backup Star-Crossed or something, you could have stripped it. But in this case, you see nothing that really stops your splitter. You want to make sure it sticks around. I like this choice of targeting the Stupefy because even though it looks innocuous, it replaces itself. So taking away the ability to dig deeper will hopefully mean the Mind Splitter sticks, but you do still have to worry about their draw for the turn as well as this Merchant trigger.
Beast White's holding to 5.
Diana trigger.
Going to get some serious card advantage this turn. You have the Diana trigger, finding the stack deck, and then that Seed of Power is going to get yet another card as Beast White's conquers up to 6.
And then we saw a stacked deck go into the hand from the Diana trigger, so that will be another filter or dig for answers. And then as we pointed out, there is still a move trigger looming from the Merchant. So yeah, the Mind Splitter may have given you some information, but essentially Beast Whites is going to have the opportunity to put 4 new cards in their hand, and it's still going to be a guessing game, and you're no more closer to your dazzling Aurora if you're Dr. Snuffles. So we'll see if this gamble pays off.
Yeah, quite the reload turn here for Beast Whites, finding several cards. And now we've got Fizz coming out, and that is going to allow Beast Whites to replay the Star-Crossed.
Star-Crossed goes to the bottom.
Fizz back to hand, and so does the Mind Splitter. Go away into Dr. Snuffles' hand, and that cleans out Snuffles' side of the board. And as you said, there's no Aurora coming next turn. So he once again will not be able to contest these battlefields.
Yeah, this is very problematic for Dr. Snuffles because you have nothing coming next turn, and then when you play your Aurora on the following turn with Beast Whites likely at 8, you have to hit Baron to prevent a win from conquering alone, but the Baron itself does not get rid of the holds that Beast Whites has. So the other direction is you have to hit Elder Dragon, but that would only get rid of 2 of these units on the battlefields. Could not target both the Merchant and the Vex that are at the Aspirant's Climb. So that means that you would have to somehow have 1 more rune on top of it when you play the Aurora to then also react to your triggers and do something like Blade Flurry, but I don't think I see the ramp in the hand right now, because you would have to ramp this turn so that you're above 9 next turn. So as you're going through your options of the things you have to have, and then going, actually that doesn't work, have to have, actually that doesn't work, I don't know if Dr. Snuffles has a window here. Going back-to-back Mind Splitter instead of going up to Aurora might cost this game.
Brutal situation here for Dr. Snuffles, and as you called, that second Mind Splitter really didn't even get a good hit, so not a massive amount of value there. The Misfortune chosen champion coming out.
She's stunned.
And with Vex apathetic at that battlefield,
doesn't matter.
I'm just
means that
verbally
Misfortune
acknowledging it. If you
coming
try to
out
move it, I'll
stunned.
stop you. I don't think you will, but just want to make sure I'm acknowledging the trigger.
Fair. What a pickle.
Yeah, the one potential out, even though it would require a very heavy investment from Dr. Snuffles, is there is bullet time. So if there is a way where you can conquer over one battlefield and then bullet time the other,
1 to power.
you can prevent yourself from
Sabotage.
losing, but it's not what I would consider a game-winning path or a game-winning strategy either.
we do see sabotage, but once again, Dr. Snuffles
Hard bargain.
having to de-ramp here, and the hard bargain stopping the sabotage. There's only 1 energy was left available for Dr. Snuffles.
Hold to 8.
I think that hard bargain might have actually just sealed it in Beast White's favor. It's going to be very difficult for Dr. Snuffles to deal with both of these battlefields and prevent a double conquer the following turn. The number of runes recycled turn after turn just to kind of deal with the board that Beast Whites had developed means that Dr. Snuffles is still way behind on their endgame plan.
And this is it. 1 more hold for Beast Whites, and it's all over. Dr. Snuffles will not be in that Aurora range next turn either. Here comes another Fizz. We know it was bounced back to hand last turn.
Play stack deck.
Just going to go digging.
I will say that we are kind of seeing both the pros and the cons of the Misfortune version of Dazzling Aurora, because the pro is obviously the ganking. We saw that win with the Baron in game 2. It was very effective. Also, this chosen champion can be very relevant in the mid game if you need to buy time. The cons are if you do any sort of recycling and you don't find your ramp, or even if you find your ramp but you're doing recycling, you're setting yourself behind more than if you play Sivir. Sivir's ability to generate gold means that plays like Dr. Snuffles back-to-back Mind Splitters wouldn't have recycled as much because you would have had the gold, so you would at least be 1 rune ahead of where you were. It might open up some more options, and that 1 rune ahead means on that turn I was saying you'd go to 9, instead would have had 10 for maybe hitting a dragon and having that Blade Flurry that I talked about.
Yeah, absolutely excellent point. As a card is hidden at the northern battlefield, Dr. Snuffles has his work cut out for him, has to bring Beast Whites off of both of these battlefields, or we are done here.
And unfortunately for Dr. Snuffles, the first ramp option has finally showed up in the form of Catalyst of Aeons, but it is not relevant. It is a dead draw in the current game state. Again, Dr. Snuffles has to clear both battlefields to not lose on the spot, and then has to prevent a double conquer on the following turn. I do not see the options in the hand, but I will also admit that I am not a doctor. So I will trust Dr. Snuffles. If anyone was to figure it out, it would be them. I only have a master's degree. I do not have a PhD.
Well, this is it. The deciding game 3, a win and in match. Has Beast Whites done it? Will Diana be locking a spot in the top cut? Diana, the only legend so far to be in each of the top cuts of the regional qualifiers in the Unleashed season. Looking to continue that trend here in the final regional qualifier of the Unleashed season.
And I think that the consideration that Dr. Snuffles is making here is whether you play something first and then move Misfortune or not, just because you want to get that ready trigger.
Float a rune.
Yeah, and it does look like we're going to see the float first, and then Misfortune will come in.
Misfortune.
Almost committed, wavering. This is like
tempting. This is like very tempting.
Chess matches where somebody has their hand on a piece and they don't want to take it off because they might want to reposition it. They don't want to commit 100% yet.
In here.
And there we go. Dr. Snuffles has committed the Misfortune.
And
5 might unit, so I have a Diana trigger.
Here we go. 5 might to 3.
No response to the Diana trigger.
I will use it.
See what Beast Whites finds off of that Diana trigger. Does predict first.
No. I was just about to say, if they're taking that long, it either means it's not a spell, but it's something that they might want to save, or it's a spell, but it's not the spell they were looking for.
Wait. Sorry. I have
So now Tide Turner.
Sorry, you're focused.
Diana trigger.
Being showed there.
It's Tide Turner, spoilers.
I mean, that's what I was betting on it, to be honest with you, so.
All right, it's your focus.
Yes, depending.
And so Dr. Snuffle said, hey,
Where
I do
I
still
play
have a
this.
response.
Here comes the bullet time. Dr. Snuffle is able to pay any amount of power to deal that much damage to all the enemy units at a single battlefield.
And so, as I said before, this is one of the ways that Dr. Snuffles can
do it on that battlefield,
try
and I
to
will
not
float
lose. Because with bullet time, but a lot of runes are going to have to be
I'll
recycled
spend
here.
This one on it, and I'll float.
This is not going to be an easy decision because you have to have at least 4 if you're going to try to get rid of everything. And that's assuming that there are no might bumps as well, so you might try to go a little bit more over.
I'll float 7.
So floating
You'll float
7.
You're playing it on this battlefield.
How much power does he end up paying here?
My Vex is dying either way, so...
Well, the power doesn't have to
no responses.
be paid until the resolution. That is the one thing working in Dr. Snuffle's favor, so...
We'll pay
Just waiting to see what Beast Whites throws back.
4, Vex of 4, so I'll pay 4 to deal damage, 4 damage to all units in this battlefield.
They're dead.
Okay, so successfully clearing out the Aspirant's Climb. De-ramping 4 is Dr. Snuffles.
Solved. All Tide Turner swap with Fizz.
And so Tide Turner revealed will try to bring Fizz to the battlefield, which would be 6 might to the 5 of Misfortune. Dr. Snuffles, again, does still have 7 energy that has been floated to work with. So 7 energy. There is the option now for something like Blade Flurry that we saw in hand, which would still clear the battlefield. The biggest issue is then the Misfortune also perishes. And if Misfortune dies in this combat, Beast Whites will just win because of the threatened double conquer in the base.
Hand
So that is
revealed.
it.
Dr. Snuffles doesn't have it. There's the fist bump. Beast Whites with Diana taking it here in the final round. And he will be advancing on to the top cut in Hartford.
That was a very tough game for Dr. Snuffles to navigate in Game 3. We saw no ramp, and then there was that decision for the first Mind Splitter, and I liked the first Mind Splitter. Again, if you want to potentially get rid of something like an acceptable losses or a turn to dust, taking a peek, seeing the status of the hand makes sense. But then you saw that there were really only 2 targets worth mentioning, right? The turn to dust and the star-crossed. You get rid of the turn to dust, and then you saw the star-crossed played on your Mind Splitter. So unless they top-decked something really spicy, the commitment of the second one is something that I think when Dr. Snuffles goes back and looks at this, they might say, okay, you know, knowing what I know now, I probably should have just set myself up for the Aurora in the future. But it's also easy for us to say it on the desk. We're not in the moment. Hindsight is 2020, and again, I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, absolutely. But one thing is for sure, it's very tough for Dr. Snuffles to win there without the Aurora. Did not get that Aurora down in the final game. But I want to say, you talked about the double Mind Splitter, but the misfortune interaction with the Baron Nashor, even though Dr. Snuffles didn't take that match, was extremely interesting. And he was just able to completely control the battlefields with that interaction.
Yeah, it was very problematic for Beastweights, and as I had said when we were calling it, once that Baron hits the table, if you cannot get rid of it, you're just going to lose the game at that point. It can move around because of the Misfortune Legend with the ganking that's granted. It will clear your board, and then there's also no way that you'll be able to stick a hold yourself until the Baron is gone. So it truly is a game winner when it hits the table if you don't have an answer, and because you can't target it, the answers are that much harder to come by.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we know that Diana will be finding a spot in the top cut. And as I mentioned, it's the only legend to be in the top cut of all 4 regional qualifiers now in the Unleashed season. So a deck that has proven to be very consistent.
Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me. I was very excited when Diana was announced because I felt Ezreal was already powerful in Spirit Forged. Yes, we talk about the Miracle version, but even afterwards, I think that it had legs. But when you take that card pool and then you give it Moonfall, and then when you also give it an extra energy every showdown, it just feels consistently in the running. It's one of those decks that even with your bad matchups, you feel like you have an out. You feel like, hey, if I just do the right thing, if I just play to my outs, I have a shot. And I think that's why all of these top players like the LNZQs, like the Diwalis, like the Beastwhites, they're gravitating to this legend because you always have game into whatever your opponent brings to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about it earlier. It gives you a lot of agency, and that's what these top players in the game want. And the other iteration in this deck that is interesting is the Arena's Greatest. We saw Beastwhites actually bring in the Arena's Greatest, so being a little bit more aggressive with Diana, which I thought was pretty neat.
Yeah, I think that might be an inclusion to offset potential Aspirants Clients games. We didn't see it used there. It could also be an inclusion to get underneath these combo Lux decks if you expect the Limitless Lux to show up and light up, pun very intended, your game state. Well, you want to get ahead of it. So I think I like the Arena's Greatest. It is one of those things where if you're Diana, you feel like you have game into anything. So if you want to be a bit more aggressive with your game plan, then feel free, run with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is going to conclude our coverage from Swiss. But we have the top cut looming, so don't go anywhere. The top cut from the Hartford Regional Qualifier coming up next.